So, welcome to the Giant Swarm Christmas Market. We seem to be live. I just have to check, and I don't know where the live is. Tommy, we need to change the link on the map. This is the wrong link. Who does that?
On the map?
No, that's the Swarmly link, GSRXIM. So you can change that, right?
It should work.
Yeah, but it's the wrong link. Like I still need to send you the YouTube link. It links to the StreamYard thing.
I thought I just got. Okay.
I need to.
Just send me a StreamYard.
Yeah, but the StreamYard is wrong.
Okay.
We need to figure out. We're now live on YouTube.
Yeah, but I can't change the link once it's live. I have to. I need a new.
No, we need to change it now.
Yeah, we need to change it on the map first. I can't change it in the system.
Which one? Bitly.
Yeah, I can't change that to a new
Okay.
link.
Then we need to change the link quickly because this one doesn't work.
I can't do it on the map. I don't make the.
Who does it on the map?
What?
The map link?
Yeah.
You sent me the one
Yeah.
to.
Wrong link.
That was the wrong link.
Okay, dann bleib ich.
So we need to change the link on the map.
When you change on the map, dann
Yeah.
schaut Olli von da. Aber Olli siehst du nicht.
And then we'll make it.
Olli?
Tell them it's
Yeah.
RXM.
But it's wrong.
Olli, what's the new link? Can you send me the new link?
Yeah, I'm giving you.
Okay.
This is the live link.
Tell Ollie Ponder it's RXM now, not GS RXM, just RXM.
Ich bleib auch hier.
But I can actually chat with Michael while I'm here. Hi, Michael.
Wie läuft's?
Great. We're still figuring out this live thing.
Yeah, it sucks technology.
Yeah, so I got somebody in to talk to. Cool. Look, we have John McCormack here. Hi, John.
Oh, hello.
Look, you're in here while I'm trying to figure out how we stream live, and we have the wrong link on the map.
You have the wrong link on the map. Yeah, because I looked and I was like, oh, there's like what, 15 people on it?
Yeah, exactly. But this is actually the wrong link. So this is the link to the streaming setup and not to the YouTube live stream. I just sent Larissa the link to the streaming setup. so it's streaming on YouTube theoretically, and I should be able to edit it and add LinkedIn.
Ich werde auch schon wieder mal gehen und zu unserem Stand gehen.
Ja, have fun.
Seht ihr denn die 17 Leute? Nee, weil der Olli den nicht reinlässt.
Nein, ich lasse sie nicht.
So Oliver, this YouTube link, is this the link I need to use?
Ja,
Ja.
er hat das erkannt.
Ja, das
Der
ist der
erklärt uns das gleich.
Yeah. What? Yeah, it's the YouTube link that I just posted in the Christmas market thing. That's the YouTube live link. That's the one that needs to go on the main stage. Hi, John.
Hello. Maybe I'll come back, will I? We're gonna have a look around.
Maybe you come back later. I haven't even done my introduction yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll ping you later.
Still.
So while we figure out the tech stuff, but it's nice seeing you, even though quickly, and it's nice that the hat arrived.
Yes. Perfect.
Good.
Suits me, I think, as well.
See you in a bit.
All right. Good luck.
So I'll try this again. Some people should see this on YouTube and Facebook at the moment. Maybe somebody can actually find it on Facebook.
Oliver ist meines Erachtens alleine, deswegen redet Englisch.
Anna, you're in the wrong hangout. I can be mean and put you on the live hangout this very second. Pini is here. So we're updating the map.
Schon die zweite.
Are we updating the map, Larissa?
We are updating it. Yeah, Oliver Ponder's on it.
Warum? Jetzt muss ich die Strom wieder knapp. Ist keiner da im One-to-One.
Ja, wir haben auch überlegt, ob wir mischen sollen, damit
Aber der
wir
war im
ein
Chat.
bisschen mehr Abwechslung haben, aber dann dachten sie, nee,
Das ist schon mal
wir wollen
gut.
einfach trinken.
Kein Wildfremder.
Yeah, the studio can only hold 10
Wir dachten,
people.
6 Flaschen wären wir sagen, reichen, aber jetzt haben wir
For those that are here, you're in the wrong link. We're updating the link on the map. So
Fährt dann einer von euch uns sonst ins Büro? Ja, finde ich super. Ich sag Olli Bescheid. Der freut sich.
hm?
Wenn der Glühwein leer ist, sollen wir Bescheid sagen, dann kommt ein Lieferservice und bringt uns Zeug.
Mein Glühwein ist leer, den hat er gerade Tommy.
Ja, kannst du noch bitte einen Bar
It's
machen?
coming.
Get a link for you.
Der ist gerade dabei. Er macht jetzt
I think it's
einen
still spinning in the microwave right now. There's 2 in the microwave.
For how long do you want to keep them in the microwave?
I don't use microwaves.
So we now have a bottle of.
Also wir haben jetzt Glühwein in der Mikrowelle. Der einzige Ami hier im Raum.
Aber Olli muss doch auf die Bühne holen, dass die sich unterhalten können.
Man weiß nicht, wie lange da schon steht. Schauen wir mal.
We're on it. It's working.
Is it working?
Ja.
He, Oliver,
Ich
said
könnte
it
mir
would take a
vorstellen, dass die
minute.
Leute nach dem Glühwein in
Ja,
München waren.
ich frage ihn jetzt.
eher so nochmal Richtung Glühwein kommen, dass wir euch Richtung
Du hast es im Griff, Olli, ne?
Mhm.
Dass da 13 Leute anstehen.
Ja, die kommen da nicht rein, die sollen da auch nicht rein.
Also momentan sehe ich auch auf der
Okay.
Map auch, dass irgendwie
Und
so
dann kommt da ein richtiger
20
Link, kommt
Leute
jetzt gerade
unterwegs
der
sind. Wir haben 100 Anmeldungen. Ich glaube, das dauert einfach nicht.
Ist ein, ja. Vielleicht.
Sehr gut. Hauptsache Center langweilt sich nicht. Larissa, bist du. Larissa?
Ja.
Bist du in einem Info-Ding drin?
Nein.
Ja?
Nein. Dann gehen wir jetzt.
Weil da ist irgendwie wie wird eine Person angezeigt.
Yeah, this will help.
Thanks. Oh, this is hot.
It's real hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like burrito hot.
Can somebody tell me when the pull request is through? So we might have people on YouTube.
We can also ping in Slack.
So I'll just start here. So for the few people that are in here, you're actually in the wrong room for now because the link on the map is wrong, but we're trying to update it. This is actually the backend for the stream to YouTube, and the YouTube link should appear soon, but you can go to other stalls on the map. So I'll start explaining for those that already see the YouTube link, and I'll start explaining again in a few minutes. I'll go over here. There you go. So we have built for this one a special map that you will find under christmas2020.giantswarm.io, but it should be in your emails, where you'll have lots of different stalls that you can visit. The highlighted green one is the one at the top. That's the one some of you are in now that is currently being updated because it has the wrong link. And then you have lots of other booths. So the idea is to be able to meet with other people around Kubernetes or take a few photos. talk about managed apps or operators and DevOps. We have partners from Container Solutions here. We have partners from VAD here and Direktgruppe, which we'll be talking to in a bit, one by one and getting in here. Also release engineering, and we're talking about remote work. So there are lots of different things. And why is Anna? So that's the different stalls. And
Okay, Mirko, bring den Satz mit der Flasche.
I think Anna is in two hangouts because as she's here, this is getting weird. Who is the weird Santa? The weird Santa would probably be me. Hi, Timo. And there are more people trying to enter in here, and I'm getting notice that it's getting full because yes, that is the backend for the Christmas market live stream. Trying to reload the map to see if the link is updated. Not yet. So I'm not yet sure when the link is being updated. Okay. So the link will be, Tommy, link will be RxM if it's working? Or
RxM, that's right.
okay.
I've also posted the link to the YouTube in random in the Slack channel.
Okay, good. Then it's the other one. Good. So I'll continue introducing. So you can also go on the Christmas market to see Pete Heat at 16:30. So we have a magician coming that we already had at our own on-site, and it's a really fun show to see. So please drop by there. If you want to know more about mulled wine and want to understand how to make your own mulled wine based on ingredients that you either have or that you bought based on the list or based on the stuff you bought, you can go to the mulled wine booth. We have actually sent you a rough idea of what you might want to have with that, with your invitation. But the guys at the booth will help you make something Christmassy to drink in any case. So that's the general way around the Christmas market. People are slowly starting to appear. And the idea is just to talk to different people. Kubernetes is getting fuller. First people are at VAD. Observability is getting fuller, and so on and so forth. And we're looking forward to that working well. So it's a bit interesting we have a chat in here, but again, that's mostly for streaming later. Then again, I can pick random people to talk to. Oh, we have interesting people already here. Hello, Felix.
Hi there.
Good to
Hi.
meet
Greetings from Berlin. As you can see, it's just as cold here as with your place. That's why I have my hat on.
Yeah, that's very good. I just saw that, and I saw the hat, and we have lots of different outfits going on at the moment, so that's fun to see.
Actually, I should.
So which way around?
Yeah.
Wow.
See, this is what happens if you don't work with Giant Swarm to manage to have your Kubernetes clusters managed.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, very unprofessional, I know. But I know I see the background. I know the background because we're actually connected.
Yeah. And I was referring to the hat.
Yeah,
you don't have
Nightmare,
a hat,
right?
It is Nightmare, and yeah, as we all know, Kubernetes could become Nightmare really quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually have our own hats here. I actually made it a bit Christmassy. That's when my hat will start to become like too warm slightly. So I'll talk to. By the way, you're from Containers, right?
That is correct. Yes. Yeah.
And your
Sure. I can see. Okay.
you were alone. I'm coming back. The camera.
I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't prepared for
Yeah, exactly. Now you were
being
all
all
alone.
alone in the stage. I'm sorry. I should have at least prepared a joke or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, because your wife is working with Giant Swarm, and so Giant Swarm and Container Solutions are actually like joined at the hip.
That is that. Yeah, you could say that. So that's right. So for those of you in the audience who are not with it, Container Solutions has one wonderful partner manager, it's Julia, and I'm also kind of Julia and I. We have a very special relationship, partnership beyond the professional one. And that's why kind of Ollie's so familiar with the background, because this is our office basically.
Yeah, and this is the background I see when I talk to Julia.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, and I see in the chat Marian already wondering, like, I know that background. Like Marian is also from Giant Swarm. Like, I don't know Felix, but I know the background. This is strange. Yeah, but I'll still have a chat later with Michael from your end. I think Pini will be at the booth partly, so we'll see how that goes. I mean, it's a test we're trying to do here, so to see if that works. Let's see.
All right, so far it's been great fun.
Go buy the mulled wine. I think you have 15 minutes for get yourself a mulled wine, and then you can see PT, which I can only suggest. But I think you already saw PT partly, didn't you?
I think so. Yes. Back then, when Giant Swarm has
Yeah, exactly.
a cocktail event. Yeah. There's I can only for those of you in the audience, I can only recommend this. That the guys from Link, what's his name? Link, Little Link. From Little Link, they're great. Very entertaining. It's great fun.
And they have their full setup there. I can actually now we'll do stuff. I can see if I can join in another browser. I just to mute myself, otherwise everything will go crazy, and then I can share my screen. Teilnahme bitten. That's why I don't see stuff. That's no Ollie. And I can actually share my screen now. How do I share my screen? There I share my screen. Application, and you'll see the mulled wine booth. I'm just showing the mulled wine booth that I'm just showing the mulled wine booth that we have a mulled wine booth and people. So that's fun. You're live in YouTube on the side, and I know they don't hear you; they just see you. They see you grinning. So there you can go over and have a talk with them, and they'll explain to you how you make a mulled wine with whichever ingredients you have. So I'll stop sharing here. Remove. So good. Oh, we have Henning here. I'll add Henning to the stream. Hi, Henning. This is starting to get fun. You're still muted, Henning. I cannot unmute you. I can just mute you.
Yeah. Now I'll stop talking. I'm in there. So I'm just joined, listen in, and shared the live stream on LinkedIn. Let's see.
Yeah, we're trying to get the live stream thing, but like I started the live stream an hour. Like I registered the live stream an hour before we started, and LinkedIn needs you to start the live stream an hour before it starts, or register it.
Okay, good learning.
So I couldn't put it on LinkedIn, so you had to share the YouTube link on, whatever. It's complicated. Like learning experience here.
Yeah, learning experience on my side as well. So I saw you here in that live stream, and then I heard you twice, but like with like 3 seconds in between or something. I was like, kind of okay, that's kind of an echoing Ollie. So it was fun. And now I just wanted see I'm gonna drop around the stalls, I guess. Whenever you want to get me on stage, just ping me on Slack, which I have up
Exactly.
now. So I'm open to kind of everything, sharing what I believe the future of whatever Cloud Native Kubernetes in this world looks like. Lots of insights, I guess. And I also might see if I can get some of the CIOs, CDOs that might be joining us later in here as
I
well.
actually theoretically have Jörg Helbig here. I just don't know if he hears me, and I don't see a video. So I know if
He's already
there.
in. He's already in. So because he sent a message earlier this morning that he was not sure, he got in.
No, he left.
Another call.
No, I talked about Jörg and he left.
Okay, he didn't want to get on stage. Okay, let's see. There's a few guys who just pinged me on today because they got unexpected meetings. It's
Sure.
before Christmas time. It's a busy time this week still. So maybe it's also learning next time, just when everything slows down the day before Christmas. And you are better prepared. You have at least some Christmas swag. So I'm just have the giant swan.
Yes, it's I have that too.
Even
In
though-
all honesty, I even have a wig and a beard,
Yeah.
but it's very itchy.
Yeah, I was just wondering when I went down to have a coffee and some cake with family. My little one was running to me. I was like, "Oh, Daddy, I love it! I love it!" And I was like, "So what did I do today? You are wearing my T-shirt, which I love so much." And I was like, "Okay." So it's the best way, and we need some kids' shirts. Another.
Yeah, we need some kids' shirts.
And Eva was also complaining that she has just one shirt in the wrong size. So I leave you here. I'm gonna drop around at our friends and say hi to a few people on the Christmas market, and then see you maybe later. Just ping. Have fun, guys.
Will do. Bye, Henning. Felix, you can obviously stay. You can also leave. We'll try to make a bit of more wine here, and I'll have first people coming in a bit. So, yeah, glad to still have you.
Well, that's nice of you. But I believe the magician started. It's not at this on the main stage, right? There's another stall.
The magician is on its own stall. So
okay. Yeah, I got to get the kids to the screen by then.
Yeah, then have fun.
Okay. Have you, despite the magician, Ollie, have you kind of completed all your Christmas preparations yet?
Well, largely, yes. Yes, I mean, there's not so much to prepare this time, so because there will be less visits.
Sure.
But in general, I'm pretty much done, thankfully. You prepared?
Well, it's good that Julia's not here right now, but she's the missing piece. I haven't expected from you as kind of the customer success magician. I haven't expected anything else. That you've all set now. Julia is the most difficult, to kind of. She's very demanding. I've made the years ago. I've made the mistake of selecting a gift that wasn't very well thought through, and I won't repeat that mistake as well.
Okay.
I won't jeopardize my marriage over a gift. So I still need some time on that.
Very wise choice. Then go get the kids for the magician. For everybody else listening, really, I can only suggest watching Pete Heat. You need to go to the map.
I will. Thank you very much, and have a great evening. Bye.
Maybe see you later. So I'm alone again, but we'll have a few people coming up shortly, and I see the map filling up. I also see Slack filling up with people and more discussions going on, so that's nice to see. Please drop by the mulled wine booth before you have your your first magician bit.
Ich hab
And-
am Ende den Ton aus.
See you soon.
Und
I'm now waiting for another guest to drop by any minute now. And we'll try to talk a bit about FinOps. Then next up around 5 will be Direktgruppe coming by. 5:30 will be Container Solutions. I know Daniel Eichtenfeders will show around. BRD will come later at 18:30. And I have a few more people lined up to say hi, to see how they're doing on different booths. So we'll see how this goes. I actually need to get a bit more cookies in a bit. Just have to find them. So bear with me a second while I get cookies.
Mhm. Ja. Du musst mal über die Eventpage in den Linux-Zoll gehen. Nicht über den Hangout.
Oh,
Über die Eventpage, weil ansonsten sieht man nicht, dass du da auch bist.
my Christmas hat was actually getting too warm.
Da ist noch nichts zu tun. Geh mal auf die Eventpage. Also auf der
No, Pete will not appear here because I just see the question.
Haben wir einen Remote.
Pete will be on the map
Yeah.
on the Magic Show booth, big booth in the middle at 16:30. 10 people already there,
We've had 105
More
people
joining.
registering up front.
so we'll
So
see how this
far,
goes.
We have around 35 people on the mailing list, and I guess maybe from us. So us included will be at 106.
Kubernetes sind schon
Ja.
ja. Kann man ja prüfen.
There we go. Did you just? No, I didn't. That person.
So we're actually
You did.
27 minutes into this wonderful live stream, the first live stream I'm doing. We seem to have 15 people watching. I don't know where they're watching, but it's still interesting to know.
No, it's not the normal
Um,
one. Here we go.
The Christmas market is
Hello.
slowly filling up a bit,
Okay.
which
Let's
is
wait
nice
for
to see.
in-
So I can
I'll post it.
share my screen again. So we actually have people lining up for Pete Heat, who will start in around 4 minutes. And lots of people in the Kubernetes booth talking about operators. Some of the others are still not so full, but we'll see how people join in later and how that will work.
Holly might pop in for this live stream as well.
Ich muss die Plätze ausmachen.
With the live stream, but just like pop in and nobody would hear
Ja, ja.
anything.
Mein Rechner,
But they
der
will
ist
see that
total
happening.
Der
So
ist im Hintergrund gehabt.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll just let's see if I can pop into the
Mhm.
so, yes, exact.
Nee.
I'll mute myself when I go into the
We're going
Pete
to
Heat show.
Holly with the live stream.
Just taking a look. Hi, and there's Pete. Very good, thank you. I just wanted to say hi quickly. Thank you. Have fun, everybody. Looking forward to see how this works. Have fun. See you later. Sadly, I can't share the screen and show you the sound. That's very sad.
Yeah, try
We still have to optimize that setting. Mm. So
Should have thought about that before you.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Wow,
I said that,
good.
it was muted. I really just regretted being on the live stream and not being able to see the show. So, yeah, that doesn't work. He can join with the live stream, but then the people in the live stream, so the people on YouTube who are watching the live stream will be able to hear anything.
hence we can't live stream PT. Oh, good. Um,
Ja.
Yeah, it is.
Jetzt schreibt Dennis mir privat eine WhatsApp, auf welchem Stand ich bin. Eigentlich wirklich jetzt. Die hat mal mit Dennis gearbeitet. Das hat wirkliches Weihnachtsmarkt-Feeling. Das ist ja echt süß.
oh, Hugo is here. Hello, Hugo.
Okay, there's like one more minute and then we can start.
Ja, die wird sich ja auch im Zauberer. Ne?
So, seems everybody's going to PT.
Ja. Okay, ich bleib einfach hier nur so randommäßig drin. Okay, gut.
For those that want to have a chat in here,
She has a
I'll
heads
post
up
this
already for everyone. Can you pin Pete's?
to the Slack.
Yeah. Can you pin? Yeah. Thank you. Is it? Oh no. So, okay, I'll just hand over to you. And for everyone else, if you could pin Pete's screen, then you can see him, like only him and us on the side.
Hi Dennis. Hello. Mega cool. Ja, total. Sehr, sehr gut.
I just posted the stream link on Slack. For those that want to come here and talk to me, that was interesting before. Before it was a public link and everybody joined here. Actually, all
Oh Mann.
private chat. That's private chat.
Tschö. Wir haben nur gesagt, einer von uns ist immer hier. Wir haben festgestellt, unser Stand ist unter der Navigationsleiste der Webseite. Also eigentlich kann man da gar nicht hin.
And Eric is up.
Den Zauberer gleich.
One of our colleagues, Giant Swarm, actually expanded to the US this year. And we now have 3 colleagues on the East Coast.
Nur auf spezielle Einladung über WhatsApp.
Oh, Hugo is coming. Good God. I'll add Hugo to the stream. Hugo!
I have to say hi. It has been a long time. We were supposed to have coffee in, I don't know, January or the last time we texted. It was before the whole Corona craziness.
Yeah, exactly, for the craziness. Thank you for coming to my first ever drug live stream, which is kind of feeling weird. How are you, Hugo?
I'm doing well. I miss traveling quite a lot. I don't remember spending so much time without boarding a plane. Yeah, but I'm doing well. I'm still having fun. Same place.
Where are you? Are you still at the place like here near Media Park?
Yes. Yeah. I'm like 100 meters away.
So it's really a shame that we didn't have coffee. So we really need to use this one to really make sure we do, because this is like a disgrace. We got moving. Normally we're moving between here and the US and stuff.
Yes, and I lived in Vienna for 8 or 9 months during last year September and February. So I've been moving a little bit, but we kept this flat, and it's a nice place to be. We might finally move soon-ish, but nothing.
To Vienna?
No. We are going to stay here. This is going to be base, or Cologne is going to be base. The specific location is TBD.
Okay. But you're still happily at DigitalOcean.
Yes. Yeah, we have interesting challenges. It's a fun place to be.
Yeah, that's what I guess, because when you explain the challenges you're working on, I mostly have to say, okay, I'm out. Like you seem to be like, okay, give me an example, because we here in Kubernetes land, I mean, it's hosting and everything, but like, what's a fun challenge you can talk about publicly?
Publicly
that you're dealing with.
So first, the scope of my work is a little bit wider now. I started as a performance engineer, then I became a systems architect, where my team has ownership of the bottom layers of the hypervisor, kernel, QEMU, Open vSwitch, and so on. And now I report to the VP of engineering, and my scope is a little bit less defined. It's really hard to handle multi-tenancy in a nice way. That's probably the biggest challenge in general. We need to assume that not everyone is going to play nice, but we also want to assume that there are behaviors that might be perceived as not so nice that are acceptable. And it's really hard to draw the line both from the product perspective, but also from the actual engineering perspective. There are things like what I call noisy neighbors. I know it feels like good enough is never good enough, or whatever we think that is good enough is only good enough for 1 week.
Okay. So it's really a moving target. I remember you talking about the multi-tenancy and stuff already when you were still at Giant Swarm, like early days Giant Swarm. And I mean, seems like you found your calling with a very large system where that is a totally different point. I mean, in our case, we have Adidas has their systems and Deutsche Telekom has their systems. If they have noisy neighbors, it's their noisy neighbors, kind of like it's their house. And so it's a bit different in your case. So that makes it interesting.
Yes. Another interesting challenge is the scale. Dealing with 3,000 or 4,000 servers is trivial. When you add another 0 to that, is less trivial. And we get to the point where we find bugs in things that usually people don't care much, like firmware and drivers. And if the incident percentage is like 0.1%, at our scale, 0.1% is huge.
But it's just a scale thing? Is it so it's just more stuff occurs at that scale?
I think it's scaled not in terms of numbers, but also in terms of the variety of utilization and workloads. I'd say that with multi-tenancy and a wide range of customer segments that we try to target, the chances for us to hit bugs that are new and unknown is quite high. So all the possible code paths we are going to cover them. So it's scale, but not only on the number selection, but also in terms of workloads and the variety, which is also challenging and it's fun.
Yeah, sounds like it, especially because you have really diverse sets of users, I'd say.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Because I mean, if you look at even like obviously we have we have lots of different things in terms of like usage, of course, but it's also, if you look at AWS, there's probably lots of big customers and lots of smaller ones, sure, but lots of big customers. In your case, it's lots of diverse, very, very diverse workloads of people that run one or two or maybe thousands of VMs. But it's lots of those smaller things. At least that's what I remember. Or has that changed a lot? Is it still largely the smaller ones?
No, we have some multi-thousand VM customers.
And bound to happen.
Oh yes, it was a part of the normal progress that we wanted to make, anyways. And we have a couple things that give us some advantage regarding when compared to AWS or Google or Azure. That is, our bandwidth pricing is very competitive, and which is very inviting for network-heavy workloads. So we have a bunch of well-known streaming platforms, and I cannot disclose names, but
of
you
course
heard about them for sure. And it's those are rather tricky workloads because it's very different from where we were 3 or 4 years ago, and we have to adjust and understand the constraints that those customers were finding and work with them. Yeah. You guys also have been growing a lot. It's interesting to see as an outsider.
Yeah, it's we went from 20 to 60 in the last year, kind of, or a bit over a year. Still not digital option charts, of course, but it's it's a different model, and we grow with our customers, so that's the important difference. But yes, we have 3 colleagues in the US now, which we didn't have previously, so that is starting since we added Shutterstock as a customer. So it's being spread far and wide, and it's getting to a size where real different stuff starts to happen, and like real things can be built a lot more than when you're 50 now, when we were like 8 people or something, where it was lots of ideas were there, but it was really hard to build all these ideas, and it was really hard to focus. And now there is a distinct team for AWS, and one for Azure, and one for on-prem, and one for the control plane, and one for observability, and so on. So to a certain extent similar to parts of the stalls that are on the Christmas market, and it's really fun to see that develop. So that's really cool to see. And I mean, the customers are growing, and all the customers are still loving what we do, and we're really, really, really helping and providing a really stable solution that would be hard to do by themselves, at that scale. And there are by now really, really big systems where we also see stuff that you normally wouldn't see, and which is always what we say and tell people, like, most of the problems we see are not problems that normal people see, but they're still there.
Yes.
And that's why it gets to a point where just having somebody taking care of your Kubernetes cluster part-time probably doesn't work, because at a certain scale, you get into problems that are just weird, where we had where we had a cluster dying because like some kind of core DNS upgrade was closer to DNS spec, and some weird Microsoft DNS server had an entry that was marked as authoritative but empty, and then that thing said, well, and then you also like, okay, who's responsible then? Is it the provider for the DNS thing, or the Kubernetes provider, or the, and we just help. We just make sure it gets up again, and we find the solution, and that is what makes it really interesting. So that's really fun to see, and that makes me very happy and proud of the team.
Yeah, something that I learned after joining DigitalOcean was that operational ownership of platforms is extremely expensive resource-wise. We also have an internal Kubernetes deployment. That's where our services run, internal services. And the team that keeps that deployment up and running, upgrades, I mean, they operationally own it, is quite large, and they could even use a few additional hands. And I was quite surprised to experience that. Yeah, also the scale doesn't help.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I like the Hightower said once that when he asked in the room, so who is running their own cloud? No, we're using AWS and so on. Who is running their own Kubernetes? Yeah, we do. So you're running your own cloud to a certain extent. That's what it is. It doesn't go that low level as like running your own cloud. And I mean, I presume you're going very, very low level at DigitalOcean just to get the optimization out of it. That is obviously something we don't necessarily have to do. But it is these, I mean, we have people from Kinfolk joining, and like there is stuff in the operating system, and suddenly you're on some VMware version and suddenly something reboots every hour, and you're like, why?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah, we find
Can you talk about the strange bug you found?
Yes, I actually can. Without getting into many details, way too many to pick. So yeah, probably one of the most interesting ones. I don't do debugging nowadays very often, but I still get called into when there is something weird, very weird, and I might have a clue. So this happened 1.5 years ago, roughly. There was, it was part of a node that was part of our Kubernetes cluster, one of our internal Kubernetes clusters, was the network seems to stop for a bunch of pods, not for every pod, but just for a bunch of pods. And it happened a couple times per day, and it stops just during 2 to 3 seconds, 5 second stops. And well, those are the kind of things that we don't have direct observability, but there are symptoms that give us an indication of what is going on. So it took us quite a while to actually understand that the problem was networking was stopping just for a couple of pods. Why this was not trivial? Because the bandwidth monitoring setup that we have only shows a drop for a couple of pods, but the machine is up and running. I can SSH into it, I can ping it. It's just a couple of pods suffer once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
After lots of, actually it was not very painful, but we isolated that. and we found out that if we stopped kubelet, the problems went away. And the next step was to make that reproducible. And so we got to a point where we could start kubelet, and once in a while the temporary network pauses started happening. We stopped kubelet, the network pauses went away. And apparently this was a well-known bug. It's cgroups related, where a traversal is extremely heavy, and on a machine that had many pods created previously, so a longish uptime, the cgroup traversal causes things to stop. And the reason why it was just pausing the network for a fraction of the pods is because only we have a dual CPU multi-core, like a 72 thread machines, so there are lots of threads, but the kubelet was only running on one CPU or one hardware thread. So the hardware thread that was impacted paused all the network traffic during a couple seconds. That was the reason why the network pauses were partially and not total. And that was extremely interesting. And fun to debug.
So just so that I get that right, that pod on that one thread stopped the networking for all pods on that thread?
So the work that kubelet was doing, so kubelet was asking something from the kernel, but the kernel had a suboptimal traversal implementation, a cgroup traversal implementation. And the kernel is, okay, I'm going to do this work in this hardware thread, and all the network traffic that needed that hardware thread was being queued because kernel is busy, kernel is not going to give up, kernel will delay everything. And yeah, the trigger was kubelet, which is the core piece of Kubernetes nodes.
But it fits very well because it exactly explains what I just said again, that it's at a certain scale, it gets complicated. You know, it isn't like, oh, you forgot an RBAC rule, or, you know, I don't know, you forgot the configuration in your YAML file. You know, it gets way more complicated. You know, it's not so simple anymore.
Yeah, it's the difference between functionally things are working, but sometimes they are not. And the sometimes part
sometimes sucks.
Yes. But there are other level of issues. Dealing with driver firmware, it's extremely hard to debug because firmware is a black box. So lately we have been working very closely with some vendors that I shall not name, Mellanox, and also Intel to some extent, to track down some issues. And we have good data, and we just need to give them what they ask from us data-wise, and either is a known issue or is a new issue. It's fun, challenging fun.
Yeah, but I put on a piece of paper in front of me that we have to have coffee. I mean, if you're really the entire time here, you can't move.
Now I am.
Need to manage. Now at the moment you are, and it doesn't look like it's changing in the next few days and weeks.
That's true. Okay, I've been moving a bit, but it's a very short trip to Portugal where I get tested in Frankfurt one day before I fly out, and I get tested right after my arrival. So being tested for COVID-19 twice in 4 days is not a fun experience.
No.
But well, That's okay. If that allows me to move a bit, but most of the time I'm here. Traveling to the States is not an option right now.
No, not really, not really. But I mean, DigitalOcean wasn't remote back then, but mostly remote, probably.
Yeah, the engineering force has been mostly remote, and now we don't have anyone in New York. I mean, the headquarters. Actually, it is closed because things are really bad. And we temporarily closed the office in Berlin as well because, well, it doesn't make sense for it to be open. Yeah, we became full remote, and the transition was interesting initially, but now we are all set. Engineers were already used to work remotely full time, but well, it's not just about engineering.
Yeah, but I mean, we have Shutterstock as customers, and yeah, they have offices in the Empire State Building, and that kind of, I mean, I presume expensive offices to be just empty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I guess we have 3 floors in a very nice building. I suppose that is not very cheap at all, and it's really in Manhattan, and it's extremely well located. Well, and right now, well, there are some snacks that are there, but that's it. Apart from the nice snacks, it's totally empty.
That's interesting. Okay, yeah, cool. So, Hugo, we have to have a chat. We have to have real coffee in private.
Certainly.
I have lots of questions. I'll ping you later, but I'll now talk to one of our partners here. Direktgruppe.
Yeah, please. I need to jump into one of my work meetings.
Okay, come back anytime. The guys, I know everybody was excited you're coming, so we just had lots of fun discussions, and I think Dennis is coming, another ex-colleague, and others are coming as well. Oh, I get cookies handed to me. That's perfect. See you soon, Hugo.
And
have fun at work.
I will. Hugo. Bye.
And I actually can directly add Niels. Hello, Niels. And Philippe. If I understand that correctly from Direktgruppe. Einen wunderschönen guten Tag. Hi.
Hi.
So it's very nice to see you on this giant swarm experiment of having a remote Christmas market.
Well, thanks for having us. Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
I had my first problems, the technical problems with my browser. So yeah. But once it worked, it was really nice.
I think our hats are still on our way to you. As far as I remember, it's like, okay, I can do a short swag intro. It's on the way. As far as I know, if it's not arriving in a week, then you need to tell us because it became a bit hectic. So we have Christmas.
Oh wow!
Oh, cool.
And we have this hat. And the interesting thing is,
we can put our own logo on there.
Also your logo, exactly. So we have lots of customer logos and
very cool.
Run K8s, which is actually is done by 2 friends here from Cologne. So they have shirts and stuff. They had a run-in at KubeCon once because a booth at KubeCon just printed T-shirts with Run K8s, and they have actually more or less registered that one actually. So nobody can just put that anywhere they want to. So I asked them. I was nice and asked. Both of them asked. But it's very weird to put that in the camera, and it's delayed by a second. Okay, it needs to be. So. Thank you for helping us with the Christmas market. I mean, the entire idea was just to have conversations and have mulled wine and have cookies and have a have a magician and whatnot, and Pete will probably now finishing and come back at 8. If you
Yeah, I
miss
saw him
PT,
before. I saw him
I can only
right
suggest
before
it.
that.
Yeah, cool. So
everybody was amazed about it. highly
yeah,
highly
it's
recommend it.
weird that it works. You know, it's weird that it works so well remotely. We had him
Yeah, it
on
does,
a
it does.
on our remote on-site, because I mean we're fully distributed and always been fully distributed. So normally we meet twice a year.
Mhm.
We couldn't, obviously. I mean, maybe a few people, like in summer, a few people from Germany could have stuff, but that was unfair. And hence we did a remote on-site where we got everybody on remotely, and we had PT there too, and we had like the cocktail guys that are helping with mulled wine. So if you want to have a mulled wine and don't think you have the ingredients, they will explain everything and tell you how to make it and what you can use from at home to like feel Christmassy. So we had these there and other things, but enough about me. Maybe tell me about Direktgruppe, because we're starting to work together more and more, and it's enjoyable. And maybe tell the people a bit about Direktgruppe.
Yeah, sure.
With.
Okay, let me start. My name is Niels. I am a so-called unit lead cloud and data center at the Direktgruppe, and we are a medium-sized consultancy. We are 23 years old now. We are based in Hamburg and in Cologne.
I have to ask, what does medium-sized mean?
Sorry?
What does medium-sized mean? How many people are you?
We are around 150 people.
Okay.
Yeah, not small, but not large. Pretty much medium. And 23 years old now. So we came in the game when infrastructure consultancy was the thing, 1998, doing lots of data center, lots of Microsoft data center, Microsoft technologies, workplaces, and so on and so forth. And over the time, we also developed development units. So we have a strong focus on software development and infrastructure as well. So that's pretty good for us, because in 2012 we had the luck to make our first project in 2011, 2012 with AWS, and also with a German insurance company, the Talanx Insurance in Hanover. And that was very, very interesting for us and for the insurance company and for the market itself, because there's now the public cloud, the AWS on the plate, and there's an insurance company, strong regulated business, and they are doing a public cloud, and we were able to help them. And the last
but I have to ask again. I have to butt in.
Yeah,
I know Talanx. I know Talanx a bit. I am German. I know insurance. So the question really is, you got them on the standard AWS, or you got them on this like you have your own servers on AWS, so it's like you have the API, but it's not really AWS. So it's standard AWS.
Yes, standard AWS, absolutely.
AWS must love you.
Yeah, I think they pretty much do, because we are an advanced consulting partner, and we earned the security competency, and we were I think that was 2 years ago when we earned this security competency. 2 years ago, we were the first in Germany who earned this security competency. And with this Talanx project, we even won the Best in Cloud contest from the Computerwoche in 2014. So we are pretty much into strong regulated business, insurance companies, banking, medical, and we have now, since we made our first cloud project, we have now our focus pretty much on public cloud. We call it cloud thinking at the Direktgruppe. We are all into cloud thinking, and we have the dev world and we have the ops world. So now the container business and the container technologies is for us the next step. We started last year to dig into the container technology, and well, that's the point where Philip comes in, because Philip is pretty much the root cause for all of the container topics at the Direktgruppe.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks, Niels. Yeah, from my side, yeah, my name is Philip, and I'm a consultant at Niels' unit actually. And yeah, formerly I started at the Direktgruppe mainly with the focus of DevOps, more on the process side, more on the organizational transformation side, and answer the question how to increase your performance in software delivery actually, which is not only a technology issue for this sake of being, but also more complicated mindset. For example, processes, the people to get together, and all those challenges. And yeah, I have to correct Niels actually, because we didn't do container like for a year. We already did it like since 2015. Our dev unit, for example, started build web shops on container basis. And on the infrastructure side, we had competence in the technology already. And yeah, last year I started to think more and more customers from our side thinking about transforming into a container technology world, cloud native world actually. And I started to think, hey, we have the competence on the one side and the competence on the other side. Let's bring it together and make one framework for this. So we are trying to screen the whole topic actually from many perspectives, from the dev perspective, from the operations perspective, from the security side, also from mindset, people change, for example, and bring people together. That's what we try to do here.
Very cool, especially the history I like, and getting an insurance, and it doesn't get much harder than that. But what I find interesting, but that also means that while you do containers and DevOps and so on and so forth, like it's you still know monoliths and you still know the challenges there, and you theoretically can tell people, yeah, well, we get away from Oracle, we can handle your Oracle while it lasts, kind of, or even your IBM mainframe, I don't know what, so you can really help them on the entire journey, and not only on the new side of the journey, but also on the old side, right?
That's the main focus we have actually, to bring the old side to the new side and bridging this gap between those worlds actually, because a lot of customers we have still live in this old world. You mentioned like insurance, but we also have like public sector customers and so on and so on. The main part here, or the main challenge, is actually to change the point of view. A lot of customers still don't know cloud, still don't know containers, for example, and just starting the journey, and we are trying to help to get the first steps and bring them to the right path.
That's the weird thing. That's still like, from our end, they don't know containers. Can't be like, it probably isn't yet all about containers. But if you're sitting in this world we're sitting in, if you've been to, like, we've been to KubeCon when it was like 200, 300 people, and suddenly it's like 5,000, you're like, okay, something is going on, And I still remember when we started out, Timo was actually on the first DockerCon in San Francisco. And that was mind-boggling. I mean, that's why we knew everybody, kind of, because that's when things started out. So that's fun to see. But I really like the point that you're really solving problems for them in its entirety because you just know the history. And
Yes.
I mean,
The good thing is,
yeah.
Sorry, and what is here really interesting is also that we have those ladies and guys that are interested in compliance. So in regulatory, I mean that's not typical.
I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them.
No,
sorry.
no, we both are not. You know, we're more
But you have those people. That's amazing.
We have those people. Yeah.
Yes, we have those people, and they are really. I mean, they are really good. They are the ones who talk to the customers and tell them how they can adopt those technologies and be also or be compliant as well. And that's the most the fear the customers have. You know, no, we cannot go into the public cloud. No, we cannot use DevOps principles or containers.
We cannot use containers because they're not secure.
Yes.
Yeah, we have. I mean, we just did our ISO 27001.
Oh, great.
That, but I mean, we thankfully had a consultant that really helped us do it in a technological way, you know? And to a certain extent, you just have to mind how that structure, like for example, theoretically, you have to have different categories of documents and who can see which document and so on and so on. And we said, well, the culture at Giant Swarm is, and that's, I mean, everybody knows everybody's salary here. Everybody knows we're very, very transparent. So the point is, we said, well, the only thing we have private is the stuff that legally needs to be private. Otherwise, it's public. Well, if that's culture, then you need that private thing like health insurance, and the rest is public. And suddenly you don't need 5 levels and management and non-management and who needs to see what. You just have to understand that. And for containers, I have a nice story from one of our customers in a similar way, like with these wonderful demilitarized zones. Like we need it. So they had that as real servers. Like there needs to be a real server that is the demilitarized. And then it became, okay, it needs to be a VM. And then they figured, well, with this Kubernetes thing, we have this pod that is an ingress and that is kind of a container, and there's like an Nginx in there, and that's it. And then they kind of rewrote their guideline and said, with Kubernetes, we have that demilitarized zone to a certain extent with the right RBAC and PSP and whatnot around it. But in general, we have one thing in front, and that's only one thing in front. And that's that path you're probably talking about, that you need to explain to people like how to get there and how to manage that. And it's good to know that you have these people because they're really hard to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. I remember, I think one of my first project was building an onboarding process for cloud governance, a cloud governance process, and the customer sent me like, I think it was 20 papers, Excel sheets like this, and they wanted the cloud governance process for it. And I reduced it in one Excel sheet and said, that's all you need. But yeah, the mindset is still, and I think the biggest challenge here is are these silos, the departures sitting beside, not talking to each other, and getting in the way of such technologies, cloud, for example. And that's why we love containers that much, because now when they want to install it, implement it, they have to talk to each other. Otherwise, it's not working.
And are you helping them? Because we try to, but it's obviously hard, and you need to go very deep. Are you helping them change their ways?
Yes.
Because I mean, sometimes they have to. You know, if they really want to go cloud native.
Yeah, they have to, but they don't see that every time. So it's, I think, a combination of preaching stuff. You have to look at this. This could be a better way, and you have to talk to a lot of people and be persistent. Actually, so it's not an easy job, but we try to help if they want to help.
Because you can codify a lot of things, obviously nowadays, and you can put it into code that makes it very different. But that's hard to make them understand.
I think the technology is not the issue anymore. I think you can solve every problem by automated. But the way to the understanding to it, it's a long way actually, and yeah.
But Niels, if I understand it correctly, you've been at Direct Group a long time, right?
Well,
So
I'm here for 10 years now. Yeah, right.
Okay. Do you see things repeating?
Absolutely.
Like we had cloud and now it's containers and it's actually
Yes.
the same discussion, just a different technology?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We
I hit
actually talked yesterday about it. It's always the same. It's always the same. Always the same issues. Yeah.
And it's just more than technology. And we said that in 2012, and we say that in 2020. And
do you maybe have an anecdote of something that was actually 2012 and kind of could have happened today if you change names? Like,
well, sure. I mean, look at the development part, the development units of a company, of a big company, and look at the data center part of a big company. They didn't talk to each other in 2012, and they don't talk to each other in 2020. I mean, I just come out of a meeting just 20 minutes ago, and the data center part ended the meeting and said, no, that is not us. We cannot operate this this application. We cannot do that. That is too agile for us. We are not that agile part. We cannot deploy 3 or more times a week. No, we cannot do that.
wow. But yeah, I remember one customer, we had a talk at the very beginning and they said, okay, that's very cool with this Kubernetes. And now how do we add our firewalls between like every database and application to make sure that we need to open the ports manually on our side? And you're like, you don't. You don't? No, you don't. Like, no, it's not like, it's just not possible. Like no. Then we have to rethink, but we've been working on this for 10 years and are finally getting to a stage where, but a lot of change back then, and they're really innovating and really on the cusp of where it needs to be, but it needs a change. So already being made fun of in the chat here. Nice, but it's very good to hear.
Well, as I know a good saying, some people are good with seeing the flames in front of them, but other people just need to feel the heat. So
yeah. Yeah, very well put.
It's true.
They didn't see that coming, but they felt the heat. And now they're coming back to us and asking for help, because our main contact is still the IT department in the at the customer side. And when they didn't act in 2012, now the business is not doing any business anymore with them, because the business now is running their own Kubernetes cluster and is doing their stuff on their own. And they're saying, well, IT department, we're very sorry, but we don't really think that you can help us. And so they don't really know what to do anymore. And they're coming now back and asking for help and asking, hey, how can we get in touch with our business again?
Yeah, but that's something that I actually read that VMware is struggling with, that they used to just talk, as you said, with the IT department. And now the business is doing Kubernetes stuff, and VMware is just not there when it happens, and then they need to rope them back in to a certain extent, and that's just different now, because they are just starting somewhere. Huh?
Yeah, of course. We see that the IT department is way behind sometimes, and struggling. We always call it a little bit like a fight between business and the IT department, because the business says, hey, it's much cheaper to go to the cloud by myself, and I'm just doing it because you can't help me anymore. And now, yeah, as Niels mentioned, they feel the pain right now, and yeah.
Yeah,
So
that is definitely something that is changing.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah, we have that. We have that same thing. We have that same thing on our end. Just really, and you start being at a customer, and suddenly other teams are joining in and so on. So that's very cool to see. It's very cool to see. So what's the interesting Kubernetes bit you're seeing? That's something I wanted to ask all the people that are in here. What's one of the more interesting things that excites you about Kubernetes at the moment? Or we can also take it cloud general.
I think it's the speed. When I talk, or when we talk to IT departments, they always say, "Yeah, we have no time, we have no resources, everything is, not stable enough." And now there is Kubernetes, and you're able to automate, I think, nearly everything they are struggling with. So that's actually a really interesting fact for me, and I really like the way of getting people to Kubernetes, because now they can experience speed, I guess. For example, DevOpsCon, I was there last week, and there was an developer. She optimized the deployment pipeline, and she said, "Okay, I deployment on local. I needed 1 minute," which I was like, "Okay, that's pretty fast." And remotely, she deployed within 3 minutes. And she was like, no, I want to make it faster. And she made it really, really fast. She reached like 1 second for local deployment cycle time from code commit to production. I sent it to my customer, the picture. I made a picture of it, and I sent it to him. And then he was like, "Oh, fuck, what are we doing wrong here?" Because they need, 1 month. They still work with release cycle times and release dates and stuff like that. And I think with Kubernetes and container, you're reaching you're getting really, really fast, and you can enable all the different things. You can focus on innovation more than doing all the toll manually works you've done before, and enabling actually your dev teams, your developer teams,
Cool.
to concentrate on innovation, I guess.
Nice. I'll actually get somebody new in while I'm here because he just arrived. So everybody welcome Daniel Eichten from Adidas. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
Hello. Hi, Daniel.
So I'm getting slowly, this thing is filling up, people. So I now have Direktgruppe here and Niels and Philippe and Daniel. So very nice to see you, Daniel.
Wait a second. Apologies, I have to properly brand myself.
Adidas is in the room, so I need to rebrand. I'm very sorry. Niels and Philippe stuff is still on the way. So
no problem.
Very well done for effect, Daniel.
I already was jealous when I always saw you on the calls with this one on, and I said like, wow, I need to have that cap, and I was pleasantly surprised to get this nice Christmas gift.
Yeah, very, very happy to give it this time. So we're trying to always outdo ourselves. So it's getting there. And Niels, Philippe, you can gladly stay a bit. If you need to move back to your booth, welcome to do. But it was a pleasure talking to you, and I really like what you're doing. And I'm looking forward to some very cool customer development together. So that will be really fun.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Ollie. And
thanks for having us. And
head over to the booth now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
See ya.
Hi, Daniel. We have to continue in English. This is really like it started really slowly, this live stream. It totally didn't work at the beginning. We had the wrong links. Everybody was getting in here. Nobody knew where the map is. I mean, this is new. We're trying out edgy stuff, but I have my mulled wine here, so I'm happy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Actually, I would have to heat up some, but okay, I will do that later. We have still plenty of time, right?
Yeah. You can stay here as long as you want.
Let me also get some cookies, or what are you mumbling?
Okay. Yeah, I have.
No problem. Spekulation.
We're fully equipped here.
Fully equipped. Perfect.
Fully equipped.
What a day. I
Yeah.
can't wait. Yeah, honestly, I can't wait until the year's over. But next week will be again like a nightmare. But that's fine.
Yeah, but that's end of the year. But we see it with our team that this year was stressful and it's worrying on people, and people are looking forward to have the year end. As weird as it sounds,
Yeah.
like it's not as everything is different on the 1st of January, but it's kind of this feels like a year needs to end.
Yeah. You need a fresh start. You need a fresh start. Some reboot, some rest definitely, and then also. And I mean, wait a second. How much is this going to be different to right now? I will anyhow stay at home. So
yeah.
But, oh, I know the difference. I don't have to join odd S4 HANA migration calls with the typical McKinsey, BCG, whatever is out there.
Okay, that's different.
That's different then.
Yeah. So we'll actually, I think Michael will be joining in a bit.
Yeah, cool.
Actually, from Container Solutions, but as mentioned, you're happy to stay. And yeah, I'm trying out the StreamYard thing. Theoretically, you can say stream to LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube.
Theoretically.
And then you do that, and you can schedule in the future. And you schedule in the future, and then it says, well, you need to schedule not more than 2 hours before to Facebook, and you need to schedule at least 1 hour before to LinkedIn. And you're like, okay, wait, I think I have like 2 seconds to schedule the entire thing.
There is this 5-minute window where I can schedule everything. Yeah, perfect.
I love three stripes, by the way. I wanted like, Daniel, why does he do 3 stripes? Boy, that was good.
It's the 3-stripe life, you know?
Yeah, very good. Very good indeed. I'm
also shamelessly just stealing that from a couple of people that used to do that quite often. But okay, yeah, it is like it is.
Yeah. Did you already manage to take a look at the map and stuff?
Yeah, I was just when I just joined, I enjoyed the last, I would say, like 1 minute 30 of the magician. So I might miss have the cool parts and the explanation around, because he was just like taking a paper and say like, yeah, see here, I painted a card which is the 6 of 6 clubs, and then on the back of the card I wrote black hole, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's a little bit.
Everybody was,
wow. Okay, exactly. But everyone else in the stream was like, wow. And I was like, okay, must be good.
That's fun. Yeah, but I'm happy. I think like most of the other like the ODP team joined.
I've seen them.
As far as I know, they're all here. Most of them, sadly, not everybody already got their packages. I think many already got their cocktail stuff for next week.
Good one. I think that was delivered just today, but I would have to double check, as we have this delivery nightmare.
Okay. We were actually told that, you're sending on Monday for delivery on like next week, Wednesday. That might not work. It seems that like delivery stuff is busy. I mean, we had the delivery stuff is busy in any case. But now it's getting more tricky. But my wonderful shoes.
They were fast, huh? Super fast.
Yeah.
Super fast.
Very nice shoes.
I was actually. I mean, maybe for the rest here in the group as well. I don't know how many are actually watching that, but it was quite funny. Oliver just sent me a picture of these shoes, but with the legs like this, and it looked like you were really at the dentist. And for a second, I was thinking like, why is he sending me a picture of him sitting in a dentist chair? So to see that's what. And then it took me a moment, and then sort of, it's the black Yeezys. Oh wow, okay, that was fast.
Yeah, that was fast, exactly. It was really fun. It was yeah.
Yeah, there was Saturday till Tuesday or so, right?
Saturday to Tuesday, and that for anyone watching, like if you're becoming a customer from Giant Swarm, Oliver Tillman is becoming your customer. That's a worthy goal. Just saying.
Well, we had to do something about it that you could get these nice boots.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just sending Michael a link.
So what are we going to ask Michael? What the fuck is cloud native, or?
Yeah, something like that. What the fuck is cloud native? Something I like that point. He needs to talk about the biggest problem they have. We'll see. Actually, but I have to. Larissa oder irgendwer, kann ich noch einen? Danke. I'm getting
mulled wine.
I'm getting more mulled wine. And yeah. Oh, there's Michael. So I'm adding Michael, and I'm getting a cookie. Hi, Michael.
Hello.
Look, I have Daniel here.
Welcome. Long time not seen.
Yeah, recognizable, huh?
Yeah, but Michael cut his beard a bit.
Especially for this.
Oh, you cut it.
Okay, yo, no, last time I was like, okay, he just came off a mountain there where he lived. For,
so you also had like a what was it, a volleyball which is called Wilson?
No. I once was too lazy to shave, and then I thought that's a good way. I don't do anything, but then it was like this. So yesterday or 2 days ago, I think 2 days ago. So, let's do a bit. Let's see.
Very nice.
Thanks.
So,
but I'm not here for my beard, I guess.
Yeah, well, it depends. You're here for anything I want you to be here for, to like it, because it's my show. And now I kind of made it Daniel's show too, because I just told him to stay. I mean, the end will be 10 people. 10 people fit in here, so that's fine.
Okay.
But for now, first things first. You actually have a booth. You're actually a partner. You're actually here. We actually like you. We actually work together on several customers. So maybe for those listening, and in general, give us a quick introduction on Container Solutions.
Which is Daniel, but fine.
No, yeah. because Oliver said we work on similar customers and on same customers, and then I just raised my hand and said like, hi, guilty.
That one
is one
as well, plus others who are not in this call, I guess. Yeah, we are a consultancy helping customers to adopt whatever Giant Swarm is building, for example. Not just Giant Swarm, but others. We are engaging on different customers together with Giant Swarm, and we love, of course, working with them. That's why I guess they invited us.
Yes.
I was pretty sure about that. And yeah, we help you if you want to do something with cloud or cloud native. We can certainly help you to make proper use of it.
So, okay, we can because you're doing. So, what is the most cloud native thing you did, if that exists? Like, what's the most hipster whatever thing you recently did? Because we wanted Container Solutions. We wanted to like the idea is you are admittedly the cloud native people in here, and I remember us having a chat recently, actually, about a customer that has high security demands, where we said, okay, can we, because we are managing clusters, and theoretically we have root access on the clusters. Can we build it in such a way that we have no access whatsoever to the customer data, even though we could theoretically restart anything? Which is interesting, which we can talk about. But maybe there's something else that you say, okay, that was a weird project.
Oh, weird projects, but I potentially shouldn't talk about them.
Okay, you have to be able to talk about this. Yes, no, you don't. This is by barely anyway.
We have awesome customers and of course also weird ones from time to time, but weird in a good way usually. the most cloud native thing.
Genau. 14 sogar.
Boah, I don't know. We help customers to do the right things. So anything in that regard is quite nice and awesome, I would say. The best, coolest thing. I think the one you mentioned, the security thing, I'm kind of proud of that. It's the highest security thingy we've ever been building, and the security clearance and accreditation they got was basically without any back and forth. They went through it and are now the first fully certified, provider in that space.
Mhm.
That's
But
something.
how does that work? How does that work? Like, can you give us a bit of details?
Yes, of course. I mean, technically, of course, Giant Swarm built the underlying platform, and we built and helped building the processes around the flows. We helped shaping the infrastructure.
Oh, I didn't even know. Sorry, I didn't even know that was one of the customers we're working together with. Okay, not in this call, but okay.
Yeah, and I mean, there are a lot of cool tech involved. It was Azure, I think. Yeah, it was Azure.
Yeah.
A lot of GitOps, which we then called for the auditors continuous compliance. We helped with usual things on how to build such a platform, how to operate them. How does software need to be built so that it basically passes on one hand such a high security demand? So like from a review point of view. Yeah, I think that's halfway English. But also that they still can continuously do the things they ought to do. So I'm quite proud of that one, especially because it's a highly regulated industry. So that's quite cool. And we achieved it basically with what we consider cloud native tech. So Giant Swarm clusters, all cloud, nothing on-prem legacy, whatever, continuous deployment, microservice, whatever else buzzword you ever have heard, we kind of built it, implemented it with the customers, and they passed quite rigor security clearance.
Very cool. Okay, I admit I actually remember that we had a nice call when they launched the project where they celebrated together. Need to see if somebody from them is over there looking over here so I can talk about it.
Yeah,
and I don't mention people that are just fully unknown mentioned. I just have been brought a new mulled wine, and nice they have brought me a glass of water too.
Yeah, I just picked up one from, I'm one floor below the kitchen, and I thought it's a good idea to put rum and other things in it just to speed it up, but now it's already hot.
That's going to be fun, I guess, because I'm the only one like anti-alcoholic here, so I still have my mate.
Yeah, that's
You're going the totally different direction. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
No, but that's an interesting one. What you, I mean, can you share some more on the requirements as such?
Yeah, it's a highly transactional business. So, and they have connections to the German, is it tax authority?
Might be, yeah.
It's some kind of such, and they need to have tamper-proof transactions because this is something that customers would get taxed on, kind of.
Okay, so I guess like a lot of encryption, signing, at least once processing for some streams. Okay, sounds interesting.
Yeah, really quite nice, and well, also the company behind that, so the customer company or mother company, however you want to call it, was not 100% sure that this will be a success and that this will basically work out, but of course we were convinced.
At least they were brave enough to try, yeah.
Yeah,
but they really celebrated it when it worked.
which was obvious that it will work.
Exactly, but that's the big difference, and I think that's one of the big differences, and that's what I also like about you and about us working together. And that's something I think that worked very well with Adidas when we started working together, that we said, okay, let's work together in the road to get somewhere.
Yeah.
And not finish before we started. You know, we figured this is the direction we're going, and we need to learn on the way. I still remember when we had first talks, and we were all pretty certain that problems would occur, but we looked each other in the eye and said, okay, it's probably that group that is sitting here can tackle those problems and solve them. You know?
Yeah, I guess that's a fair assumption.
And that's the important part, because this is all new. You know, this is we're not dabbling in old stuff that just, you know, however you want to put it.
Yeah.
So I think that's important. And Daniel, you came a long way. I mean, I still remember our first meetings, 2000, end of 2016?
16? I
15,
can't
16,
remember.
something around that. I think I met Marcus and Florian at a conference in 15, and then we met in 16.
Might be, yeah, correct. I was coming back from Portland, from Oscan in 15, and I said, like, hey, this Kubernetes thingy, that sounds to be the right step going in the next direction. And then until then, we were just doing this typical one VM, one container, and then deploying through things like Ansible, which was cool.
Very well done with your hat.
Baby steps.
Sorry. I needed to interrupt because he has container solutions on there. Very good. I want that thing.
Took you some time, Oliver. Took you some time. That's already there for quite a moment.
Yeah, but I listened to you, Daniel.
Yeah. Sure.
So you came back from Portland.
Yeah, I came back from Oscan 2015, and
I remember you talked about Oscan back then.
Yeah, and that was the release party. That is also when Kelsey and Scott took over the committee of the Oscan, and that was also the shitty year where they decided to relocate Oscan from Portland, Oregon, to Austin, Texas in May, right? And everyone else was like, seriously, guys, what crazy idea. No, but I was coming back, and until then we were I would say, like, still following this one container, one VM approach, deploying through Puppet or Ansible later on, and that was already good, right? Compared to what we had before, where you had to fill out upload a zip with your deployment package and fill out a Word template for the operations team to actually then take care and deploy it, and then you had people on the operations team that you had to teach how to pick and how to get a Java heap dump, right? No, that was nice, yeah. And then it was clear that with the growing amount of containers that we were using already, also in production, that we had to do something. And Docker Swarm wasn't the kind of approach. Mesos was okay-ish, but then we hit with Kubernetes. We really hit the sweet spot. That was somewhere in between. That was not this 20,000 node Mesos kind of thingy HPC approach, and it was not this I just spin up something with 3 nodes Docker Swarm thingy, right? And it was pretty cool, yeah. But it still took us. I mean, when did we have the test clusters? 2017, January 2017. I think that's when we got the first test.
Really started, yeah.
That's when we really started. Took us still a year to convince everyone in the company that this is the right direction.
But it has by now taken up. Yeah, I still remember when Container Solutions started training people, and we really got classes online. We started with AWS, then on-premise got online, then the different things got online. Then when China started and things, and now it's really like a flywheel that more and more stuff is going in, and it's more like, okay, we.
And I remember one thing from our first engagement, kind of first, so like when contracts had been made and stuff. When I visited the first time Adidas in Herzogenaurach at Wokit back then. I think that was the name, huh? We sat in a meeting room, and I can't remember who asked. It's like, and how do we update our CMDB when the things move around? And I'm like, what? I was prepared for everything, but I was not prepared for this question. This was done a bit before. This was the question I would have never anticipated as a question. So I was totally like, what, CMDB? And you want to have each container or pod register this thing? Yeah, I'm like, I think it should. That's a good idea.
I guess I don't know who it was because I can't remember to be there in the meeting, but I only have like 2 people in mind who could have asked such a question.
Yeah, I don't want to blame someone, but this caught me off guard, I have to say. And that rarely happens, but I was sitting there quite relaxed. And then, this question, what? No, I can't deal with that question.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And we still have these people, right? So don't get me wrong. I was just discussing around. There is an interesting aspect right now where there's a request coming up to centralize all Oracle accounts, and the best idea they came up with was, hey, let's create service accounts in the Azure Active Directory and use Kerberos authentication towards the Oracle databases, and then everything will be better. So like, interesting approach. Did you also check things like HashiCorp Vault, which could be even cooler because you have dynamic credentials? And then we had a meeting with Hashi, and that literally blew some people's mind, and they were sitting there and said, like, what is that, what we are just looking at?
Yeah, these are the things that stick, at least to me. I have multiple of such on different customers, but that was the one where this was the beginning of our journey, which is now also 4 years or something. But I still remember a question about stupid CMDB.
Pretty much 4 years, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
CMDB. Most of our colleagues don't even know what a CMDB is. So you were at least lucky that I was able to answer what it is.
You should have answered your Git repository is the CMDB.
I felt it was potentially.
So I have to ask to not die stupid. What is a CMDB? At least I ask people. I presume it's some kind of registry of all applications running.
Not just applications, everything which is kind of.
But isn't that EAM something like Linux thing?
No, in Linux you wouldn't. That's a different detail level. So in the CMDB you really have like every machine and every software which is installed in every machine, and ideally every port which is somewhere configured to be opened on each and every network component, and MAC addresses and whatever, right? So I mean it's you can. Well, actually, you would say like it's your asset management on hardware and software, but to a very, very, very detailed level, including the configuration. So it's not only there.
Just say it's something no one will ever look at.
Exactly.
Okay, that's another definition. So it's another thing a big corporate has that nobody wants to look at.
I think it's change management database or something like this.
Configuration management database.
Yeah, here we go.
Well, I mean, there is a value to it. Yeah, and there is a value to it, right? So there is a value to it because what you usually do is you set up discovery scans and then have tools that do discovery scans and check through all of your machines and then use whatever, I don't know, some agents that you have installed, or also sniff the network and use SNMP and to collect all of that information together. That's fine. But you don't know how often we get requests from our IT security colleagues who say like, "Hey, can you help us? Who has an application where we still have PHP version 5.x running?" And then you say like, ideally you go through LeanIX and check which application is built using PHP, right? Then potentially they can help you with, but on the specific version, we don't have that. And that's and this is where the value comes in, because it's coming in for CVE. So they when there is a new CVE being released, as we had just, when was it, 2 days ago with the FireEye hack? No, yesterday, 3 days ago.
3 days ago.
And then yesterday it was in the news. 2 days ago it was hacked. Yes, on Monday afternoon they got hacked. And now it's going through which systems and which machines and whatever is affected by all of the CVEs which they released, where they said like, hey, promise there is no 0 day in, but this is all of the CVEs where we really would recommend, because our attack tools using these issues, we would really recommend installing the latest patches. And now the CSERT teams and the SOC goes on and says like, we have the CVE. Which machines are all affected? Which machines do we have to patch? So for these purposes, CMDB is quite valuable. On the other side, I don't know if everyone would look at it, right? Because on software asset management, you do it differently. On hardware asset management, you usually would do it differently. Having that as a central big database, I honestly don't know.
You can achieve the same level of like even being able to discover which kind of application in a different way. But fine, I was just still have that in mind when I think about Adidas. This is something like CMDB. I don't know why, but this is it.
Yeah.
And now Oliver also knows what the CMDB is.
Exactly.
But you know,
it was worth it. I can go now. I can drink more.
But you know, sometimes it's just for people to tick boxes, right? I just received a security report from my AWS Playground account.
Yeah.
And I have obviously a compliance score of 44.57%, whatever that means. So I went through it and said like, oh, what are the violated policies that IT security put in place? And for instance, one of the violations in there is you shouldn't use the root account. Oh yeah, that's a good hint. Perfect. Unfortunately, I don't even have the root account in hand. Someone else used it because we have this organizational setup, and someone else from any team somewhere thought like it's a good idea to use the root account to deploy something forcefully into my account instead of using some assumed roles or whatever. So that's shown up as violation. Even worse, for instance, one of the rules over there is you have to have in all of the AWS regions. By the way, they are looking at 16. I don't know why they're looking at 16, because in the meantime, we have 17, 18, 19, whatever. You should have enabled AWS config. And when you look into the enablement of AWS config, you just have to have a config configured, but it doesn't have to be enabled. So it shows up as approved and compliant if you enabled it once and disable it immediately afterwards. But then it's cool, right? And they know about this fact. This is the hardest part about it. So there are some people sitting there like, oh yeah, yeah, but it's compliant. For our rules, totally sufficient.
But that's still the biggest problem with these security scanning things, I have to admit, that you can't tell it, we have that solved differently. Can you please continue scanning if you see other occurrences than the ones you have now? But the ones you see now are fine. Especially because also like on AWS, like you didn't deny S3 whatnot in Brazil. And like, I don't use Brazil, you know?
Exactly.
I have never logged into Brazil. I don't, you know? You're not at 100%. And then security comes back. Why are you not at 100% on the AWS thing? Because we're not using Brazil.
And then the other cool things are really like another nice example. Because I'm just cleaning up right now. Another nice example is you should have your CloudTrail bucket where you have all the logs on CloudTrail that should use encryption. So if you enable encryption on the bucket using the AWS encryption key, it will still show up as violated. If you use a customer provided key, it will still show up as violated. Only if you use the encryption from the CloudTrail watch, so the integration over there, not on the bucket itself, then it will show up as approved. Where I said like, guys, seriously, if I don't have the key in hand, if the bucket is encrypted or the file is encrypted, I don't even care, right? In the end, it's encrypted with the same key.
Yeah, but this is tools. The worst is auditors.
Yeah, but guess who's using these tools? They go in there and say like, hey, that's exactly what's happening to us. So the auditors come and say like, by the way, your account is not compliant. So we will slap now.
I come from e-commerce. So before I did other things, but I've done a bit of e-commerce. And there's this in Germany, this TÜV zertifiziert, blah, whatever. And if you want to have this label, which seems to be a thing in the German market at least, you need to pay, of course, for the audit and for the label if you pass it. And then they send a TÜV person to audit your organization, all kind of things. The one thing, we had a CDN, like a lot of people have CDNs. And what they did was like ping blah, blah, blah .de, and they got, of course, a response. And I tried for multiple years, all the time to explain the response does not come from any of our load balancer service or anything. This is a fucking edge server of our CDN.
It's not us, it's them.
Yeah, and then they need to disable it. I'm like, you can call Akamai and try to disable that. Please do so. This was a huge, this kind of things, not just that, but there were multiple on that level. Like, why do you audit a tech stack and tech implementation on a tech company where you have zero clues about tech?
Yes. And this is something, this is very, very interesting, because until today, this year, no one really could explain me and give me a very, very, very good reason why you would blindly disable ICMP, all ICMP messages on everything, where I don't really see a reason for it.
ICMP of death, there was this ancient mystery.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, that's what, 20 years old.
And I think even then it didn't work, but that's just my belief. But yeah, you need to argue with such people, and sometimes
we invite. It's easy. Whoever is listening right now who can explain us why in 2020 we should have ICMP disabled by default, and not, I mean, like blindly all ICMP messages, not like partially where you say like this, block, this lets through. Great. Happily invited to come here on the chat and explain to me. I would love to hear it.
So this is an open invitation. Adidas.de and .com. You wouldn't pass.
Yeah, because it's on Akamai.
Yeah. It's an ICMP weight room. Yeah.
And this is the level of tools and auditors. I don't have words for this. There are a lot of good things in certifications, PCI, SOC 2, and all that. But the auditors, I have no words. I hope listening to this and contacts me later. I have a lot of improvement points.
Yeah, but especially, I mean, we just did our, actually, good God, the second time I say this today. We just did our ISO 27001, and the big point in there is it can actually be okay if you manage it from a tech side and explain it well. Like my example is always like there's this requirement that you make sure that documents are only read by the people that are supposed to read them. And you're like, oh, fuck, that will be interesting. But then you say, well, we're a transparent company, so everybody can read everything. So the only things we make private is like your health insurance. And then, okay, if that is your like company culture, then that's fine. Ding, problem gone, ISO certification 27001, fine. You know?
Yes.
It's
but
just...
it requires a person. This is too subjective, usually. It's like... The person needs to sign off who is the auditor. If the auditor has a small grasp about this kind of things, you get the tick box. But I failed certifications like that already in the past for other companies, where we are like, but we have countermeasures in place for all the things. Yeah, but I don't understand them. I'm like, isn't this now my problem or is it yours? At an extent, it was ours because we didn't pass at first, but well. Yeah, certifications. Pain in the ass.
Totally different question. Does your container solutions thing stick to the head, or is it like held tight by our one?
It's a sticker.
No, it's a sticker. Okay, you actually should have these black things on there that you can put the sticker on.
Yeah, I guess
You haven't seen the video yet. I still need to send you exactly. Those are the ones where you can put stickers on.
Yeah, I wanted to still
But you wanted
credit.
to put the Giant Swarm and you on. That's good.
Yeah, I wanted to credit at least the gift somehow, not just. But I can, of course, also use it a bit more appropriate.
Ah, wonderful.
Always welcome.
Did you already talk to the Alexander guy, Daniel? Did I?
No, not yet. That would have been like now my plan to talk to him, and I have seen
I'm just
him.
telling him.
Okay, I've seen him popping up here in the chat, saying hi.
But he
to
just had to leave for a problem.
Oh, a problem. An A problem or a problem?
A problem. Just no.
Ah, okay, just a problem. That's fine, because we had in the past couple of days a couple of A problems.
Somehow heard about it.
Yeah, the worst one was actually when Alibaba in China was down for a couple of hours and you couldn't do
Alibaba was down.
Yes.
The worst one was when I really wanted to purchase fucking sneakers and I couldn't because I couldn't check out. That was fun.
Michael?
Yeah, I got them later, but it was not as convenient as.
Why are you buying sneakers over Alibaba?
Okay.
Okay.
The ones who are not yet released
in China.
The ones directly from the factory.
Yes. I wanted this Lego sneaker, and then able to meet.
I still want to have the Lego sneaker too.
Guys, I can tell you immediately, forget about it. I have seen literally one pair in real life, and I'm working at this company. So I would say I don't know the exact volumes which have been there, but it was literally I think the factor of demand versus supply was more than 400.
And that's why I'm talking to someone from the factory.
Ah, okay. But you have to talk to the guys from the Adidas factory, not from the Lego factory, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because
That's the
otherwise you
problem.
will get these chunky, blocky shoes which are not very comfortable to wear.
Yeah, maybe.
But I have then Daniel, I have a question because we have a shoes guy in here. So what about this Goat app?
Yes, what is with the Goat app?
Because they say they qualify if the shoes are real, original shoes.
Yeah.
So they do.
Yes. So how it's being done is so Goat is employing shoe authenticity experts. And you can request to have your shoe processed through an escrow process. So when you purchase, you send the money to Goat. The seller sends the shoe to Goat. They check if the shoe is authentic and proper. And if it's not, everything will be just canceled. And if it is, the seller gets the money and the buyer gets the shoe.
Okay.
And actually, I remember there was a I can't remember what the name of the German company was. There was also a company from Cologne, a smaller one.
The app is really nice. It allows you to tell you, like, I want this shoe in this size. Tell me when you have somebody willing to sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
And it's actually quite cool because we talked to them more than a year ago. AWS opened up the channel to talk to the Goat guys because they host everything also on Goat. And what they do is it's pretty cool. They have some pretty cool advanced AI topics on visual analysis, and they even have how was that called? An evaluation prediction scoring kind of thingy over there, where you can just put in a sketch of a shoe, and they will immediately tell you if it's going to be like super hyped and sold for a shitload of money, or if you literally can take it and put it down the drain.
You can buy shoes over them and put them in their storage.
Yes, do as well.
I like watches. I like wearing watches. I like shoes. I like wearing shoes.
Oliver, you're like super into crypto and whatever, right? And you're wondering that people purchase shoes just as a
good.
value object.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
right now we have this auction at Sotheby's. Did you guys have seen
Auction
that?
at Sotheby's?
Yes, the Adidas ZX Porcelain Edition, which was hand painted by 15 artists of the Meissen Porcelain factory.
What the Adidas? What?
Porcelain, ZX Porcelain. Maybe I can find a link. And it's on Sotheby's. I don't know if the auction is already over, but it's going to be close to this. I mean, it's completely money will anyhow go to some charities, but they do expect the sell price between $800K and $1 million.
And it's a shoe you built?
It's a shoe we provided the shoe, exactly, Meissen, that's the one. We provided the shoe, then Meissen did
what the? But is it like a shoe you can wear, or is it like
even the midsole is made out of porcelain? Even the midsole is made out of porcelain.
So you can't wear it, but you can put it on the cupboard.
Yeah, the heel cup is made of porcelain. There is something on the tongue which is made out of porcelain, but the whole shoe as such, all the leather, everything which is there you see it, that tongue label that's made out of porcelain.
You see actually this is made out of
porcelain. Everything on the shoe is hand painted by Meissen artists, and they 15 different ones, because it's 15 different decors, and even like to be like a master decor painter at Meissen, you have to have I think to paint a decor at least 4 to 5 years or so. And then you have to have a master certification and so on, just for this decor, right? Just for this decor. It's not like you pass the master certification and then you can paint all decors. It's like per decor you have to make a master certification at Meissen. And 15 different artists were on the shoe. It's 15 different designs, and it's one-off. But it's going to be sold for expected somewhere $800K to $1 million US.
But wait, it looks like the sole is a normal sole, like this part here is porcelain, but this is leather again.
Yeah, but if you see down there in the front, there is also there is at the front cap this one. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
This is also. I would be very careful to wear it. Even potentially you even can, but for shoes which costs $1 million. Yeah, maybe not a good idea.
What I found the weirdest is by looking at Sotheby's, when you go and buy now, there is fashion, sneakers, handbags, and pants. So sneakers are a thing.
Yes.
I mean, this
sneakers
shoe, I shouldn't swear in public, but that sneakers.
Yeah.
200,000 euros for the Nike Moon shoe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're still wondering that you can store your shoes at Goat?
No, I don't want to have the 200,000 euro Nike Moon shoe.
I don't know any of them. Fucking hell. Okay, no, that is much for me today.
Okay, that's so. Again, we learned something today. That's wonderful.
This moon shoe is something like the boots. There is a couple of running boots in our history department, of which also still handmade. I think there is a mountaineering boot. Have you seen that in the Walk of Fame on the campus? Because there are whenever you did it, there's usually like one pair of Adi's personal boots that he handmade for himself. They are on display, and you can see them. There is also his workbench. So if you're either lucky or you're like a very, very, very VIP, then you get access to the room where they exhibit his workbench with his original tool sets and a notebook and so on. But okay, further.
The weird thing in Aurach is that even the hotels are branded. Kind of to be neutral, Puma and Adidas, but I always think, what about the poor Scheffler guys?
No, because if I know that there's this one hotel near Adidas where you go and you see, okay, those are the Puma guys, they have Puma shoes, those are the Adidas, they have Adidas shoes, and then those are the guys in suits, they're going to Scheffler.
Exactly.
Also, in the hotel, if you go, there's this one hotel chain, the cheap one when it's occupied.
Novena.
Yeah, but they have a cheap and an
Yes.
expensive one.
Yeah, they have two.
Cheap one is basically occupied. I was twice in the more expensive one, and this whole hotel is like one floor is Adidas, another one is Puma history, and then all kind of.
The reason for that one is because still parts of these hotels are being owned by the Dassler family. Yep. So I would say half of the village is anyhow still owned by Dassler family.
Okay. Yeah, I always thought poor Scheffler, they can't put, I don't know, automotive stuff in the hotel or something.
It doesn't look as cool as sporting stuff.
I felt like if you go now as a, I don't know, even a consultant like I'm, or someone to visit Scheffler, go to the hotel and find just the other two big ones. Feel a bit.
Good. So then let me do the following. I will leave now and then talk to Alex. Maybe join in later.
I don't know if Alex is there, but try. He just had to leave for the. I'll connect you two on Slack.
Oh, I'll do it this way. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, and then try.
Then I would say have still fun.
Lovely Christmas.
Yeah, I think we see each other before.
I guess so too.
Absolutely. Just connect.
Take care, guys.
And
Bye.
Alexander, you two, if you have time, please chat. Alex is in a.
Have you watched the Magic Show?
No, but I know the guy because we had him on our remote on-site. So, but
yeah, I will try the second round. The first one was we just wanted to leave, and then Henning showed up, and then we talked too long. That's not later. I will bring him, and then after that, so today he's allowed to stay up longer. We will watch Magic Show.
And it's perfect. Actually, you don't need to understand things. So for everybody watching, really like it's Christmas 2020 Giants Swarm.io, and you can there's a booth for the Magic Show. It's at 8, and all fine.
Yeah, today is his lucky day. He can stay longer, awake at least. How long is it?
Half an hour.
Okay, yeah, well, then it's kindergarten tomorrow, so it doesn't matter if he's tired.
And it's really fun. It's of course it's English, but like I was surprised how well it works. Just something.
He can swear in English some words. He is quite good. So in the past, I had my office next to his kids' room. This is changed now, but I tend to swear sometimes, and he grasped that. So, yeah, so he can participate in saying some stupid words, I guess. But
yeah, but kids is fun. Like we had many with their kids in the last time we had Pete on, and it really worked great. So,
yeah, I believe.
Hence all good. But I'm happy to know that you talked to Henning already.
Yeah, we did. Quite
So
a bit, even. Yeah.
So I'm actually in 15 minutes. VRD will come. Another one of the partners. You actually have colleagues here in the chat. We have Brendan Kemp and Carla here. This is interesting. It's a bit weird that this is streamed, but I'm shortly before saying I do this like let's do this more often and with more people.
Yeah,
Hello,
let's get someone in from them.
Yeah, send them the link. I can only do the public chat. I don't know where that ends up.
Yeah, wait, give me a sec.
You just need to copy the link from the top. Like that's the streaming booth thing.
I need to see who is online. Yeah, here we go.
Carla and Brendan are chatting. By the way, don't you have? Yes, Brendan, you're being forced to be here. Don't you have your next meetup coming up?
That's something best answered by Carla, of course.
Okay, then we ask Carla. Then get Carla in here.
Yeah, I sent the URL to both.
Now they need to wait like 15 seconds because it's delayed on YouTube. Wait, I need to change my... Because I asked...
Oh.
I have to say I look like a this is totally weird. I look like a call center employee, but
Why is
I'm trying to get Stefan in here from Deutsche Telekom, so I need to. Hi, Carla.
Hello.
Hello.
You're now on the live stream. Good to have you.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I wasn't expecting that, but I guess.
Now you have to go through this. Hi. Because you're actually the perfect person to ask. You have your... I remember you had your conference, and I still remember we just have a blog post up from Marcel, who was holding a talk with Fake Blood, who actually, by the way, complained by now that Fake Blood is really hard to get rid of. we have Brendan here. Hello, Brendan. Sorry for forcing you in here. So we had Marcel had this talk with Fake Blood, and the problem you saw that you touch your face sometimes. You know, I mean, we by now COVID and stuff, we know that you do that. But then you touch the wall, and getting Fake Blood off the wall seems to be a very hard thing. So he still has Fake Blood all around his apartment.
Which is not creepy at all. It's fine.
Not at all. No. But that's the kind of effect you have with your conference and stuff. So you're running great conferences, and we love being part of them.
Thank you. That's the effect that we want to have on people. Leave a permanent mark on their houses and everywhere.
That's the entire point. That's why we're doing this here, because we said all we really want to have is have a chat. I mean, that's what we love about KubeCon, is meeting all the family again, and meeting at the having a booth at KubeCon isn't the most fun thing that people have ever invented. Now I can also get Stefan in, so we get some more. Stefan is here. Welcome, Stefan, Deutsche Telekom. Hello, Michael, Carla, and Brandon from Container Solutions. We still have to finish, but I'm not letting you go, Stefan, because he was held back by one of the other guys. But Carla, you have a meetup coming up, right?
Yes, it's next week on Wednesday.
Where do people go, and what's the topic this time? Is there a topic?
Yes, we do tend to have topics. We have 2 talks. Let me check. So actually, one is from Stacy Cashmore, and is called Embrace the Pitfalls. And the other one is from Styra, and it's called Identity and Access Control. So
we already talked with Michael about identity and access control and encryption, so that's like fitting. And that's when exactly?
This is on December 16th. At 6 p.m. Central European Time.
For 2 hours?
Yeah.
Perfect, because we have a cocktail session with customers at 8, so I can talk about fun stuff from 6 to 8 and then have cocktails. That's perfect. Stefan, there you know, if you don't have anything to do from 6 until 8, and then you can just drink cocktails directly without having any food previously.
I mean, if you like an activity in the morning or lunchtime, we also have our What the Fuckinar on Tuesday. Even better, you know. It's what the fuck is cloud native culture.
I love how Michael's just like, oh, I'm sorry for swearing, and then now, events manager comes on and just like demolishes it, right?
I'm sorry.
It's
It's
fine,
our
it's
friend.
easy. Yeah, it's
Very
fine.
nice.
Yeah.
Very
I'm,
cool.
I'm enjoying some Glühwein. I couldn't get into the Glühwein
Booth?
was it? Yeah, the
Booth
booth.
stand. We don't even know what to call these because it's
Yes.
not, yeah.
Yeah. Michael
So you
gave
just
me a
made-
recipe, but it was
Yeah.
way too much alcohol. Like I
Guess what I had? And when I
I-
started this live stream, it started to feel, and it was a bit.
When I ordered the last one, they gave me a bottle of water. So, okay.
Yeah.
But what do you do at Container? So we know. I know Michael. He's here for almost an hour now. I know Carla is for events. What do you do, Brandon?
Carla,
Carla, you
to
are
all the
doing
cus-
events, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just making sure. I mean, I'm here. Your caller is there for events. No, I'm actually something totally different. But never mind, Oliver.
It's called being a polyglot, right? You do multiple things. She also codes with us.
Yeah, I hope so.
Third time.
Yeah, I
So
also
I-
theoretically code. I just don't have commit rights.
They don't let you near any of the important stuff, right?
Exactly.
I get told the same. I
Oh,
should not do
one of the security guys recently said, Ollie, you need to update your SSH key in the system to access the servers, please. And I said, really? I have an old SSH key in the system to get to servers? Go! Yeah, so no, you don't. I can have okay. I managed the server I did manage was a 16 megahertz Solaris Spark, where I managed Bind and Apache and stuff. So I do know my way around servers that are very old.
So,
And I have to admit-
now you're busy like trying to explain to everyone why you had an old SSH key on that server, right?
Exactly. Now that's my problem. But I mean, the cool thing is, I have to say, now history. Like if you have like that was back 96, 97, like the Linux server got like 60% usage of the TCP/IP, like the cable. And the Spark thing got 100%. There you just said, okay, we should have gone with Spark instead, but open source wins. I had that discussion recently. Open source wins. But yeah, the Spark server got 10 megabit on a 10 megabit line. The Linux server on FTP, the Linux server got like 6 megabits on a 10 megabit line. You just say, okay, Spark is better, and you could surf behind the Spark server. The Spark server had like 3 big fans at the end, and you could mount your surfboard and fly away.
So
That's
1996, I didn't even have a beard yet. I mean, you're old. I'm just gonna say that you're almost as
Thank
old
you.
as my boss.
Thank you. I just had that point that somebody else was
He's
here
older.
where I said, when you
He's
started, when you were born, I already did this internet thing.
So
Just for the records, Oliver is older than me.
Yeah.
Oh,
for the record.
okay.
Wow, we
All
are
right,
not
well, you
shaming
don't
mom.
look at Oliver.
Because
You don't
I'm
look at-
35 and Michael is only 28.
That's it. That's it.
What I love
now
about
Carla is 16 and that's getting weird. No, that doesn't work. We need to change our ages a bit, Michael.
Why 18 works?
18 works. Okay, Carla, now you know. 18 for the next few years.
Yeah,
Oh,
let
good.
me update my documents. So
Yeah, exactly.
Can help you.
well, it's always fun having Michael at clients because he knows all the old systems that we have to upgrade. So you have the here's the server Michael installed. Now we've got to make them cloud native, right?
By the way, how come that Brandon didn't yet answer what he's doing?
exactly.
Doesn't know.
I don't.
Okay.
I just do what I'm told. They send me to clients. I go there. I make money. I come back and
Okay.
have fun at
Okay.
these things, right?
That's in general. If you can boil it down to that, that's a very clever system. I have to admit.
Yeah, our clients think so as well. They just give us money, and I show up and say, "Hey, I'm very I talk a lot, so they seem to just pay me to talk."
Yeah, I can admit that's something that is very valuable. If you can talk for 2 hours and everybody thinks like you said something, that's very valuable. I actually know somebody from that like from ages like First Bubble. He could give talks where you sat in the talk and you sat there and thought, wow, like this is wow. And then half an hour later, you're like, wasn't that amazing? Yeah. What did he say? I don't know.
I don't know. Yes.
I actually have no clue. You know?
So that's the trick to consulting, right? You just need to act like you know everything and you can make money.
There's this saying, if there's no money to be made in finding a solution, there's money to be made in prolonging the problem.
That's even worse.
Okay, why do I have a customer in here? Stefan, can you please leave again? No.
Okay, bye.
No, please stay. Please stay. Please stay. I got you. I finally got you here, so I'm very happy about that one. Who is actually one of our favorite customers, just to say so, because he's putting bands everywhere, and well, no, he's not putting, like, he is sending photos of people that put bands everywhere.
It was just once. So.
Yeah, we sent
just
it
got
now
on Twitter without credits.
Yeah.
You work at Telecom, no?
Like a colleague was asking me how much money I got for the picture because you just posted it on Twitter without me crediting me. But yeah, it just got posted. I didn't got email info.
Yeah. But Stefan is at Telecom.
Yeah.
And actually managed to help us get to where we're now, that we have a real installation that really works, which was an interesting process, but there's lots of help. We have great security guys there, great support from a lot of angles, but obviously also Stefan, but mostly I think because it's just like you need that mix of running through walls and still understanding the entire old system well enough to know which walls to run through and which to run around and which to just keep where they are, and so on and so forth. And I think that's where he really helped. Can you also get me a new water? I'm getting now. Look, page where I myself. No, I have mulled wine. I just got. You see, look
to the brim. Wow, it's like.
But
I'm a bit jealous. I have to say, I run out of.
Yeah,
I thought you were jealous that you have to go to the kitchen and get it, and he gets it brought to him.
As well, but also.
Yeah,
but the mulled wine is microwaved, so. It's
okay,
still warm,
why
but
that,
microwaved.
that's the thing about Stefan. I mean, we're sitting here, and Stefan already knows that we put our mulled wine in the microwave. How come he knows we put? Because we actually, Larissa brought a pot, but we don't have a stove. We didn't know. We thought we have a kitchen. I mean, it's a co-working space. We have a kitchen. Why can't we have a kitchen and a microwave and a dishwasher and a sink, but we have no stove? So that was weird.
They don't believe you can cook, actually.
Yeah, probably they don't.
Yeah, you need another permission probably to cook. It's another license or something.
So I feel like you had the technology, but the implementation was lacking, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we did. There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, and you have to be very agile and just find a solution. You know,
and play buzzword bingo. Yes.
Exactly. Build, measure, learn, and you just iterate very quickly. And the question is how fast you can get to a mulled wine. It's not you don't plan beforehand. You just have stuff there. That's actually why we got Little Link here, because Little Link told us, look, if somebody comes by the Little Link booth and wants a mulled wine, we will make them a mulled wine no matter what they have at home. You know, I mean, actually, the guy that started Little Link was best cocktail mixer worldwide multiple years and so on and so forth. I'm not he builds drinks for big companies, so he knows what he's doing. So that's the reason why they're here. So you can go by the mulled wine booth and just say, Carla can say, I have a bottle of water. We see. I'd like to have a mulled wine, and they will make that
Vodka.
happen. They will make that happen.
Love it.
Perfect.
So Adrian, just so you know, there's absolutely no theme for this conversation whatsoever. I think we're just talking shit, right?
Who are you
Wait,
talking
sorry,
about?
we're consulting. We're consulting. Sorry. We're consulting.
Yeah, exactly. But I actually have to get 2 other people in here, and I'll have to say goodbye to Container Solutions because I'm getting
I'm out.
BRD in, and I'm you can all say hi to each other. So I'm adding Marius and Sebastian and Stefan. Please stay. But I'll partly throw. Oh, that
Yeah.
was easy. But but I might message you later, people. But it's lovely having you here. Michael,
Thank
you
you
can
so
also
much.
gladly stay because for Michael for me is just a person. Like, anyway.
Well,
But maybe I'll see you later.
Enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
I will also leave. I might come back later.
Exactly. And take the magician.
Yeah.
See you at 8.
Yeah, it was.
Hi, Sebastian. Hi, Marius. Bye.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
How do I leave that?
So, how do I leave? I can throw you out. Okay. Hi.
Hi, Oliver.
Stefan.
Hi.
Stefan, can you stay? Do you want to stay? You can obviously leave, but you have to get back. But
Yeah,
can you
I
please stay?
just said like 5 words. So, like, just to complete the sentence, where I know that the mulled wine is microwaved, I was like 5 minutes in that booth, and this was the topic. If it's possible to microwave mulled wine, and then they said, yeah, it's possible, and it's tasting good. So no, I know that way. I didn't have a camera there, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't know with Stefan for Marius and Sebastian because you're new here. Stefan is one of our customers from Deutsche Telekom. So we have a very close relationship to customers, and we're friends.
Yeah, cool. I
And
can
we
see
have
it on the head, actually.
Yeah, that is actually why. I mean, if you haven't seen yet, if you don't get that in the next week, you have to tell us because we have. I mean, okay, don't take this one. That we can change that around, including giant. Oh, that's the wrong way around. But I have to say, as I mean, it's not Stefan's fault. So that color is just wickedly amazing. Deutsche Telekom
That's true,
color.
yeah. Do we have a VRD one too?
Yeah. No, we don't. You asked. No, sadly, no, because that is too long in the making. These things have actually been started making a long time ago. But we in the package we send, we have fully black ones where you can put something on and make your own. So that's the first step. Exactly.
Cool.
And now Stefan is showing, and we'll do more. But the problem is these are. Hi, look, people. Other people. Hi. These are actually made in China, and it's a minimum setup of 150 or 100 for 150 euros, which isn't too expensive actually. But like it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of coordination. But that's while I love talking about our swag and the shirt, which you're also getting.
Yeah, I feel a little bit underdressed here. Like, the simple sweater. I'm sorry.
It took a lot of time. It took a lot of time to ship those.
Actually, I was already curious because I got a notification from the DHL app today that something is arriving tomorrow from you. So,
see,
I know what it is. I got it today. I can spoil. A lot of models.
Don't
spoil. So you're getting the cap, and you're getting the shirt, and you're getting a few stickers, and you're getting. If you want to, you can message me, and I can send you the video where I explained the stickers. And
I don't
actually,
video.
Yeah, it's an interesting video.
I also need
and Marius, if you're not getting it yet, please tell Sebastian or message me directly, Oliver@giantswarm.io, and we'll make sure you get one too.
Cool, I will do that. Yeah. Yeah, actually, it would have been faster if we just would have picked it up from your Media Park location, because that's kind of,
That
I don't
would
know,
be too easy.
1,000
Are
meter
you-
away or something like that.
Are you both in Cologne?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's easy. So Marius, we go have lunch next week or something. Sebastian too, if you want to, and we just give it to you there. We can go into our murder room and give you one. Like we have a basement thing.
That sounds
how do I
dangerous.
say? The basement part was actually built. It was built to store marijuana by a marijuana shipment company, and then they figured out that there's a kindergarten directly upstairs. And they said, okay, if that entire kindergarten starts smelling of, okay, it doesn't work. They only figured that out later. So it means the entire thing is medically done with like tiles to the ceiling and stuff, and all white, and it really looks like you have bad lighting, white tiles to the ceiling, and you're like, okay, you can butcher somebody and just wipe it off.
Yeah, I think I have to reconsider the offer of having food together. But,
Yeah, I think we can visit the murder room if you want to, and we have fun people. I just see Kai is also here. Steffen, send Kai the link and he can come over.
yeah, I will.
We can have fun discussions. Anyway, but first we need to talk about VRD. I have you here for a reason, because we're actually working together, and we're working together. We're already possibly working together with another customer that we're co-developing, which is cool, and I like that. Tell me something about VRD. Or I know VRD, but tell the world something about VRD.
Would be interesting what you know about VRD. Just let me know it. No, yeah, I mean, just maybe the short recap for viewers who don't know VRD yet. So we're a consulting company located in Cologne and Münster. Have like 160 people working there, something like that. The main headquarters in Münster, the second office is in Cologne, and that's where Marius and myself are working. And basically we're doing everything around software development and helping our customers during the full life cycle of software development. Starting from, I don't know, agile coachings up to having actual developers doing the coding stuff, doing, I don't know, architecture consulting, technology consulting, all that kind of stuff. But really hands-on, so we love to code and implement ourselves. So we're not stopping at slides or something like that. That's the boring part. That's something others can do.
Can you mention bigger? Can you mention like one bigger customer, something or something that is a bit more, that makes it clearer what you do? I mean, because we have several partners here, and I'm trying to get my head around what makes everyone special. And to a certain extent, I know that you have a large part in the software development part. We have others that just have been here for a long time and have a foothold in like different systems. I don't know how deep you go into SAP or something, mainframes, whatnot. Probably not too deeply. That's exactly the point.
So it's really about software development, and basically for customers who, I don't know, are willing to pay for individual software development. So we're not doing SAP customizing or whatever. It's really about doing individual software development. And we also not like focus on a specific industry or so. So but I know if you're located in Münster and Cologne, you have basically all the insurance companies as your natural customers.
Oh, okay.
So that's basically, I don't know, mention any insurance company and you may be sure that's on our reference list somewhere. So we're basically working for large companies. Telecom is also one of them. So we're also doing projects with Telecom.
Cool. But mostly software development, really building stuff. Are you how long have you done Kubernetes and cloud native and stuff like that?
So the company exists for I don't know, 25 years or something. Obviously, before the cloud movement started, so we have a large background in Java development. So that's basically really the kind of core DNA of our company. And I would say roughly 3 years ago or so, we started to actually build. So we're internally kind of structured in, we call it competence centers, and there we build the cloud platform architecture, Kubernetes container competence center, and started to help our customers moving in that direction. And
Yeah, also really trying to transfer somehow the know-how. So it's not like that we are just doing the development outside of the customer side. We are usually on site, working with them on their problems, trying to transfer the knowledge that we got while working on those things to their teams. So that's kind of the way that we operate and work.
Okay, so you're really on site. That's okay. That's something we don't like.
Sure. You're mostly remote, I've heard.
Yeah, and we're mostly not at the customer. We haven't. I mean, Steffen, we were at Telecom once, I think.
Well, these days, obviously, we have to work. Sorry, Steffen, I didn't want to interrupt.
Sorry. No problem. I just said it like, of course it's nice to meet people, and like I'm missing engineering days and Giant Summit.
Yeah.
But like the day was a full day where close to no work got done. So because we are just like 30 people in a room and just getting to know each other. So
Yeah, true. I mean, these days we are obviously switched to remote work with our clients mostly because it's not possible otherwise. And for I think it works really great for us. I mean, I can only talk about the team I'm working in, but we are basically the whole day, the working day, we are in one meeting and communicating all the time, doing pair and mob programming in this one meeting, and it's almost like being the same office. So that works quite well. I don't know, Sebastian, how is it with the projects you are working on? Is it similar or?
Yeah, for me it's basically jumping through around meetings and doing a lot of asynchronous work. That's what I really like on this remote working thing. So not having like these synchronized meetings where everyone is blocked for a specific time, but just, I don't know, work when you are, I don't know, have the time or on the mood of are productive, and just do asynchronous communication. That's for me. That's really a win or really a benefit of this.
But us developers, like we can kind of work with that. Even though I have to admit, like I always joke, I didn't previously look forward to that, but I'm looking forward to the time in the club when somebody really sweating erupts up to me. That I never looked forward to that, but this is now something I do look forward to. You know, just as a sign of the times. Just like now, you watch a TV show, whatever, and people shake hands and like, whoa, you are shaking hands. That's great.
Strange times we live in.
but I normally like to. At the moment, what I try to ask people, even though it's a harder question, but you're two, that's good. So maybe one has an idea. And gives the other one a bit of time. What's the interesting Kubernetes project you're seeing at the moment? Like what's something you implemented at a customer that was relatively new?
So what we see a lot of at customers is that they start like adapting Kubernetes, doing like the first Lighthouse project, and then try to scale it out to multiple teams. And then you always get this discussion like, how much freedom do we give to the teams? How much flexibility do you give to them, and how much governance or I don't know restrictions do you need to make it, at least being able to operate it anymore, or having all the security stuff in place. So that's at least a discussion. So it's not a product, but at least that's a discussion we see a lot at customer projects at the moment. And it's always a fight. Like, I don't know, the central units say, no, you're not allowed to do anything. Just use the standard Helm chart and deploy your application. If it doesn't fit, well, bad luck. And then you have the product teams kind of split into two groups: the ones who really want all the freedom and really dive into the Kubernetes stuff, and the other ones who were just happy with I don't know, give me some standard blueprint. I will just do 2 things I need, then I'm fine.
Yeah, I agree. And that's partly why we we have a multi-tenancy in Giant Swarm, so we can start click of a button, new cluster. So you can get different teams, different clusters with different rules. Because, for example, there are customers that are very strict. Like if you want to deploy, you need to go through the CI/CD, and you need to register your namespace beforehand, and so on and so forth. And then you have the team, just let them do what they want. You also have the let's start and let's everybody do what they want. And 2 years later, you're like, we're totally fucked. This doesn't work anymore. So it's a totally different system. Interesting. Marius, you also have something?
Well, yeah, I have something. It goes a little bit in a different direction because I was recently working on it. That came to mind. I don't know. Probably you've heard about the Docker Hub rate limiting. We got hit by that in our team in our project, and we had to tweak our CI infrastructure to avoid being rate limited, obviously. And after that, Sebastian and me had a little discussion how we can make monitoring possible of that. So what we did, we created a little hand chart. So we took a script written by GitLab. They open sourced it, and we wrote a helm chart for it and made it open source on GitHub. So this is something that I'm currently working on. And for the bigger, broader topics, if that's more what you would talk to, I think maybe if I would say one word, it's GitOps. How these concepts can maybe enable teams to work faster, have a certain kind of standards when it comes to monitoring and all those things, like having the possibility to easily roll back with that. It's a topic that I think is really interesting right now, especially since with the cloud native world, we can also put infrastructure as code, right? I mean, GitOps maybe isn't that new of a concept. Before, we also had Git repositories that kind of defined how our application looked like, but now we can also do it for the whole infrastructure. So this is also a topic that
I get the point.
I think.
Let me get somebody else in the call here. Because I just saw him joining, because it partly fits.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome, Kai.
Hi.
Kai.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Kai is actually our favorite security guy, and he's from Deutsche Telekom.
Your favorite?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have only one, or what about the others?
It's kind of one.
Well, at Deutsche Telekom, thank God, it's only one.
The one-man security department.
Well, actually, we are divided into topics, and then Kubernetes is my topic then.
Exactly.
And we could use some more people maybe.
But I see the package arrived, because you also have the. Yep. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to Marius and Sebastian. It's on the way. I mean, Christian said it's coming, and we're next door. But shipping inside Cologne is very, very much harder than shipping to anywhere else. And but it's interesting, because I took you in here now because I liked Marius' point that infrastructure is code, and that's what we always tell people, and that's always what we. What we always say is the entire thing we built is code, and that's why we need to make sure we're on the latest version, because if we see a problem at one customer, we fix it in code and we do run an update. We just had a customer ask when did you do the last in place patch, whatever. We don't. New version comes out and we upgrade all clusters of all customers, kind of. So that, to a certain extent, makes security into code too. How do you see, from a security guy at a large corporate, seeing that develop to allow code to become the security basis? Let me add one thing. There are lots of Excel sheets you need to fill out, and I get those, and many of these questions are really valid. but by now it's often the point that you say like, this is actually like, this is solved in the like, this isn't a problem anymore. Like, how do you see that changing from your end, if I can ask such a question?
Yeah, I mean the problem is the company is so big we don't have like an.
Can you move your microphone away a little bit?
Yeah, Stefan already told me. I tried to adjust it. Is it better now?
Yeah, better
Still
now.
too loud. Okay.
No, it's perfect. It's just over.
Okay, that's not nice. Yeah, well, we don't have like a general governance on this, but yeah, more and more projects are starting to use it. For example, for our AWS efforts, we have some teams who try to code baselines for images and then deploying them with Terraform. So it is happening, but not on like a really, really large scale. It's more for several public clouds it's done, and there's an effort to at least centralize that, but it's not quite common yet.
So you also don't use CloudFormation, AWS's?
We like provide a baseline with Terraform, and projects are open to use the same configuration with CloudFormation if they want to do that. But the single point of truth would be like the Terraform.
Yeah, I very rarely hear about people that use lost confirmations versus Terraform. So, but
yeah, and we also, I mean, we're running Azure clusters and on-premise clusters, and you know at Deutsche Telekom. So it like the question is really what is the lowest common denominator, and where do you mix it? And we also had that discussion. Like the nice thing is that theoretically we need to validate the giant swarm part and then the cloud part or the base part to a certain extent. And I think there the systems are really evolving to where we started with and where it's going to, you know, because that thing is arriving at these companies. So that's interesting. That must also be interesting for you from a development standpoint, because you obviously also have security things to take care about, how like. We're very fortunate to have Kai, and we're very, very fortunate to have Stefan. And there are probably other things in companies, and I don't want to start company bashing, but it's just, I mean, some people want to change and some people don't. And I can fully, like, if I would be a Deutsche Telekom employee, starting there at 18, doing my internship, and now I'm 58, dude, I'm not changing the world. You know, it's just, sorry, I don't, you know? So I can fully understand that also, but you need to change. And like how do you work with companies to make that change happen?
Mm-hmm. You mean with conservative people in that companies that try to stay on?
I mean, I can give another anecdote. Like we as founding team of Giant Swarm, we sold a company once to Deutsche Post DHL. Mm-hmm. What we found out is, to a certain extent, the problem isn't the top management. They know that change needs to happen. The problem isn't the people doing the work. The problem is the 6 layers in between. And it's not even each individual layer. Like, it's not any one person. It's just that you have so many. No, it's not even culture. It's just that like I always explain it in the sense that like you have like I want to open another country. Okay, makes sense. Like we have a guy that knows how to do it. We can try it out. It'll work. It's super. And the guy at the top says, yeah, fine. Probably, if you would be able to talk to him, but you're 5 layers down. So I think we need to do that. I think it's fine. Okay, cool. But explain to me how big the market is. Fine. Next guy said, oh no, explain to me how big the market is and what are the players. Step 2. Step 3, explain to me how big each player is on each side, like advertising agency, and this time it was performance marketing, advertising agency, and publisher. And the next one is, okay, which campaigns want to come at which time? Like the guy at the top doesn't want to know that. It's just that obviously for human reasons, in each step you want to have the answers ready. And
I think
because
it's
it's
also
so
about
many steps, it just gets more complicated. You know?
also like
Yeah.
risk and trust.
Yeah, exactly.
If more people are there, you like everyone needs to trust each other, and some places
Yeah.
will break.
Exactly, and that's not the fault. Just to make that sure, that's not the fault of any one individual individual people, like individual multiple people, like schizophrenic, whatever. No, person. But the question is really, how do you circumvent that? How do you break that open?
Good
Yeah,
to
that's
talk
a good
about technical topics. Right for me.
I
We
mean-
talk about Kubernetes and Yammer.
And Yammer, and then they go tilt and say goodbye.
I mean, maybe if you look at the problem as you did in the beginning, that you maybe have too many people in the company that don't want to change really. I'm not sure if the problem is really that you never can convince those people that change is the right thing to do, but maybe that's what never have been to try it right. I mean, for example, we at VRD, we do trainings for Kubernetes, and I think Sebastian can also talk maybe a little bit more about that. But if you really can motivate the people to see the good in those things and see why it's reasonable to try out those things, you can convince them to accept those change. I mean, it might be hard, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily impossible, even with older colleagues, as you said. I don't know, Sebastian, maybe.
Yeah, it's maybe just an anecdote because we did this seminar at the larger publishing company, and there was one database administrator sitting in this thing like, okay, now I need to learn how to use Kubernetes as a software developer, so basically writing all the YAML stuff and learning all the core Kubernetes concepts. And at the beginning, he said, we asked them, like, what are your expectations from the seminar? What do you want to learn or to get to know? And he said, basically, he's just here because his boss said, go there. I'm not in the mood of learning anything. I'm just sitting here having coffee, and yeah, we'll see. And it took like a few hours, and then I don't know, you really got engaged and started writing YAML files. And after these 3 days, he said, well, he completely changed his mind. He now wants to go into his team, telling them, I don't know, have a look at this new technology coming there, because he really saw the benefit in using it, adapting it, and not getting stuck in this old stuff he was, I don't know, stuck in before. So somehow you have these situations where you can really like turn the people's mind around and just showing them, well, that's the new world we can be in. There's so many things are so much easier. A lot are more complicated. Depends a bit on what you're looking at. But sometimes you're really lucky and are able to move them and change their mind. But it's not like
And if you have a lot of those people in your company that push for that change, then I think it's also easier to overcome those barriers that you were talking about, Oliver, that you have so many levels in between where you have to convince people that this is the right thing. This can be maybe one way to achieve that with people that are convinced of those things.
Yeah, easier means unsecure and broken. Some people think so. Like we had like Giants Form had also issue with that. Like we wanted to get DNS entries, and there is like a managed service inside Telecom. Of course, managed service doesn't mean API and doesn't mean Terraform. It means like we can fill out the Excel. No, it wasn't an Excel file. It was a Word file, and there was like it started with a lot of stuff like who wants who is in charge, who pays for it, blah 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 blah, and a lot of stuff. And then there was not a field where we could add like DNS entries, like in this document. There was like at the end there was like Sonstiges, like extra, and we were like, where we need to add those DNS entries? Yeah, at the bottom of the file, just add it. So we pasted a long list there. So this was the first special or interesting part of this process. And then we had like private IP address inside. Like we have we use private IP addresses for inside our Kubernetes clusters and also from outside and on some places. And we just wanted to have DNS entries for those. So Giant Swarm software stack is working. And then they came back to us with, yeah, those private IP addresses, we don't do this. We're like, okay, we will find a solution. So we use the IP address from the server. So then it's like the physical IP address from the server. So it's also working. We didn't want to go that way, but we did. So we tried to add those physical IP addresses from the servers to the DNS. And then they suddenly claim to us, those IP addresses aren't owned by you. And we were like, our servers have those IP addresses. Like, no one other has used those inside Telecom. If that would be the case, it would be broken. No, they aren't owned by you. You can't use those. And then we were like, F it. And we knew that the application, the platform we are on, creates a DNS entry for every server we have. So now we updated the from A records to C name. So now the DNS team just forwards every DNS entry to the DNS entry we already have. Like, because that was suddenly possible. It's the same team, but a different process is possible. So yeah. Also, the reason we didn't get the private IP addresses was because it would break the routing. It would break the networking of the telecom if we get those DNS entries. And then it's like, okay, it's a great idea to have this managed service, but it's quite complicated if you don't technically understand what the issue is. Or explain it to us what the issue is.
Yeah, so but what do you think? Sorry, Oliver, please.
Yeah, but that's also because we have to admit it's what? I don't know. Also 200, 300, 400, 500,000 people. I have no clue. Lots of people,
Also, we don't the easy way would for us be just to host our own DNS, but at some place we just don't want to do our own stuff. Like we are doing Kubernetes clusters with Giant Swarm, because at that point internally there wasn't any usable Kubernetes clusters where we want to migrate. So we searched for external solution. And yeah, then also hosting DNS is okay, you don't want to have also do that your own when there is an internal solution to do that. But yeah.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Sorry, Marius has a question.
No, I would be really interested what you think, how that could be changed. That problem, what you described with the managed service.
I wanted to know from you.
Okay.
Besides doing it on my own.
And I think the problem is actually, that has grown for 30 years. So you can't change it in a day. But I'll do something totally different now. Because I'm getting Santa in. Now, hi Santa. Because I for now have more or less a mulled wine, but it's we get. Sorry, I have to change the view here because I want to get him on the big screen. Where is he? There he is. So. Hi, Santa.
Hello. Thank you for your time.
Very, very impressive kind of stuff you have there. So I actually have your mulled wine just to make sure.
I know. Santa knows everything.
Santa knows everything. But you also have a lot of ingredients that you added to this. So, so what can I do to this thing that makes it more Christmassy?
Pretty much what you do doesn't matter if you have a white or red wine, just as a base. You just take botanicals. We know botanicals from gin, for example, a bit cinnamon, a bit anise. You can put
I'm looking for my botanicals. Sorry, I'm just asking in the room for my botanicals. We have botanicals here. I have oranges here, but I also had
oranges. Perfect. Everything.
No, but I have this kind of stuff. I'm just getting it. Give me a second, guys. I hope you're having fun. Like Mario, Sebastian, Kai, you can all make wild wine now, because the important thing is these guys know what they're doing. Like they're not talking about botanicals from the top of their head. So I have look. I have girls coming here, showing. Thank you.
Yeah, I can see.
No, because I got your list, and I got honey, and I got cardamom.
Cardamom, very good, very good.
What's zimt in English?
Cinema.
Cinnamon and vanilla. So what do I do? I have
All
half
you
a
do
cup.
is-
It's warm.
It's so simple. You just take pretty much the different spices or botanicals you like. There's like no rules what you have to use or not. All you do is you put the wine on the oven, heat it up a little bit, and just throw those botanicals in there. What you have to do is you want to add something fruity, so a little bit sour, a little base. So what you could do is you could just take an orange, just cut it into little pieces and throw them in there. So you're gonna get a little citrus note. If
Wait,
you
I'm getting my
do-
orange. Wait, I'm getting my orange.
Nice. I
Getting my
like your
orange.
style.
I have an orange. Obviously, I don't have a knife. No, I
Take
have
this
some-
one.
no, some knife.
Just take the whole food. It will fit.
So really, I take a bit of the orange into that.
Yeah, what I do here, I'll show you guys. Hold up.
But why
doesn't
do you do that?
Because orange, first of all, the eteric oils from an orange is almost in everything which has to do with Christmas. Doesn't matter if you can eat it or drink it. And you just want the flavor. Just quarter it or make an eighth out of it and just throw it in there. Add a couple of the botanicals you chose, throw it in there, and heat the whole thing up. And what happens now is
Oh, I
you
got a
don't-
knife. Look, I brought a knife. Interesting. It just appeared. It just appeared next to my face.
out of nowhere. Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. I'm just adding a bit of orange now.
All right.
There it is.
Very cool. And now I add something else. I
Do you
actually-
have your botanicals, your ingredients in there, like the cinema?
But what would you add? Cardamom or like?
I personally love cardamom because it belongs to the family of pepper and spices. But do you have the seeds or do you have it gemahlen?
Gemahlen.
All right, then you don't
That's
want
cool.
to put them in there. Don't put it in there. Don't.
Okay, I don't want. Okay, so I already okay.
Yeah, maybe just a slight bit just for the taste. But if you put too much in there, what's going to happen is just the whole the structure of the wine is not going to be too sexy. So just take maybe just a kleine Prise, small Prise. Just put it in there.
Okay, I'll get it back. I just threw it away.
All right. You said you had vanilla. Was that correct?
Yeah.
Why is?
He
I have
can't hear
somebody
you,
else
but yeah, he said.
crying here in the room. So I put a bit of it in there.
Yeah, you want to put some vanilla in there. I would personally. There's nobody. I don't know anybody who does not like vanilla. So.
But that vanilla, I have vanilla seems to be really strong. I would presume because I got vanilla and all I got was this.
All right. So what you do now, you want to cut it in half, and then you want to put. Let me see again. I gotta check it out. Show me what. Yeah, correct. What you do is, you just take the knife and cut it open, so the mark can come outside, which actually give the taste. But from that, you only take the half of the length.
Okay.
So.
Well,
so you
obviously,
make
I
a
first
half
have
out
to
of
get
it,
it out because it doesn't move perfect.
and you just
Half
and
the
then
room
you
is
just put
smiling
the-
at me.
You just throw the whole thing in there. You just let it chill with the wine.
But I need to cut it open.
Yeah, you should. Otherwise, it'll take over 2 or 3 hours, and time is money. We don't have that much time right now, so we
Exactly,
want
we
to
don't.
cut it open so the mark, the flavor comes out a little bit.
That would be for a full bottle of wine, or?
Yeah,
Oh, good point. I have a cup here, dude.
Also for 2 or 3 bottles. You
Okay,
can
good.
always use vanilla again. That's how we make our vanilla syrup. Just sugar, water, we boil it up, then we throw fresh vanilla in there, let it hang out for 2 or 3 days, and you have the perfect vanilla syrup.
This
By
actually
side.
tastes more. This actually tastes more Christmassy. Wow! Already, interesting. You really know what you're doing. What would you tell me if you would say, like, I don't know if Marius or Sebastian or so have the ingredients there. Do I need red wine, or do I can build something without red wine?
You can do it with white wine. To be honest with you, if I would ask you guys now, and somebody would say, "All right, I got white wine, I have gin at home, and maybe I got a lemon." You can always make a hot punch, a hot drink. You can all you pretty much need is like a couple of botanicals, just a main flavor. You need the wine, and you need a spirit. Everybody probably has a bottle of gin at home, so gin goes along with the white wine even better than the red wine. And you can just throw gin, white wine, bit of vanilla in there, a couple of oranges, so you get the eteric oils. It's really not that complicated. Just make sure the ingredients you do have, that they're solid, that they're fresh, especially the orange. It would be alright to use the orange juice too, but white wine goes very well with gin, and the red wine goes very well with rum.
Okay, and the botanical, like you always say, botanicals. What's botanicals?
Botanicals, everything which gives aroma. For example, a zest of an orange is a botanical. Juniper is a botanical. Cinema is a botanical. Woods, chenille, everything botanical. Aroma, everything which gives taste and aroma is considered as a botanical. There are over 1 billion worldwide. The classic botanicals for gin, for example, is juniper, which we have right here. I think that's where a lot of people catch the word botanicals because of the gin. And, just stuff like cilantro, coriander, stuff like that.
What's the weirdest botanical you can tell me about? Like where do you? I remember I had lunch with Stefan.
Okay.
And he told me about like how you make vanilla taste and like okay go like
the weirdest I ever heard of, to tell you the truth, is probably leather.
Okay.
Leather, yeah, just put it in alcohol so you get the smoky leather sound. Actually, leather you use on couch too. That's the weirdest I ever heard of. Like I can understand why it works.
Drinks.
Why it works out? No, we macerate the alcohol with it to get the. We only want to put the flavor into the neutral alcohol, not into the drinks like that. And that's how all these weird botanicals work. You put them in alcohol, maceration. Alcohol takes the aroma, the taste, and everything out of it when time goes by, and that's how gin is made. And that's the weirdest botanical I've ever heard of. And it's kind of weird, but it works out if you make the right combination with other botanicals.
So it's actually it's a question of mixing them together.
Correct.
Theoretically, drinking socks and 3 other things suddenly make it great taste because they're like mixed together.
Correct. Just like in the kitchen. Oh, it's too spicy, too hot now, so I need something sweet to balance it. If something is too sweet, I need something sour to balance it. And people which are like read a recipe or drink or menu at the restaurant. I hate that. I don't like that. Ew. It's like grow up. It's a combination between things maybe which taste completely different than you would just taste pure. So with the age over 18 or 20, everybody should be responsible for themselves to make sure that is working out and try new things. And also the taste completely changes every 6 to 7 years.
Oh, it really does?
It really does. As older we get, as different we taste.
So I might like whiskey after all, sooner or later.
Yeah. The problem was with that's a good point right now. If someone turns 18 or 17 maybe, and the first time they have whiskey, And there's a parallel to tequila, why people don't like tequila anymore today in Germany. And if you drink a single malt, a very turfy, smoky whiskey, obviously the kid is never gonna ever try whiskey again the next 10 years. Same with tequila. You know the company with a head, the salt, and you have to drink it like this.
Yeah.
Lots of people are afraid of tequila because they just have bad memories back then. That's not how you're supposed to drink. I know the whole procedure around it. It's very nice. I like it. Somebody actually thought about something, how it would work out. But to be honest, it has nothing to do with tequila back in the days because it was the percentage wasn't even that high. And so people should always give new chances, try something again. Don't be afraid of ingredients. Or if you didn't like something back in the days, be a
But
bit
how do
more
you drink
moderate.
whiskey then?
Whiskey, I like pure, just pure.
But you just said
But
if
I drink whiskey.
you're
Whiskey
18
sour
and
is always good.
If you're 18 and drinking it pure, you don't like it. So how should they have drank it to like it?
They should have with 18 somebody who knows. I would give if someone's interested, and 18 is a real hot age. You should try a bourbon whiskey or an Irish whiskey, but not a malt whiskey, because everybody who tries a malt whiskey the first time is Scottish. Malt whiskey, malt means a lot of smoke and turf.
Okay,
And
so
obviously someone's not going to like it in this age. So the best example, first time you try wine, you like it sweet, then medium sweet, and then you drink dry wine. You should when you're 20 or 25. Same thing here, exactly the same thing. You have to have the right entrance to a spirit to actually know what you're having there, not the extreme.
now I like Rioja and Shiraz and stuff I didn't like that previously. Obviously, yeah.
You guys know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Also, like whiskey is like a wide of range. Like we had like
Yeah,
here
it's
pub, and
so
they have like
big,
whiskey of
such a
the
big
month.
range.
And there was like 1 month, there was like I was ordering like that's the whiskey of the month, and they was like, it's really salty, don't buy it. And I was like, okay, I will try. But yeah, it really it just was salt. Like, yeah, watery salt. It was broken as fuck.
That was actually
Like,
the one I was talking about in an island, the turfy. They're always salty because they're from the coast. That's what I mean. Someone tries that one first. Of course, I'm not going to
Yeah.
be big fan of whiskey. Correct.
Like I was always there for at least once a month to get the whiskey of the month, but that one was killing me. Like how they could sell it? Like it was pure salt. Like even everyone was telling me, don't get it, don't buy it. It was like, okay, I will try. But yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, but it's to everybody here. You can get Santa for your cocktail course. I can only recommend it. We have another one, but I mean, Stefan and Kai get it next month, next week anyway. So
I just got some bottles today.
Yeah,
Some
me too.
small ones.
Me too.
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho, ho. Thank you, Santa. It was a pleasure having you.
For sure. If you guys have any questions, I'm still at my stand. So if any of you guys want, just join me. I'll see you there. And if not, you guys have a great night.
Thank you a lot. It's a pleasure having you.
All right.
I'll just
Thank you.
kick you out.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks.
So that was a slight circumvention. So, sorry to keep you, Sebastian and Marius. I hope you.
Oh, fine.
No worries.
I think it was interesting.
Yeah, very entertaining.
Yeah,
Learned a lot about botanics. Where was it?
Botanicals. Actually,
Botanicals, right?
The thing is, like he's part of like he's the company does first they have a cocktail bar in Cologne, but they're also training lots of hotel people. They are co-developing drinks. They're building their own drinks. So it's a holding conglomerate, whatever. And I had by now several really interesting talks with the founder, just about like I always, if the vanilla you taste, you take you take a tree and take the outer part of the tree, die Rinde in German. Sorry, everybody in English. I don't know what Rinde means in English. Like the outer part of the tree, and you kind of heat it up and grate it, and heat it up and grate it, and so on and so on. And that becomes vanilla taste. It has nothing to do with vanilla, and that's with 99. It seems like 99% of the tastes you have in stuff is not really the stuff that you taste. Because we don't have enough of the stuff that like we don't have enough strawberries to make strawberry marmalade. It doesn't work.
I'm not gonna do that.
So hence, like, and sooner or later we both agreed that it's now time to stop talking, and like, because otherwise I stop eating food, you know. So it's, and the cool thing is with these events they do, which was kind of a like creativity exercise they did when the lockdown started, they can really explain to you where that is coming from. Like when they do the gin cost, they explain to you why you need to mix this and that, and what the result is, and why this and that leads to this, and where you mix, and so on and so forth. So that's really cool. But yes, I don't really. You know what just arrived here? Pizza.
Well, I know where your office is. Maybe you should just jump on the bike and come over.
You're more than welcome. Startplatz, it's here. You like drop by. It's not far. Good point.
Be careful, they have a murder room.
Yeah, exactly. Be careful.
We are not allowed to talk about this room.
But no, I have to go to the bathroom in a bit.
Oh, wow.
That's the more important point. So you need to take over on whoever. Yeah, but as mentioned, seriously, come by. We're having fun at a distance. And otherwise we see each other soon. And I just I'll send you a message. I already wrote it down. And make sure we have a meet soon and just have lunch outside somewhere. Grab a dinner. I don't know. I think we can have another few wonderful discussions. I'd love to have more with Stefan and Kai in real life, but they're too far away.
I went with bike to Cologne, so it's possible.
You went with your bike to Cologne?
Yeah, this summer I went with bike.
I know you went a lot, but how far is it to Cologne?
Like I went to Kai, it was like 220 on one day. So this was like, yeah, it was plenty of. Like it was too much, but yeah, I think next year it would be possible again. And after that, I went like 180 on one day, and then the last day was just to fill up the 450 for the complete. Yeah.
Wow.
Route. And then everything back. So 1,000 kilometers in 1 week.
Not bad.
A lot.
Yeah, but we still want to go with a boat to Cologne, like Ralph. You know him, Ralph, from my team has a boat, and we are thinking about driving with the boat to Cologne.
You can from your end.
Yeah. It's
God,
the same river.
like, can't we? How long does it take? Okay, dude, I'd really. Thea.
It will take a day.
Yeah.
Like
wait, I'm getting Thea. Marius, you can stay or leave. Thea, can you take over for like 10 minutes, 5 minutes? Because Thea is organizing our on-sites and off-sites. So it's actually, I think Stefan has to explain the boat tour because it actually fits.
I don't know how big the boat is.
I don't know how big the boat is either. But a colleague of Stefan has a boat, and they can do a boat tour from like telecom offices to Cologne. So now I let you and I go to the bathroom.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Okay, wow. Hi there.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi.
So what are you talking about? I didn't get everything.
Like we were talking about like visiting Cologne, and I talked that a colleague of mine has a boat and that he still wanted to get with boat to Cologne, because I was talking about I was with bike in Cologne like this summer, and now Oliver wants to know everything about this boat, but I also don't know about this boat, so I know a boat exists, but I don't know how the boat looks like. I just
Can we get the
know
guy?
that like 8 people would fit or so.
8. So we have to fire some people, or are you only 8 people?
Like it's enough from getting telecom to Cologne. So
Okay, that works.
I think that's the first plan. And I heard that Oliver has something like a boat's house. Like it's a club,
Yeah,
but maybe there's
yeah.
also space for a boat.
It's more like a club than, I mean, you cannot
Yeah, I
like,
know.
stop there with your boat, but
I mean, we
But the
can
name
kind
is
of.
so fitting.
So you
Yeah.
want to get with the boat to Cologne, and then we all go to Boat's house because Boat's house fits more than 8 people. That
Yeah.
would work.
Like
It fits the
last
theme.
year, that would be great.
slightly more.
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Cool,
did
yeah.
it last year with Giant Swarm. Would be great to do it again, but yeah, like Corona. So we
Hmm.
need to wait a little.
Yeah, we will make it
Anyways,
happen.
see how long it would take with the boat. It will take a whole day, I think.
So you're going from Darmstadt, or like, where are you all located?
Like I'm located in Darmstadt, but he's located in Mainz or close to Mainz. So yeah, it's
Okay.
possible to go with boat.
Sounds good. And what if we
I don't
want to? What if we want to like go for a ride? Do you have to get you guys off and then we go on it?
We need to talk with Rolf about this. I don't know. I don't even know how the boat looks like. It just was the plan for this year engineering day or like Giant Summit to visit Cologne with a boat because we wanted to drive it.
Hmm.
But yeah, since Corona, this isn't happening. And so the boat was like just in the river for 2 times or so.
So I know that a lot of people from Giant Swarm are watching this live stream, but like being in another hangout. So it would be really
Yeah.
awesome if you could just say hi to all the silent watchers because
Hi, Giant Swarm.
awesome.
Thanks for having us.
So that's really cool.
Yeah, actually, there are some people over at our booth, VRD booth.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Sebastian.
Yeah, I think we will just switch over and see what's going on there.
Yeah.
And yeah, see you later at some of the other stalls, I guess.
Yeah.
I will
But
have
thank you
the-
so much for having us here at the main stage. And yeah, if you want to learn more about VRD, come over to the VRD booth.
See you there.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
So I will
Now-
It's okay. Now we just leave.
Now,
and
yeah, are we
Oliver
do
will be surprised that no one is here.
some internal project talk, Panamax. Just can check some issues.
Like updating the clusters.
Yeah.
I didn't figure this bathroom thing out, dudes. That you can't do a 4-hour hangout and just not go to the bathroom. That just Seriously, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Finally, we have time to talk.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
I had my last day today. I will be on vacation, and so I'm
Oh.
good.
So you're good. That's nice to hear. Well deserved. Well deserved. Well, we still have a bit of time to go, but yeah.
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 It was quite of a lucky day. WebEx didn't work for me today, so I had not much to participate.
I'm also out of office tomorrow and like next week just 3 days. And I was like, okay, today will be easy day. Just like doing some stuff, answering some emails, getting off early, then joining Christmas market at Giant Swarm, and yeah, later after this we also have like an internal Christmas market at Telecom. And then
But
I
mean,
woke up, or
this is still work.
Mhm.
This is
I don't
still
know.
work. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay, if you say so. And yeah, this morning, like I opened the laptop, and normally like there are like a handful of mails, and today it was like 60, 70 mails about just issues. So not like project, just about issues. So we
Oh.
suddenly had 3 issues at night, and I was like, okay, this will be a fun day. But yeah, everything was fixed in time. So Everything great.
What's my first floor?
It's kind of the same. Always before Christmas, everybody gets quite stressful, quite normal.
Like the last 2 weeks, not an issue, nothing, and suddenly like everything broke. Not everything. Everything was working fine, but we need to.
Yeah, I just got a news message from another customer, like, okay, we have like KPMG in here and they have questions. Here are 50 questions. Like, okay, like I don't even know half the answers to those questions, you know. So yeah, it's like end of the year. Like, okay, wait, we forgot the thing that we talked about in January, so we need to finish it in December. You know, that's the feeling.
Yeah, like proxy support.
Stop with your proxy support. Yeah, I know. We also have some things that we might need to talk about.
Everything's fine. It's just a running gag.
Yeah, I know.
Like
I know. It's one.
Similar
It's the
running gag,
one
like
thing that we
already
haven't
did.
solved yet that isn't so bad, but it's still annoying, and I get the point.
We also have internal applications with the same issue, so
yeah,
and people doesn't even notice it until we pinpointed them to the issue.
But I already asked it before, but I have a question to Kai actually. How did this Kubernetes thing change your work?
I think quite positive. Well, to be honest, there was like obviously the company as a whole was a little bit late to the hype of Kubernetes, I would say. And then when suddenly the first projects appeared using Kubernetes, they looked for someone who could actually do security for them. I was new at that time at Telecom Security, so they said, yeah, now you do Kubernetes security, which kind of was overwhelming at the beginning for me. But I'm quite happy that I got it because it's, I think, one of the most interesting topics with most interesting people working on it. Yeah, a lot of work to do, but quite fun. Can you hear me? Because I cannot.
Yeah, I didn't hear Oliver. I can't hear Oliver anymore.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I can't hear him.
Sorry. Now
now.
you can hear me.
Yeah.
God, it's annoying. Too many buttons. Too many buttons. I'm not really good at multitasking. But the thing is, so it is a new system, but it must change a lot inside Deutsche Telekom.
Yeah, I mean we kind of.
Yeah.
No, continue. Sorry.
Well, that's the part I'm wondering about. That it's hard to change so many procedures that have grown over years, and that must change. I did on another one and I hope we can talk about it. But the DMZ part, like, is the DM a hardware machine or a VM or a container? That must be a lot of discussions internally to like where that's supposed to be.
Yeah, well, the way it works is we assign like PSMs, which would be my part. The project security manager gets assigned to a project, and then we of course have these guidelines, the security requirements, but we are able to change them, yeah, in Einzelfallentscheidung, which would be done for you. So we can adjust them per project, which is quite what we did together, because I don't think we would have come far with using all this basic stuff. And then we quite chat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we are open to change.
Like we just didn't change it for my project. Like just after that got taken for the World Telecom. Like we as a one of the first, not one of the first projects, like like we started with KubeCon Berlin in 2017, but of course this was far from production and stuff. And as far as more we moved on, we of course had like Kai, and we could like talk with a lot of stuff. And this is like a main feature, like that Kai wasn't stuck like maybe in this all department or like in this all thinking. Like he also like he was able to adapt, or like we were able to work together and talk about stuff. And yeah, like of course you always say this, like you never say it isn't possible to work with people, but of course some are more stuck into the old relation, and it needs to be done that way. And you can't explain them that a similar solution is, or a different solution can be similar secure, like with containers and stuff that you can jail them or bind them to a different node, like with this DMZ part. First there was like load balancers need to be outside the cluster and all this stuff, and later we just made that load balancers get pinned to a specific node without other workloads on it and stuff. So yeah, or like nodes with more secure workload don't get on nodes with insecure workloads and stuff. And you need just to explain that, and then you can work together to find a solution.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole point, that you like have to work together in finding solutions, and not like nobody would benefit if I just would block, which I could do regarding to the requirements. As you could say, well, it's written there for like 5 years. It has always been done that way. I don't think that's how it should work. And obviously, what also is a good thing, that if you have someone like Stefan's team where you can ask some, and guys from Giant Swarm, where you can just at the beginning ask some difficult technical questions, and they help you out in the beginning, then you also get kind of a trust relationship, where okay, I can trust these guys with what they are doing, and from there on you can also, the thing is like how our security process is designed. It's designed into looking at a certain point in time at your system, and then improving it, and then never touching it again, which obviously would not work. I mean, I think it's like it has the SSK read, it should be updated like every 2 years, but there is no concept for in between. But we are kind of doing that with our weekly telcos and stuff like that, where we always can adjust, which works perfect for me.
Yeah, but it's a totally different way of working, and that's what I find so interesting at the moment. That you actually change, like you're changing technology and how stuff works, but you're changing the way of working. And that's just not easy.
Like what we had before, like Kai said exactly the same words. It's about like trust and risk. Like people need to trust each other, and maybe some people also need to risk something. And if you can't build trust because you notice that the people are insecure with the topic, like if Kai would have noticed that I don't know shit about Kubernetes and just Google everything up, he maybe wouldn't have trusted that way.
But I asked Stefan for help, so it's kind of the other way around.
but
like Kai trusted us. Sorry?
Your point is correct. You need to build that trust, and we had that several times today. That the trust is the hard part. Through different layers.
Yeah, and you can't know everything. Like, of course, like if you have like a lot of topics, you can't know everything in depth. So you need to trust people that they do it correctly. And you can't build the trust because on the one hand, you may be in that where you don't trust any person, or you just notice that the people are just insecure. Yeah. And that's like
and on top we didn't only have that trust part, but it's the oh God, I almost forgot my line, but Marcel just has a blog post out about his move to holding more speeches and more talks at conferences. And he jokes that we have a line internally: if you're turds, do it more often.
Yeah.
But that isn't totally wrong. We always have that one. But are you sure that if you do the upgrade, it doesn't fail? No, I'm not. I'm pretty sure that it doesn't, but I'm not sure that it does not. But that means I need to do it more often so I get surer that it does not. It doesn't mean I need to stop. And that's the totally different thinking. There's this mean time to recovery is more important than mean time to failure, which is a wonderful saying, but doesn't mean a lot until you really have that discussion and really talk about it, you know? And that's a totally different thing.
Like, it's what I wanted to, like, Marcel's sentence is like hitting.
Oh, wait, I have Daniel back. I have Daniel back. I'm getting Daniel back. Hi, Daniel.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, it took a moment, and I just started to listen about the chat. So please go on.
And I was like maybe risking stuff is also like explaining it. Like, you maybe want to risk an update. Like, I don't mean like just hit the button and don't think about it. I mean, like, you know, it maybe fails, but you need to do it so you have the experience. So if you never risk stuff, if we never have moved to Kubernetes, we still have like bare metal servers and like paying a hell for stuff. And so we have so we're moving to Kubernetes and still paying much.
Yeah, but you're right. You need to risk things. And it might, but this might fail is a totally alien thing to an older corporation. Also, partly because you threw it over the wall. I love that. I love that from Steve Ballmer. Actually said that when people said, "Well, Microsoft is way too big to innovate," and he said, "It's not a question about if you're big or small. If you don't move, you don't move." You know, pretty simple. And just obviously getting the inertia. Other fun thing. The Spotify CEO actually said that one reason they bought the podcasting companies is because they thought podcasting is important, and they had two options: get a team of 5 people, start doing podcasting stuff, which would have worked. But part of the reason they got the 200 people podcasting company into a 1,500 people organization is because it makes a fucking dent. Because it shows the company that this is serious. It's not even that they couldn't have done it with a small agile team that starts developing a podcasting solution. You know, the likelihood is less, but it's not impossible. You know, it's just that you need that dent. That's the same thing. We always tell people for first projects, like, obviously take something that doesn't kill the company if it fails. But take something that also makes a dent. That is a real pain at the moment, you know. So you can show, like, I remember my example is always that leasing company where they changed the leasing calculator on our end, and like previously it was some Edo whatever CMS took 7 seconds to even start up, so it was brain dead that you could be better. And if it crashed for a minute, who cared? But you were very certain to get better than everything you had before. It was meaningful. You could show numbers, and you didn't die of it for 5 minutes. Yeah. So I think, Daniel, we started with single item. Yeah, we started with ecom. That's the wrong thing to say. We didn't start with we started with.
No, but that's exactly what you said, right? So we said we will pick something which is meaningful enough for the company to prove that this is going to improve the overall situation, and that we can leave a dent in the company as well. But we also picked then a market and a product and a site which is not going to kill us immediately, and only from there rolled out. So we picked Finland and Ireland as the
single item pages.
A single product page in Finland was the first one to go live on Kubernetes, and that ran for 24 hours. And as we have not seen any issues, we rolled it out to Ireland. And if we have not seen an issue for another 24 hours, we rolled it out to a couple of more products. And if we've not seen any more issues, we rolled out all the products on Ireland and Finland. And from there onwards, we rolled it out to other markets and then to other pages again. And but this is how we do it, right?
I remember that chat internally, guys. By the now, it just happened. But by now, if we fail, Adidas doesn't sell shoes anymore
in Finland.
So it just got in a country, but it just got relevant.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, let's be honest. You're also not stupid. Whatever you start with, right? So I remember that would be like the example. You have this e-skateboard, right? I'm shitty at skating. I would not get on top of it and immediately push the button full through. Very likely going to kill myself.
Whenever I get a new person on it, I put it to 20 kilometers an hour because 35 kilometers an hour does throw you off the board.
Exactly. And even if you put myself to 6 kilometers per hour, I would potentially kill myself. No, but this is, I mean, you definitely want to try something, but you want to try something with training wheels on and have the safety net that if something breaks, it's either not going to kill you entirely, but it should also have a significant impact, right? And I think picking that, for us, it was pretty clear it could only be ecom. Period.
Yeah. Okay.
For every other company, you will have to pick that.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I like Rainer Telekom actually always said, like, the interesting thing is Giant Swarm. Okay, I can't translate that. How do you say Fußpilzseiten in English? Foot.
It's feed fungus. Feed fungus.
Feed fungus page. Like, we're not running feed fungus pages. That's the big difference with Giant Swarm. You know, we're running stuff that is relevant. And that's actually the only reason you need us for, to a certain extent. If what you do is not relevant, then do it yourself. You know, fine. I'm fully and we meet later. I always joke and saying everybody will come sooner or later because it just doesn't make sense to run your own Kubernetes clusters. But it just takes time. But it's interesting. It's interesting that like different ones take different approaches, but it needs to be relevant. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also not about the cluster, right? So if it's just about the pure cluster, I could potentially even take an EKS or an AKS or a GKE, right? It's that's not the thing. And if I would, I mean, remember when we had the first chats, we said we build our own Kubernetes team, and we build our own Kubernetes team. But at that point in time, when we said it, we said they are going to run these clusters. No, they don't run these clusters nowadays. It's still you running these clusters, but what they run is everything around it that makes it work in our company.
Yeah, which is still a hell of a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember. I mean, that's why we always say we need that platform team, because we need a Deutsche Telekom, Steffen and a Kai, to work inside of Deutsche Telekom. We need a Daniel and an ODP team and a Florian and so on and so forth to really work inside of Adidas. That doesn't work by itself. And I mean, we actually have hundreds of people in chats together where we have also like if there's an issue that people can talk to each other and stuff. We don't know these people. You know these people. We have there are individual people coming in and we're just lost. And there's still something we're actually working on, how can we mix that? And we're actually talking to a lot of different people at the moment, including both of all in the question of how to manage, how far can we manage the applications, or how far can we manage what? How far is that infrastructure as code, and where does it end, and where's the? So I think that's a very fun time at the moment. Very fun time. But I can actually go in a totally different direction because we can't talk only Kubernetes. I played a little bit with Dfinity as the next step recently, which is a largely funded thing that is, okay, let's put that, crypto-based hosting stuff. So they have different cryptocurrencies that pay for things, and you have the cryptocurrency that pays in the microcents level on a second base for storage and bandwidth and so on and so forth. And they have 100 different hosters by now that have standard systems where you can put things. The things you put there are a mixture of containers and contracts and whatnot that get automatically distributed to different systems. I
to make it short, a lot of overhead.
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot
for my personal blog.
there's a hell of a lot of overhead, but it's like whoever was the financial guy thinking up that system was brilliant, and how the system works is interesting because you have companies that put up racks of servers that don't need to do anything else than putting racks of servers up, and you need to put your code, and you have in your code, like, you can run it as a container to a certain extent, but you have a contract that can have billing included. The first two applications they're building is LinkedIn and Tinder, I think, as a fully distributed thing where you own the you as a user own your application and your data, but the application is part of an ecosystem. So that's where we had that actually when I started on the internet in 97, 98, we had a thing called root.net that had the same idea. You own your data. It didn't work left or right. It didn't work at all.
Technology wasn't ready.
Yeah. And the question is it ready now? We know it's ready to make distributed systems. We know it's ready. Like when we started Giant Swarm, we said we believe in developer enterprise, and I still believe in that. It obviously still takes time, and there's still other people taking decisions, and that's not the point. But you see the trend that more and more developers choose what to run and where to run it and how to run it. And that is increasing, no question whatsoever. But
does the user change? Like, why should the user move from LinkedIn? Like, this is a problem. Like, it needs to be more easy or easier to use, and otherwise the user won't change.
10 times easier.
Data privacy is a topic in the technical bubble, but you see, like, everyone is using WhatsApp, but no one wants to install the Corona app. Like, it's crazy. Not telling that the user is stupid or so, but yeah. Like,
no, but absolutely.
Technical-minded people can think about a lot of stuff, but users won't change.
Yeah, it's exactly that problem that privacy is important to people, but not that important. So hence, I don't really know if that stuff will work.
And I mean, this is exactly what Stefan said, right? So people still use WhatsApp and don't care. People still, I mean, I just had this, it's similar discussion, but it was two people in front of a cash desk at Rewe here in Nuremberg talking to each other and really ranting around on this shitty Corona app and that it's not working and that they would never ever install it and that they don't ever going to vaccine. And then the lady behind the cash desk says, do you have, what is that, Deutschland card? No, payback card. Do you have a payback card? Sure, I have. Beep. Done, right? And then I told them, and it's like, and by now the guys from Payback know more about you than the Corona app would ever know in 20 years. But it's if it's once in their minds, it's plus. And this is the thing. I think the Corona app as such, although there are some gaps and whatever, I also think there could be. I personally would be okay if it records my geolocation and some history, and it would say like, "Hey, you have a risky contact." It was, by the way, it was then and there, so I can personally try to remind myself and think about was there a window between us? In which situation was that? Do I really have to worry about? Was I on a train, on a bus, whatever, or was that in a supermarket? because you don't know, right? So from that perspective, I would perfectly okay to have that recorded. Most of the people won't. And it's also very, very complicated to think about these kind of things. But in the end, if you only have to enter your, I mean, on Payback in Deutschland, you hold up this card, beep, and you get basically credits for it. Or on WhatsApp, you enter once your mobile number, and magically all your contacts appear. Ooh, wow, super, great, that's convenient.
Like, what's crazy with the Corona app? Like, I know why it isn't possible for the user to track like their own GPS, because that way they could track other people. Like, of course, it's like theory, but yeah, it's possible. But also, what's crazy is like you can scan your test stuff, and then the app will notify you when the test finished. And that is even built in that the ISP, like the service provider, can't detect who got a test like scanned and who not, because the app is always asking a random number for a test result. So as a user, like the ISP doesn't know which person got tested or not. Like, this is so crazy what all the people thought about of vectors to attack the privacy data from the user from the Corona app, that it's insane that people are claiming that the app is unsecure or like is a data fraud.
So you mean in case in the bare network of Deutsche Telekom with my T-Mobile phone, it logs traffic on the router and figures out whatever. Doesn't work.
Yeah. We can't know if a person got a real test or a fake test, because every app is always asking for test results. So otherwise you could filter on ISP level for test results or for devices asking.
So my app is always asking for a test result, even though I didn't do any tests.
Yeah. So we can't detect that like someone else has a test result, because everyone always is asking for test results.
They also had to do the same PSA process. Oliver, they had to do the same PSA process like you guys.
Kai is the PSA guy for Corona.
No, only for parts. But yeah, I think you actually know the system they're using.
I just want to say, isn't that running at the competitor's product?
Yes.
No, but you're
I didn't know.
Right? It's hosted at Deutsche Telekom.
Yeah. Like, it's also
just
Kubernetes
built by SAP.
Yeah, it's built by SAP and then hosted on our side. Yeah.
Why is that not our
other
Kubernetes
cluster you know about, Oliver?
But why is that not our Kubernetes cluster?
Actually, I don't know who was golfing together.
That's probably the only answer you can really give.
Likely Julian or Sebastian know someone from somewhere.
Yeah, probably. I need to pick up golf again. That's the big problem. I haven't done that.
Let's do it together.
Yeah. Good point. Next year summer we do a golf course together.
Perfect.
But actually, I have my Platzreife, by the way. I can go on any golf course. I would take 128 hours, I think. Oh, no.
Wait for it. That's the reason why I didn't touch the club for the past couple of years.
That's the reason he didn't touch the club. No, he doesn't hear us, but like he has
It's broke. No, it isn't.
Oh, you have a Nike club. Okay, you can't play with it. No way. I mean, you need to buy a whole new set of clubs. I mean, seriously.
Maybe you can put the patch on it, like this one.
That's a nice try. I would just stick it over.
Like, Oliver, I got an Adidas one and the Telekom one, but not a Shutterstock one?
Because we don't have enough. I have to admit that we didn't think everybody wanted a Telekom one or a Shutterstock one and so on. So not everybody got that. If you want one, I can give you one. But I have to admit, what I think the Telekom one is nice, and I think Daniel actually got one. We figured the Adidas one is the one everybody wants to have. So actually, you have to admit that we printed 200 Adidas ones and just 100 Telekom ones. I'm very sorry. From a
Adidas is also the bigger
perspective-
customer on your side.
But is it really? I was so much craving for this one because I really think it's the best.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Tell Marat on Slack, Marat at GiantSwarm.io, if you want to, if anybody wants to. It's the best thing ever. I mean, it's really.
And apologies as well. I mean, this is my second preferred one.
And I asked the guys that do this if I am allowed to. I asked them to, because I mean, remember last real KubeCon where there was really a shit show where somebody printed T-shirts on it?
I'm still waiting for the Adidas Giant Swarm hoodie.
We don't have
I got
Adidas
called
Giant
in
Swarm hoodies
in
anymore.
Copenhagen. I would get one.
Oh, you were told you could get one?
Yeah.
That sucks. Okay.
What size do you need? Maybe I can. Maybe I can give you a pre-owned one. What
Actually,
does that say?
Bootshaus.
Bootshaus. Okay.
I would
That's
like to
what-
have the Bootshaus one.
I can give you Bootshaus one. Okay, if you want. This video is the other way around. I can this is totally weird putting that on my head because it moves the different. So I can give you Bootshaus. That's actually where the cap comes from. It's
Yeah,
a
and it's-
Bootshaus cap that I have. And that's where it's come from. And I just made them do special Giant Swarm ones.
And Oliver, let's be honest, it's also pretty hard after a couple of mulled wines.
Yeah, it's just the coordination is like totally. But I'm drinking water at the moment. Just you be careful.
My Giant Swarm bottle suddenly got empty. I don't know how.
Okay, seems like Shlomo wanted to come by from Deutsche Bahn, but I think he's stuck getting to Pete Heat. If you all want to get to Pete Heat starts in a minute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I will go there again. This
I
was
missed
crazy,
it.
like-
I just got the end of the last one. I just got this tiny little paper piece where it says like black hole, and I said like, wow, yeah, great show.
It's so crazy. It was so crazy. We need to
I'll
record
just
that.
get Henny in.
Hey.
Hey guys,
Hi.
how's it going? Good seeing you. Most of you wearing nice shirts. It's and capped. So here.
Good one,
But
yeah.
I think they're all going to Pete Heat now, Henny, because Pete Heat is starting now. So I presume Shlomo is going there.
No, Shlomo is coming. Shlomo is coming. He just needed to change his room, so to have better lights and so on. But yeah, his plan is also going to PT. I'm not sure if you want to continue after. How long does it take PT shows? Like
Half an hour. I'm staying here.
Yeah, you're staying. Okay, so we. Sounds good. Then we continue at 8:30 if anyone's interested. I need to need something to eat now, and but
So we do a Pete Heat break and we come back in half an hour. I restart the entire broadcast in half an hour.
are you allowed to stream? You're not allowed to stream PT, right? I guess.
No, I'm not allowed to stream Pete Heat. Oh wait, Shlomo. I think Shlomo arrived. Shlomo.
Okay.
Hi. Sorry.
Hello. Nice to see you, even though I have to tell you that Pete Heat starts like now.
Yeah, actually, I also wanted to look at this show.
Yeah, and I think you should, because it's really fun.
Okay.
I will get there. See you.
Later.
I'll restart this thing in like after Pete Heat. If you want to come by and have another chat, I'd love to.
Okay, sure. We can do that.
Yeah, so we meet at half an hour again, and then enjoy the incredible PT.
Yeah, I'll drop by PT too. See you soon, Shlomo. It's a pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks for organizing this.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks.
Bye.
Cheers.
Bye.
So, everybody, this is kind of a break. I'll put myself on mute and just leave this running because I don't know if I can re-enable the broadcast, but that's it. I'll be back in half an hour. Go watch Pete Heat. turning on the mic. Hi.
Hello, Ollie.
Still streaming, by the way, just making sure.
Yeah, no secrets, no hidden secrets here. No, how was your first 4-hour live stream ever?
Interesting. The first 45 minutes were weird because it wasn't clear who is coming and where the stream is and if it's working. But you can't put it, like, if you put it online, it's streaming. And you don't want to put it online before 4. But then at 4, you're kind of figuring it out while you're going, and it, like, if it works or doesn't. But then we had constantly people in here, and it was fun conversations with Deutsche Telekom and Adidas and Container Solutions and others, and VAD and Direct Gruppe and other friends. And it was, I had to remind some people that it's a live stream.
Yeah, it's kind of the shed in somehow publicity. So what's kind of a quick summary before others are coming back here into the live stream of today? Any cool learnings? Any cool things?
I think the biggest one that was interesting over the time was that we had real anecdotes. We'll try to summarize a few things because it's like you don't need to watch 4 hours for the entire anecdotes. But the interesting thing is that that technology isn't the hard part, but people is the hard part. That really working together is the hard part, and changing processes and cultures and ways of working is the hard part. And for all of them. And yeah, that technology reason really isn't the big one. And that they all agree that they have enough to do with that one to be happy to not care about Kubernetes as such, which is running a cloud, which was also an agreement. Oh, Daniel is on his chair, but Shlomo is back. Hello, Shlomo. And Daniel is almost back. I'm waiting. I'm putting Daniel in here. He's waiting. We just cheese chair. Daniel from Adidas is also here, but he's coming. He's hearing us because that's why he lifted his finger. But I'm putting him here. Hi, Shlomo. It's wonderful to see you. How did you like PT?
It was amazing. It's like, what? Yeah.
It's strange, isn't it?
What? How? Amazing.
And it's I have to admit that the guys, like, we have developers at Giant Swarm, and they saw it several times now. You can imagine the chats after the first one, like, how did you do it? And after the second one, this is really strange. And I now, to a certain extent, they try to game it. I'll look forward to the chats later today or tomorrow on what they figured out. Because, like, the developers on our side really banded together beforehand to ask the right questions to figure out if they find a hole in Pete's argument. Because, I mean, developers, they played mind games. So that was
so this time they already watched Pete's room, I guess, and they watched everything what was back in the shelf, and recorded it and thought, how did you change the magic cube and these kind of things.
The axolotl wasn't a whim decision. That was a long time planned decision on what kind of animal to choose and things. You can't possibly have an axolotl drawn on the card. So that was
unbelievable. Just mind-goggling.
It's amazing, isn't it? And he's doing so freaking well.
I mean, on the card tricks I could follow, and that was it. I mean, it's the speed of your hands, right? Fine. But this axolotl.
Can you please demonstrate the turning your thumb story?
I can. Should I tell you?
Yes.
That is relatively simple. If you really watch him, I can't do it fully. Like you I don't know. You have this. He goes like this. You obviously can't turn that. But the thing is, he says, now really watch my hands, and you need to pay attention. And then he does like this. But he if you really watch, he removes his hands once. That was explained on another magic show. Like you really say, okay, so you really like everybody hold like this, and you then need to turn, and like it's really important that you pay attention. And now turn.
Well, it's a nice
I told you one thing. The entire rest, I have no freaking clue.
It's this typical. Now look here. I'm not doing anything here, right? Just look here.
Yeah.
What an interesting day. It's nice to see you, Shlomo. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I thought even if I don't have time or the opportunity to see you guys at the conferences, at least I can maybe come by here and say hello. I'm very happy to see you guys. I'm happy to see that your event is going well. It's very interesting to see how different companies try different online events and how that works, and how the different online conferencing platforms actually work. And I must say, I've seen better and worse, so you definitely choose a better one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Maybe you wrote it yourself, then I would say wow.
No, we actually found it, and we actually built half of it ourselves. But yes, I'm adding Alexander. Hi, Alexander.
Hey guys. Hi.
You know Henning. I'm just adding to the conversation. Shlomo, Deutsche Bank, Daniel, Adidas, Alexander, Klingel. So
Nice
we
to
just
meet you.
continue
Hi.
the conversations. So yeah, we actually the map thing comes from our remote onsite, where we built that map, because we just being a remote company, we do these onsites twice a year, and the map comes from the fact that we wanted like people to be easily meet somewhere when we did the onsite remotely. And it's totally different saying meet at Hangout 1 or meet by the pool, meet at the Christmas tree, meet at booth, whatever. It's a total freaking difference. So that's really important. By now, there are a few services actually out there that do that. There's a service called, I have to figure it out. I can send you afterwards. But there's a new service actually that Work Adventure. Work Adventure. I can copy the link in the chat. I have a private chat between my participants. It's interesting. You have that right. Work Adventure. So that is actually with like tiny figures that walk around. Somebody told me that yesterday. And the rest is just, we figured we need one kind of stream, and then we just need people to talk. And what we really said is the fun thing. I like KubeCon, but I like talking to Shlomo at KubeCon. I remember at the after party, we meet and we have conversations, and that's the interesting part. And that's what we try to mimic, because that's the fun part. And
I think that's somehow what got lost with most of the other virtual events we have been attending this year. I'm not sure what your experience has been. Whatever you got the invitation to reInvent or Gartner conferences and whatever, KubeCon virtual, etc. And it's like, basically you can sit in the evening on the couch and watch all the videos on YouTube later or something. Yeah, but it's really hard to get a good conversation started. That's where the real deeper information you get out of it. Not from the public talks kind of often. So when we did this remote onsite and we had this beach villa, which I totally loved, it just came up. Why do we only do that with a team? Why don't we do that with customers, partners, friends? And that was everything I said. And then Ollie just immediately, okay, we do a Christmas market or whatever. I'm not sure when the Christmas market idea came, but it's cool to see that you liked it. And so Shlomo, tell me what other type of conferences you found kind of useful, because I know you're always going very deep. You're a very technical person. You hold talks at conferences, but you also like to have deep conversations with other people you can really learn from on conferences. So what worked for you this year?
I have to be honest, I didn't do much conferencing this year. I gave a talk at the All Days DevOps. And I must say, everybody had their camera off, so I saw only myself. And this is really hard for me. I'm not a born TV actor or news speaker. So talking into the screen without any audience reaction is really hard for me. I've participated in some of the Heise conferences that came up instead of the Better Code, and or instead of the ContainerConf, which I attended last year. I must say, without the hallway track, it's really not that much worth. Like, you go, you hear talks. The talks are sometimes interesting, but talking with people in person is the main reason to go to conferences.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And I mean, I see it also at work. We have a lot of online events internally, where typically 100 people or so come together and listen to talks. But there isn't really much of socializing going on. And I mean, we also plan a large internal event. Actually, I'm planning that. And we've been postponing the last large internal event for the last year, or even a bit more, because of Corona. And now we decided to maybe give it a try next year in an online version. And there's a large controversy over if we should do that or not, if maybe really the hallway track is the main attraction, and just organizing talks on screen is not the main attraction.
I mean,
I think if you just wait and do nothing, then it's also not good. So
yeah.
So it's not a solution to do nothing.
Yeah, we had ours in October, and we even had external speakers. But what we did is most of the sessions were pre-recorded, so people could join, but they were live broadcasted, and people could join and ask live questions, which was good. I mean, what was really anticipated, like a super benefit for a lot of people, is that now a lot of people more remotely could join the session, because we usually did it in Herzogenaurach, right? And then with all the travel, that was not possible for everyone from Spain, from Colombia, from India, and so on. But Portland, Shanghai as well, they couldn't join, not all of them. And now it was really well perceived that now everyone could really participate, and we even had people we had a session with Brandon Burns, and which was pretty cool. And it was not like a lot of people in the call, but actually some people who got up middle in the night from Shanghai because they wanted to listen to that chat. But I really have to say, like, the socializing part as well, I think the most socializing actually we had was an unofficial, hey, let's all play Among Us in the evening in some virtual rooms. That was maybe the most socializing part of it, and that's what you typically miss at not going to a physical conference, right? So in all of these virtual, you sit in your own room, you watch these things, and think, yeah, okay, fair enough. Not that super helpful. I think it's the benefits and drawbacks. You just have to find the right balance. The pre-recording one I really liked, because specifically, I mean, I did a couple of speaks pre-recorded, and then you could, when it is being aired, you could be on the keyboard, answer questions, be there afterwards for some chats. That was pretty nice. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So interesting, because one thing I found, like we're now at 4 hours, whatever, with half an hour break. And one of the most stressful things is you can't freaking talk to people. Like I can talk to all of you here on the screen, but even doing a quick question on the side if somebody else wants to join is amazingly, like, it boggles your brain. You know, so if you say, like, yeah, the talk on screen is pre-recorded, means you can answer, you can stay in Slack, you can stay on chats. That's
exactly. So what we did is we screened those either through, I mean, for the ones where we already anticipated more than 250 participants, we add them through a Microsoft Stream. The other ones went on a normal Teams chat, but like a pre-recording, there was just someone like putting the play button. But that gave a huge relief to the speaker, because they could already prepare everything at home in a controlled environment with a good microphone and so on. You don't have all of these stress of, oh shit, my microphone is not working, someone is using the internet connection for a 4K streaming of Netflix. things like that, right? So that is pretty cool. And then you can start. And what typically happen is that people either they just watched it and then just left. Okay, that happened to, I would say, half of the session. But then there was also sessions where people were during the call already asking questions like, hey, how do you mean this? What do you mean with blah, 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 blah? Can you explain a little bit more? Can you go deeper on this, on this, on this? And this triggered like a live discussion between the presenter, who didn't have to present at that point in time, but just was there to answer questions. And most of these conversations really went on after the live transmission, where people then just get on an ad hoc Teams meet, Zoom, whatever meeting, and discuss that topic further. So that was, I really have to say, I liked that format because you could literally control perfectly your environment as well, right? So and then I don't know, I mean, how many situations where you have where someone just is walking through the background, or your internet connection breaks down, and if you have that one through a live broadcast, it's sometimes really like painful.
Yeah, I get the point.
So you say with streams you could play out a recording on time? Didn't know that it can do that.
Yeah, so we had a playlist. We would just that was just a couple of scripts that we created. I mean, for streams there's also an API, right? Everything was pre-recorded, and then you could we had our own timetable, and you could like a little bit. Not as cool as the Christmas market here, but more like, this is the table, this is the track of XYZ, this is the track of so-and-so, here's the link, click now, join. Some of the sessions were also where people said, you know what, I want to have in my session, I want to have a live discussion, so people should watch it up front. That's what we allowed for a couple of sessions as well, where we just have the presentation as a pre-recording, and the people were asked to watch it the day before or in the morning, and then in the afternoon having directly coming with their questions. Was pretty good.
And she was hitting this.
And I mean, now we have 80 hours of sessions left. So if I'm bored over the Christmas time, I can have like more than almost 2 weeks of sessions watching, right? And I didn't watch all of them, I can tell you. And there is a couple of interesting.
So this is after you finish watching reInvent and KubeCon and so on, right?
Exactly.
You can watch the next few months. So content, we don't run short on content. I think we can all agree on that. We are just running short on good conversations.
But you know what? On reInvent, for me, it's totally sufficient if I read this is cool, right? Because we have with our technical account manager, we have someone who's perfectly generating like a list of announcements page. Like every week I'm getting an email. It's like, these are the announcement of the week. So I don't have to watch all of the videos. I just go through it. It's like, yeah, that's interesting. Now read a little bit more. That's cool. I don't have to watch all of the videos.
Yep, part of the service.
Part of the service.
So what do you think about the reInvent announcements they made lately, and how important containers have become and Kubernetes have become within AWS? So what's your take on that? I think, well, I can say that, but most of here in the room has at least some stuff running on AWS, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. The one thing which maybe was announced was containers for Lambda, and this is only like, I would say, half-baked. The rest, I mean, if I now look at things with my Adidas glasses, there are other services and other announcements which are 100 times more important, like Outpost 1U, Outpost 2U. The SageMaker data wrangling, the Glue, what is that? How is that called? Glue Brewmaster, I can't remember. Where you have the materialized views through Glue Catalog. There was one thing which I also thought like that would be cool to follow. Forecast with weather information. That's for us super helpful as well. Because our, believe it or not, but if the weather is good, people buy more shoes.
Really?
Yeah.
If the weather is good, people buy more shoes because they're going more outside and
they think like, oh, I could
do more sports. they do more sports.
That's the best thing I learned. The Corona crisis, and there was actually in a press release, hence we can talk about it. More people need wear sport stuff at home, where previously they had suits.
Yep.
So that was Corona to that extent was good for Adidas because people wear slack stuff.
Yes and no. I mean, you have potentially seen the Adidas house shoe slides, the Adilette with fills. I don't know what the felt. I don't know if that's the right English word. Which literally looks like the proper house shoe. But you would love now, specifically on sweatpants, we have problems because our capacity that we had ordered in the factories is not really sufficient for the demand that we see right now. Because, right, people, even if you're in banking business and you're working remote or insurance or whatever, and you're not working in IT, where this is our usual dress, they still have suits and shirt and formal shirt and maybe like a tie also on the upper end. But they wear sweatpants below the desk. Yes, correct.
Interesting. But I have to because you already answered. So Shlomo, Alexander, what are the interesting AWS things you heard? I mean, you're both running on AWS. Alex, are you already maybe because you haven't said anything yet?
Yeah.
Are you running on AWS already? I know
Yes,
we will be running on
fully
AWS.
running all our self-developed stuff is running on AWS. So only some standard software that we have is running on different cloud platforms, and some big data stuff is running in GCP. But most of our stuff is running AWS. I didn't have so much time to look through all the announcements. I didn't even read all the emails that we got from AWS about the announcements because we are so busy right now. Obviously the container stuff was interesting for us in the decision process already beforehand, and we got some. No, we didn't get any information beforehand from AWS, but we probably did. Just to know in which direction we should look and so on. So I haven't seen anything that's really interesting for us right now. The container stuff, I don't think that's anything that's worth looking at for us in the next future. So maybe the public distro, the public ECR container registry as a fail-safe for when Docker once again increases their costs, or I don't know, rate limits and so on. Yeah.
I already had a wonderful talk today about the Docker rate limiting stuff.
Right.
But okay, you're both e-commerce. Now we talk to Shlomo, who is running trains. I remember actually I was on a rooftop terrace once with two guys from Deutsche Bahn that both managed teams of 300 people, and one was responsible for signage and stuff. And you just noticed that, okay, reliability is on a different level than from signage being wrong, wrong deployment, two trains hit each other, different than I cannot buy a shoe. But still you're moving to the cloud. So what's the process there, and what is the interesting part there? Is there totally different reliability stuff there for you, or what is the key stuff that you see?
Well, the good news is the trains don't run in the cloud, they run on rails. And luckily every train has a dedicated pair of rails on which it can run. So there typically is no resource congestion on a given track unless another train tries to come along, and then one has to wait, which you all know in the form of very informative announcements in the ICE about why it stopped and when we'll continue. So besides that, as everybody knows, we have Amazon and Azure as the two public cloud service providers. And we sold our data centers. I think that has been in the news recently. So I would say the cloud commitment of Deutsche Bahn is pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a big change. It's a big cultural change.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, I joined Deutsche Bahn 3 years ago in 2017, and I see that this change is ongoing, but despite all appearances towards the outside, we're actually very advanced inside. A lot of people are interested in trying out new technologies and are very much open for new ideas. Just people have to understand an application at Deutsche Bahn typically runs a long time. An application is running like years and decades. So unlike some internet companies or e-commerce companies, we don't have the ability, or we don't have the need, and typically also not the resources to rewrite every application every 3 years. So back when I was at Zalando, that was a different story. And it was normal that code gets revisited, rewritten after a couple of years. So at Immobilienscout, the same story. But at Deutsche Bahn, we have code that needs to run and keep running even after 5 years or 10 years. And it's just a different perspective on IT. And with all the innovation happening and all the new stuff happening, we shouldn't forget the old stuff that needs to keep running, and it needs to keep running in an affordable way.
But are you moving? But are you moving any of the old stuff that has been in the data center, or are you rebuilding everything for the cloud?
Well,
like, I mean, you said you have closed, or you are closing soon the data centers. So there will be no data centers left. Like obviously there will be data centers that just belong to AWS and Azure, but I mean there will be no Deutsche Bahn data centers anymore that you run yourselves.
Well, to be precise, there will be data centers that will continue to run all the critical infrastructure. So what is not so clear from the news reports is we have two worlds. One world is critical infrastructure. That's essentially everything that makes sure that your train keeps running. And that is operated by DB Netz, which is the Deutsche Bahn subsidiary in charge of the actual rails under the railway and all the infrastructure. And everything related to that is in data centers that will remain there. Then we have the other world, which is kind of the open IT world. And that has been migrated to the cloud.
Okay, but that is
so accounting, billing, office
buying,
systems,
connection to the ticketing systems and so on, like what the Schaffners are using on the train or something. But
exactly.
The signage is still with DB Netz, and that's triple fail-safe, whatever, totally different systems.
Exactly. So cloud, but for Deutsche Bahn, this is already a huge improvement. Because not every piece of IT that we have is critical in the meaning of critical infrastructure in Germany, but it's still important and it still needs to run 24/7 with very few outages, if ever. And that now runs in the cloud, and our cloud approach was first lift and shift and then optimize. Because otherwise we wouldn't have managed to get rid of the data centers. That's why the objective so far has been to migrate applications into the cloud and just to get them out of the data center. Now we essentially start the second stage where we go and revisit those applications and improve them for cloud-based operations.
That's an interesting aspect.
Many applications already underwent some improvement. They got auto-scaling, automated or semi-automated deployments, and so on.
That's interesting that you said you first did a lift and shift and now you're modernizing, because we were just at the same point of decision. We said like, no, we modernize piece by piece because the data center is still there, and it's still a positive business case as long as we keep like a minimum critical mass, and this minimum critical mass we will then move in lift and shift once all of the other big chunky items have been migrated to a cloud native approach. Is that something where you said like, hey, we have to get tomorrow rid of it? Because I mean, when I just look at it commercially, I would say that's a very unattractive way of doing so.
I think every company has a different setup. And a different organizational structure, and thereby different internal kind of internal frameworks and criteria that essentially define the business case of such a change. In our case, I think this was the right move because it got us into moving stuff, and it had a predefined end of the project, because we sold the data centers, we leased them back, and then this lease ran out, and it was clear to everybody that these data centers will be gone. There's no way back. There's no option to, get a management level escalation to stay there. This option didn't exist.
Yeah, that's the same thing that we talked about. Like we talked on several, actually. Like the main subject about the entire day at the moment is it's like, yeah, technology fine and Kubernetes all good. Yeah, let's have fun. But the psychological impact and cultural impact and the making a sign impact is important. I did the story previously of Spotify, where the CEO said he bought 200 people big podcasting company to make the sign internally that it's important. Having a 10-person team that does podcasting would be for 1,500 company. Yeah, we're doing podcasting. Fine. All hail podcasting. But suddenly having like 15% of the company doing podcasting is totally different. Like you said, saying, okay, we sold the data centers, the lease run off in 2 years, we're moving to the cloud. That's the point. You need to make that message to make that understood, and that depends on size. Adidas, from my background, had the luxury to a certain extent to say, okay, we're moving to the cloud with this one now, bit by bit, and sooner or later the data center goes off, but we can make enough inertia internally to make that happen.
Yeah.
But they didn't have a DB Nets internally that stays on those old data centers anyway.
Yeah, and exactly what you mean. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? So we had a similar situation as well in the company, as such, where we moved out of our heritage buildings, where the company was founded in after the Second World War. That's not with us anymore. That's, by the way, already since years with Schaeffler. So that's sold to Schaeffler. It was leased back for a couple of times, a little bit like the data centers, because we said, like, if we have this ever lingering situation over there, and where we can extend it by a year and extend it by a year, extend it by a year, extend it by a year, you wouldn't add enough pressure of getting the rest done. I mean, for an IT, yes, you're correct. Luxury position. We have enough of, at least in the meantime, and with the right people, enough of inertia that we can push that through as well. And I mean, just to one comment that you made, Shlomo, before, that was pretty interesting. Also, our applications, I was just looking at some of those. So we have a Java application which is doing our ranging of all of our product ranges globally. That's a 19-year-old application. It runs on Java 1.5 or 1.4, I think. So we have these kind of applications as well, and we need to modernize them at one point in time. Yeah, you're laughing, Oliver. We have to modernize them.
Yeah, I like
feel your pain.
Yeah. That's my question. Actually, we have Alexander here, which is, I mean, to a certain extent, it's also Klingel is founded in 1923, so it's an old company. You started with mail order in 1923, so you never had a shop, so you had product catalogs, which weren't
exactly
yet, but
we still have. We didn't get rid of them.
IKEA.
We won't
IKEA
get rid of
stop.
them anytime soon. And
Okay.
like others or some competitors who are using that for publicity, telling people we don't print any catalogs anymore. They print even more stuff, but just not the big ones anymore. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but the question is, how did you do it?
We
you move
applied the exact same methods as well. We needed deadlines. We needed some point of no return that forced us to focus on the essential parts that we need for a transformation. So for our e-com platform, we set a really ambitious goal and canceled our contract with our supplier and yeah, same thing we're doing with the mainframe replacement right now. So we canceled the contract in a really ambitious time with a really ambitious time frame left, and we'll have a path of no return at some place. And yeah, so it's I can totally agree with Shlomo here. For it probably doesn't fit for every issue, but I think applying some kind of early no point of return helps in focusing and getting it done, so you can focus on moving forward. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So point of no return. That's interesting.
It's like a Chinese says, if you want to cross a canyon, there's only one way. You jump once.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Maybe that's if you have big goals, it's a good strategy. So
okay, so we have made Adidas jump. We're making Klingel jump. No, I think you have to leave in a bit, but I will continue working on making Deutsche Bahn jump to Giant Swarm. Just saying. I mean, I can't not say that.
Well, of course you can't. You know how the business works. I'm happy to see you all. See you guys. This was real fun. Thanks again for organizing that.
Thanks for coming by.
Let's hope to meet again in person next year.
Yes.
That's definitely a plan. Hopefully latest. So I was a bit disappointed, but I can understand that the CNCF announced that KubeCon Europe will be virtual. They did it very early on. But we hope at least that second half of next year, at least like whatever roundtables. So we're gonna plan more doing roundtables, smaller type of events with interesting people, platform owners at larger organizations, and if it's only 20 of us, but getting these conversations started that way. So that's something we will do at least, and maybe more is possible. We would love to go back to have another giant party one day.
We will. I mean, we will have parties. There's no question about that. Totally committed. Thanks. Bye, Shlomo.
Shlomo, thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you.
Have a nice
Nice to
evening.
meet you.
Happy
Thank you.
holidays.
See you, Shlomo.
Alexander, so I have to ask again, because I mean you did this for ages. Like 1923 is really a long time, and you must have started with technology pretty early because it's mail order.
Yeah.
There's pressure, but you manage your Kubernetes to a large extent on the large part by yourself, and you're continuing to move, and there must be a lot of things to move still. I mean, how far do you feel you moved, like technology and or the company? Joe is here. I'm getting Joe in. Hi, Joe. Joe, Giant Swarm. Say hi to everybody. Alexander
Hi,
from
Joe.
Klingo. You know
Joe,
Daniel.
hey.
Hey guys!
Sorry, I have to get Alexander to answer first. I just asked a question.
Right. Yeah. So.
So good.
Yeah. We are transforming the organization right with our digital strategy moving forward. So we are totally changing how we work together, how our processes are designed, how our organization works, and how our teams are built. So we have three branches, I would say, or three branches in our new organization. Which is one is the digital branch, where we create digital products that support our organization, or most of them support our customers first, and then our company. And the second branch is the hierarchy that we changed into competence center, where people come together that form the same, or they do the same tasks and have the same role in some kind of way, and they come together and participate in knowledge sharing and so on. And the third branch is the actual operations branch, where all the people from competence centers development, data science, from logistics, from procurement, and so on, come together and then execute the actual operations of our business. And this is a huge change for us from a really traditional organizational model where the departments didn't talk to each other or just came with requirements and hope that they get what they want, but they don't, or they didn't, and so on. So this is part of our transformation right now. And yeah, so the digital part is already done because we started already 3 years ago with that. Or even earlier, if you think the first step that we did and tried out or tried different stuff that didn't work out as well as we planned. And so yeah, it's mainly now getting the competence centers up and aligning them to great teams, cross-functional teams that can work together in our operations.
But it's again we're repeating that the entire afternoon. It's again people getting people to work together differently and so on and so forth.
It's always that. It's organization first, and then comes technology or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Technology is always something you can master. In the end, you can argue about, do we have the right skill set to master that technology? Okay, if we don't have it, you will find someone that you can get in, hire, or really hire internally, or get service of that person or whatever. Right? It's always there. I mean, we are discussing right now. That's maybe one of the super funny stories. We are discussing right now investing into a company, into a super small smart startup that does quantum computing based material exploration. And you would say like, oh, but that's available. That's like half of the company is having a share at as is typical technical universities. I think the rest of the company is PhDs in math and in quantum physics and whatever. And when you talk to these guys, it's quite odd. But the thing is, there is something available. I mean, as niche as it can be, there is someone on the market available that you can give money and say like, hey, you know what? Here, solve my problem. But organizationally, cultural-wise, no one is going to do that for you. You have to do that yourself.
Yeah, there's no blueprint because every organization is different. So that's, I think, that a takeaway.
And thank you, Alex, that you're saying that, because what I'm seeing right now, every company who says like, oh, digital transformation, yeah, we're doing that ourselves. Oh, by the way, we are now doing we did everything product led. Every team is now doing Scrum, and we are implementing chapters and guilds and whatever, right? And when you then listen to this super interesting talk from Jonathan Smart, who's now with Deloitte, who was with Barclays before, who has this great talk on the DevOps Enterprise Summit, I think it's 2019 or 2018, where he says like, don't do the Spitify model, or 10 things how you fail your digital transformation. I would have to look it up. I can share the link in the chat. It's literally exactly like, go out there, change every stream to Scrum, establish Spotify model, do OKRs, right? And don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong to it, but you have to find for yourself if that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And
that's what we always that's what we always tell people, and maybe we need to put more force into that, being the asshole, tell people that it's not the way to go. But we always like, agile is great, but the only thing you need to know about agile is build, measure, learn. That is hard though. That means to you need to listen yourself, you need retros, and you need every 1 or 2 weeks to sit there and think, can we do this better? And it's not about if we now do a Kanban board with like these 5 lanes and we move tickets from left to right, everything will go well.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
also. I mean, let's be honest. It's also about. Sorry that I just jump in on that one because I mean, Oliver, you know Antje, and you know the company she's working for, and I will not disclose the name right now. But that's the perfect example for me for a company who's doing agile theater, right? So they have all of. We have the daily stand-ups. We do all of these retros, and we collect all of the feedback and over there, and then it's know what? It's like. Are you working agile or are you playing agile theater? And that's my biggest problem, because when you go back to the Agile Manifesto, which was signed by Martin Fowler, by Alistair Cockcroft, by Ken Black, then you read through it. It is not like do Scrum, do chapters.
No, exactly. Not at all.
Not at all. It's about collaboration over contract negotiation. It's about working product over comprehensive documentation. Not saying that the other one is not important, but we prefer this. And
I have quoted so many times Clue Train Manifesto in the last few weeks. I don't know why, but I mean it's an age-old book, but the entire point of Clue Train Manifesto rings so amazingly true again and again. And you're like, markets are conversations, yeah, and the internet is a big marketplace of people that can congregate around it. Let go. Ay. Good God. Like, okay, did we ever develop brains? So yeah, so it's interesting. I really like the point, and I really need to think further on what that also means for Giant Swarm and how we can help companies, because I remember like Julian, one of our solution engineers, joining, and he joined from a company where he, among others, did agile consulting and helped company become agile. And he came here and said, okay, fuck, I never saw a company so agile that is not using any point of agile stuff. You know? But that's what you do here is the point of agile. You know? Yeah.
And this is the thing. Agile is there, agile isn't here.
Yeah, but it's iteration and so on and so forth. So that's really cool to hear.
But is that like you're working at large organizations, both Alexander and Daniel? Is that kind of the hardest change process, that you have to see what people are around currently in the companies, and then who do I need to bring into the company, changing that type of mindset, and then you figure out. Some people might struggle or don't want to change anymore, and I mean, like we all agree that people first. Yeah, I mean, like we also have internal like people, product, kind of profits. That's kind of our mantra, and I think that's for most true in that world we are living in today. It's always about the people first place, and what I see from my conversations, it's definitely that bigger organizations also one. Your neighbors in Herzogenaurach. We have lots of chats with from time to time, and they top management, that's what I'm hearing, has a typical understanding like another bigger car manufacturer. It's like, now we're looking for developers, so we always get the talent, and now they figure out we don't get the talent anymore. It's not like you put money on the table and then there are like 4,000 developers in front of your door waiting. And I remember Joe writing something in a report for one of our customers, like, how do you attract types like me in nowadays?
That was actually
I remember that one. We were wondering, well, like we did the one at Adidas. Oh, good story. We did, and Joe was with us at Adidas in the meeting with Daniel.
So how
the other side of that is a much less funny story. I think it was my third month in Giant Swarm.
Yeah,
my third month in Giant Swarm, the CEO messaged me on Slack going, "Do you want to come to Adidas?" Sure. And I remember walking into the room, and Ollie and Timo, you must be both what, like 6'3", like 192 centimeters, 194 or whatever. And I'm there like these guys look like my dads. Like it looks like they've taken me out to the park. And it's like, yeah, we're just gonna try and convince this multi-billion-dollar company to come with us. Yeah, easy, whatever. We're gonna go to the hotel afterwards.
And we had a raffle. And we had a raffle, like who gets, like we had 2 rooms and we were 3 people and we had to choose like who sleeps.
No, you and Timo, I remember this. You were both like, should we play Schnick Schnack Schnuck, which is the German for rock, paper, scissors? And I'm very British. I went, we should play what? And you two go, da, da, da. Okay, Joe, you get the volume on. I was like, great. That's great for me, I think. I had no idea what was going on that entire trip, but apparently it worked. So
but coming back to what you just said, Henning. So also for us, it's not easy anymore, right? So when we started to hire in Spain, and then in Oliver, you remember our podcast that we had at Digitale Leute. Yeah. Hiring in Spain 5 years ago was like dynamite fishing. Right, so you actually you went in there. The unemployment rate between 25 and under with a master's degree was what 80% or so. So you just went in there, put some dynamite into the lake, and profiles that were popping up, and you could just say, okay, I have 5 positions to fill, but I have like actually 20 good applicants, 20 really good applicants that I would consider higher. But these times change as well right now. So we completely emptied, I would say, the supply chain, which is coming from the university, which means now we are having lectures at the university. So our people are going to the universities, having actually lectures. We're working with the university to have our, in US sports business, you would say, like, we have the first pick.
The NBA.
Yeah, I'm here on an Adidas scholarship.
First draft by Adidas. Okay.
No, first draft. That's the first draft. That's the right term. Yes, exactly. No, but that's why we had to also to go to different markets right now. I mean, now you could argue, did we pick the right ones with Colombia and so we are in Bogota in Colombia, and we are also in Gorgon in India right now. You will always hear voices who say like, yeah, but why are you going there? You should have gone to whatever, Bulgaria, Kazakhstan, you name it, right? But the thing is, I think it's a global problem in the meantime to attract talent, regardless where you are. Regardless which market you go, you have the problem, and you only attract talent by and I would say that's 2 people having strong personalities, which are well known in the scene, in the local scene over there, which is why we now also hired one person to lead up our hub in Gorgon in India, which was in the valley before, and who was working for Sapient Nitro and a couple of other big companies as well, and he's well connected over there, and people know his name. And that's why they are joining us, not because of Adidas, but because of Abhishek.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Well, we're having a different approach there. Obviously, we are way smaller than Adidas and don't need that many developers and don't have this type of growth. So we are fishing in shallow waters. But no, we try to differentiate when it comes to development resources, data science, and so on, some other tech stuff. We have some advantage when it comes to organization. So our competence center for developers and data scientists is really a organization, or are organizations that come with so many freedoms. We don't have any hierarchies. You can define your own salary. But on the other hand, you have to participate in developing the competence center and so on.
Wait, you can define your own salary? I mean, we have public.
Everyone's going to say whatever the highest
public salaries. We have public salaries, and we're good. And I read Ricardo Semler Maverick, where everybody decides their own salary, and I get the point.
Yeah.
But now I'm talking to somebody where that works. So you define your own salary?
Yes. We have a process. So we did some iterations, obviously.
What information do you get for that?
You get the information what everyone else earns, of course. So we have full transparency about all salaries. Well, not in the only in the competence center, because it's a different. We started with that. We can't expand that easily onto the whole company, on the full group of all people. But this is just the tech part. So you have all the information about all your colleagues, all your peers. and you have some additional information about some extra benefits that they have, how long they are in the company, and so on. So just some basic stuff.
Do you have finance info on the company and on the like how much?
We have yes, of course. That was the first thing that we started with.
€500,000 because then the profit is gone.
Exactly. Well, as a almost internal competence center, you can optimize your profits at any time with the rate that you apply that is used internally for calculation and so on. So when it comes to the competence center and its profitability in some way, then you can do as much as you will, but or you can do a lot of stuff with the rate that we use internally for our developers and so on. But we do know all the numbers from the company. We try to measure in some way with our business cases that we have behind the actual software that we develop. Every part of software has a business case behind it, so that we know what we get out of it, and even if we succeed over that later on, or achieve our goals earlier or something like that. Yeah. So on the other hand, there are a lot of responsibilities when you don't have a boss that does or makes decisions for you, and the process for defining your salary as well is a responsibility. It's not just picking what you want, but it's a responsibility because you have the goals of the company still in mind, and we pick our employees accordingly. So
okay,
yeah,
we could end the entire thing at like 1 o'clock in the morning if I continue.
Yeah. Because it all comes down to empowerment, giving people purpose in their work.
So many questions, dude.
Well, I would say come to Berlin and we have a long chat, but right now it's not possible, right?
Yeah.
Joe, you just asked something I didn't hear.
I want to see the spreadsheet that controls all of that.
Yeah, no spreadsheet.
And I want to further understand the rules, so we'll have another talk about that. Now I've read, because we already had talks with different peoples around our structure of transparent salaries and where they come from and how it works. And I mean, theoretically, we could let people choose their salaries, and to a certain extent, they do, in the sense that we show them what we would offer and why we would offer that, and so they understand where they are. Oh, okay, I don't really want to be the highest paid developer. Like, I don't think that would be fair, you know. So that is a different discussion, but still, picking your own is a responsibility. And it's same with, like, we have, everybody knows what we have on the bank account. That is a wonderful thing if there's lots of money on the bank account. If there's very little money on the bank account, that can lead to stress to certain people.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. So it all comes with upsides and downsides. Absolutely. And we've been through that. We've been through that. We have this kind of transparency when it comes to finance and so on, since I think I would say 8 years or something like that. So a really long time. Sorry?
How long have you been at Klingel?
We've been there for 7 years. We became from a different company, and they bought us in some way, you know. So that's
Alexander is always saying we, like, okay.
Yeah, no, it's just, well, we feel like a organization, right? We are a sub-organization within the company in some way, and we have a strong identity within.
Has the entire company been bought with transparent salaries and choosing your own salaries when you've been bought? Or has Klingel made that happen?
No, we didn't have, let me think. I have to think about that, if we already had it in place when they bought us or if we implemented it afterwards. So we had transparency, we had all along. So, and no formal superiors or anything. So that's what we have had for 10 years, something like that.
How many people were you when you were bought?
40 people. So quite small.
So but it's still, that's the point. People always say, well, you've probably been 5 people and doing consultant.
No.
40
No,
people.
that's not. But it's not like whole company 2,500 people. So that's a totally different thing. And when you talk about Adidas and so on, it's even.
I mean, what I would be interested in, this is so far away from where we are, right? And then specifically in the also don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's also specifically in the terms of responsibility, right? So and with great abilities comes great responsibility. I completely do get that, and I would love to see that as well. Because what we are preaching is, if you think to spend the euro in Adidas money, think it would be your euro. But the problem is the people don't feel the pain that it is their euro, and they're still going along and they're like, yeah, you know what? If I spend this, if I buy this 500,000 euro tool and I'm just increasing the net sales by another 20 million every year, then case is positive. And this is kind of the it's difficult, right? Because when I joined the company, and I the first time I became budget responsible, my internal cost center was, believe it or not, at the end of the year 1,200 something euros off from my plan. And I was feeling shitty bad about it. And I couldn't sleep for a couple of nights. I knew there was year end. No, and literally, I knew it was year end. Because if it's my money being 1,200 euros off is like 2 screens for developers or whatever, right? So it's something that you can pay. And I was sitting there and it's like, shit, next week there's a controlling meeting coming up and I'm 1,200 euros off. And then literally a day before I had that meeting with controlling, someone canceled me and said, like, I just looked into the account. You're less than 10K off. That's like background noise. We just eliminate that. It's leveling. It's anyhow leveling out across all of our cost centers as we have in the company. Some like K under or 2K over or 3K under or whatever. We don't even look at them anymore, and that really made me feel bad. And then nowadays, 6-7 years down the line, I'm getting so much used to numbers where you say like, and these 20 million and these 30 million and these 40 million and come on, if we just buy something here for like 3 million, it's not expensive, right?
Right.
But I have to admit that it's also hard to a certain extent, because we always say that too. Like we always said that. Like, think about it. It's your own money.
Yeah.
And you have to put that in relation also. People don't have millions at their disposal.
And that's the thing.
It's very hard to guess. And I had the discussion today, for example, from Larissa here, organizing the entire thing to a certain extent. And like, she came by here and I said, well, if you like, good God, you want to have a Glühwein too? So take back a cab home to Aachen, which costs 100 euro. Fucking for her money, she would never do that. For me, it is having her relaxed in here and enjoying the show. Go, you know, that's a totally different thing.
That's it. That's the topic of the value that you gain out of the money that you're putting into, right? And this is also something that you are on the long run getting used to, also what the numbers mean. I mean, it's also pretty obvious. Don't get me wrong. When I saw the first projections, what our S/4HANA journey will cost us over the next 7 years, I was like, no way, no way. This is no way, no way. And
I hope it's only 9-digit.
Yeah, it's only 9-digit. Yes, I just had to. It's actually wow that you say it's actually at the lower end of the 9-digit. To be very, very honest, but just the fact that you're talking about these numbers, right? Yeah. 9-digit, lower end, all good.
Okay. Cost of doing business.
Yeah. Just quick sign off. Bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, but that's what makes like that what I love about running companies. You know, that the question sooner or later becomes, how do you build a company, and how do you build a company fit for people? How do you build a company fit for the people you need? How do you build a company that long term, like, because I don't know what the future brings. The only thing I can say is that's like I always tell people, like, okay, I think open source wins. I think container containers win. I think cloud native wins. I think developer-led enterprise wins. When it wins, I don't know. How it wins, I don't know. But what I can do is build a company that wins if that is the direction.
And I would agree to almost everything that you just said. I mean, referring to the other thing back, right? We're talking about this 9-digit SAP S/4HANA. Oh, because we have to do it. At the same time, we're discussing, do we purchase now the 16-inch MacBook Pro with the full extent, or couldn't people just live with the Dell, whatever Latitude 900 euro notebook as well? Right? And this is where, and that's what I like about what Alexander said. That's what I like about what you said, because at the moment it's two different people which are responsible, right? S/4HANA is with our CFO, and he clearly sees this like, well, yeah, that's, I mean, compared to the numbers, I mean, we did this year, I don't know, I don't have the final numbers, and they will only be released, I guess, in February. But I think we will end up somewhere at the 20 billion on net sales. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. I mean, that's no secret, right? Last year we are at 23.7 or so, 23.6. So if you put then a 7-year journey towards an S4 with a 9-digit price next to it, you feel like, yeah, it's okay. It's doing business. But the person who is responsible for purchasing sometimes a notebook, that comes in and says like, oh, wait a second. Do I purchase now a 3K notebook, or do I purchase a 1K notebook or a 1.5?
That's because you understand the price.
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
But it all comes down, I think, to evaluating the value that comes out of the investment that you're doing, and not the actual amount or comparing amounts. Because if I spend the 100,000 or adding three more zeros, of course, but yeah, at some point I get this value X, and for the same money I get maybe at a different place a better value for that investment. And this is a trade-off that's often very, very tough to do, or companies often struggle, and they always just look at the numbers and compare it to in relation to something else, and not to the actual value behind it. And when it comes to developers or something like that, and even for our regular non-development staff, having the decent tools to work is one of the essentials, right? And
don't get me wrong, right? Don't get me wrong. My first boss that I ever had in my life, and I started my career as a 3D artist, believe it or not. He purchased always the top-notch hardware that he could purchase at that point in time, which is maybe not the Silicon Graphics 1 million Indigo 2 or whatever, which was out that. But okay, I'm that old. Sorry. But I remember when I started to work as a 3D artist, I was working on a 15,000 Deutschmarks workstation, and I had that for half a year, and it was sold afterwards for 12,000. So it depreciated 3K in half a year. But then my boss came to me and said, like, should I tell you, you know your salary, right? And you add up this on top, and every minute that you have to wait on your shitty machine, it's even more expensive than the 3K I have on depreciation. And this is a cool way of looking at it. But that brings me to another question that you had, Alex, how diligently are you tracking then also value of stuff that you do in your company? I mean, at some point in time you say like, well, there's a hypothesis, if we do this, we will increase our, I don't know, our traffic, our conversion rate, our whatever, which finally leads to that and that amount of more net sales, deducted by or let's say multiplied by our margin factor. This is more what we have in our pocket. How diligently is that being tracked?
So the thing with, and you probably know that when it comes to e-commerce, you often can't pinpoint every individual investment exactly on the numbers, because they always have side effects in some way from other changes in the platform, or I don't know. And the same comes with stationary sales as well, probably. So we do have, as I said, business cases for every major digital investment, and they are supported by our controlling in that they deliver the numbers if the team can't extract them themselves from our all the data that they have available. So every data in our company when it comes to this type of controlling is available to the teams, so that they can work with that and find out if they overperform, underperform when it comes to their business case. Well, as I said, it's not always black and white when it comes to e-commerce or multiple moving targets together. We do a lot of A/B testing. Almost everything is tested beforehand if it makes sense for us or not. Where agility once again comes really in hand, and independence. I think which is one of the things that Agile doesn't cover very well as a independence of teams, right? So that they really have the ability to make decisions on their own and don't have to talk to so many people to make decisions and move forward fast, right? And I think that's a key essential part why we, especially when it comes to delivering features to our customers, we really aim to having as independent as possible teams, and reducing the amount of dependencies and communication, not when it comes to knowledge transfer, but when it comes to decision making in some way, right? And once again, that has implication that you need to change the way your processes work. You need to make different cuts. And that once again has impact on your organization, and you need to change where people sit. You have to change organizational hierarchies and so on, so that so it's always comes back to people and organization, and
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. I could talk hours and hours applying reverse Conway.
Yes, exactly. It's a process once again. You're never done. You're never done.
God, we have to talk about that more.
Yeah.
So okay, I already have it on my list. Like, we need to talk about managing teams and distributing knowledge and managing.
I think Daniel or Shlomo or whoever suggested we should do it on a quarterly basis, and maybe we take some topics out from time to time. As we have all learned, it's not so much about tech. It's in the first place around people, transparency. What I'm currently looking for, and I think many large organizations might struggle a little bit, because to make my life easier, I often think very much in people which have a growth mindset and ones which have more a fixed mindset. And I think if we look into German in the industrial organizations, especially, where we are extremely good at getting 2% better each and every year. Now, over 100 years, we got many industries very, very far, and we are super detailed in that, which in a real world, like with real products, made us champions in many industries. But nowadays, I think with software and the world moving faster and faster, this requires kind of different type of thinking, and often this comes obviously with people again, and we need to break things much faster, try things out much faster, and so that's why I was wondering if you have the same feeling within your organization. Obviously, if we are looking in engineers, software engineers and development, we find more the people who have a growth mindset, because they often started as kids, as teenagers, coding, trying out, learning, experimenting all the day, in and out. But what's with the traditional organization? I totally understand. Within a big organization, you have logistics. There's different type of jobs, and for different types of jobs, you need different type of people mindsets possibly. So how is that for you? And is that one of the key reasons sometimes organizations like yours are struggling with?
Well, I would say if you, I mean, and referring to also Frank Thelen's 10x story, right? Yeah, but it's really like this. Is you have this kind of people, that the typical German engineer who's making things 0.35% better, and to be very, very frankly, I think as a company you need both profiles. You need these people who think big, who think like a smaller group, who think like completely disruptional and say like, you know what, this is getting us to the next whatever. Because out of these 10 ideas that these people bring up, maybe one is good and really is something. It's a typical entrepreneurial startup kind of culture, right? You have 10 ideas, 100 ideas, one good one. And if that scales properly, it's already paying for the 99 failed ones. Nevertheless, specifically, at least in our scales, what I see as well in our ecom scales, that I see even a 0.1% improvement on a conversion rate, or a 0.05% improvement on a conversion rate, which is really like these tiny optimizations, or I move the button a little bit up and I change the wording over there. That's in the end, in the global scale and the global reach that we have, that sometimes can mean 8-digit numbers in net sales more.
So typically, like Google optimized the blue of the link color.
Yeah, exactly. And
years.
it's for us. It's not different, right? So
even if you think about returns and not if you can optimize returns by when you come to clothing, right? If you just get 1%, then we would get a big bonus if we would improve returns by 1%. By 1%.
and this is the thing, right? Sorry, Oliver. This is the thing. We have now two different kind of teams working internally on this returns problem. The ones which are optimizing, let's optimize the process by a couple of fractions of percent because that's already good enough numbers. And we already have the team who said like, okay, let's completely throw away whatever we have. How can we achieve a 10% improvement on these kind of things? Let's completely think about the box. You need both. Otherwise, I think you will not be able to reach that level, because you have this, I don't know, I mean, maybe I'm offending now Oliver because I know what car he drives. But you have this Tesla problem. When they came, they completely disrupted the market. But the quality was, let's be honest, the quality was crap. But the ideas they brought into the market of we have over-the-air updates and your car is every week getting or every month with every release is getting better and you're getting a goodie and whatever is coming on top. But I can tell you, ultimately, I truly believe in maybe the next model after the Model 3, the lever for the wipers physically will come back because no one wants to really use the touchscreen to enable the wipers. And that's the micro optimizations which are coming.
And there I agree, and I fully agree you need both. And I think the risk is, and we always talk about this like 10x whatever, that comes from the American VC model. And that's the only way the VC model works. And I have I can tell you how it works. It's pretty simple. You invest in 100 things and one thing pays for everything. I have a wonderful number. Benchmark invested 6.7 million into eBay. And 2 years later, that was 5 billion. They had an 85 million fund that paid back 7.8 billion. Most of that because of eBay. What that means, what is very important, the other 50 investments were worth jack shit and totally unimportant. The entire game is having 50 teams of your team where one team finds the golden nugget and wins. And that makes the other teams totally unimportant. You can't play that game with two teams.
and plus also think about the competing startups which was there. Yeah. On eBay there was how was that called? Ricardo. On PayPal you had Moneybookers, and that doesn't mean that they were unsuccessful. But if you just look at the leverage and
the entire it's a little bit why I like to disagree with Ollie here a little bit, because it's not the one VC model. There's different type of investing models, and obviously that is one of them, and it depends pretty much on the market. So they're kind of more winner takes it all type of markets, which have the strong network effect, which obviously eBay or PayPal and these type of social networks like Facebook and so have. That's why there's typically one big winner, or maybe the Chinese, they locked down their market and built their own. But more or less, that's the case. For example, if we look into enterprise B2B software market, there's often room for multiple players because you don't have such a strong network effect in there. So
yeah, of course, but
that's different investors. But yeah, we're coming to a complete different topic. Ollie might share his story when I drove his Tesla for the very first time. What
it broke down, I
know. And sorry to say, I'm still driving a German car, and I had Tesla stocks very early on, and unfortunately after that experience, it was the latest point when I sold my shares, which was not a good decision at the end.
No. But the thing is, I agree. There are totally different models. It's just a question. Like there's this one saying about like you have like a startup is a company looking for a business model, and enterprise is a company exploiting a business model, and that's two different things. And you need to pay attention what you do. And I fully agree that if you're doing 20 billion in sales, the percentage difference is a difference, and the likelihood of you finding a totally different thing that puts you to 200 billion in sales is unlikely.
But what I'm trying to say, even Tesla, and that's what you just said, right? An enterprise is looking for exploiting a business. Look at a first generation Tesla, where you could, like on the trunk, you had on the left-hand side, you couldn't put a piece of paper in. On the right-hand side, you could put your hand in. Gone.
It's getting better.
Well, if I currently look at the Model 3, I mean, they're still not to like the Porsche or Mercedes or whatever standards, but these times where you can do, I could put my whole hand in, gone.
I have several friends that have a Tesla, and most say it's good enough. It's not Audi. Fully agreed. It's not Audi or BMW, but it's good enough.
And how much does it cost?
Well, it still costs 50% less than a Porsche. So,
but let's be honest. I mean, I just got a video being sent over from a Porsche fanboy, which I used to work with, and in the meantime, he's driving a 718, whatever, blah 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 blah, and he was like, look, these Tesla 2.8% from 0 to 100, but only one time. The second time you already tried, it's like 3 seconds. The fourth time you tried, it's 5 seconds, and every time afterneath is like 6 seconds plus. And the Porsche can do that 20 times after the other. But guys, let's be honest. If you're at a red light somewhere in the street, you have an Indian next to you, how often do you have to repeat this sprint to the next red light? Once or 20 times? It's good enough.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Depending on your personality, you have to do it at every stop, right?
Yeah, but that's the personality thing. That's a different. You're not racing the same guy each and every time. But
that's true.
But what really is, it's these. I think the important thing is figuring out the changes, and that brings us back to this Kubernetes and DevOps and these basic things. That's what Tesla might have figured out is that it's software, and that allows them to give me a new car every 6 weeks. And that's 10 times more different than, well, I have 0.5 instead of 0.7 centimeters between my door and my whatever. I don't fucking care, and those are the difference. That's the same thing with if the developer is in full control of his entire development pipeline, that's a lot more different,
But Ollie, you already expressed it in the right way, because you said like instead of 0.5 and 0.7, right? So the German engineer would say it's 53.6 millimeters instead of, and this is, but that's what I'm trying to say. that's what I'm trying to say. For you, it's like 0.5 to 0.7, not a big of difference. And when you tell it this way, you would say like, yeah, that's not a huge of difference. And now the German engineer comes working for Mercedes-Benz. It's just like, but wait a second. These 530 micrometers to the 700 something micrometers, that's a huge gap.
Took us 22 years. You know?
20 years.
It's context. It's how you look at things.
Yeah, of course. But that I think that's the and that's the same thing at the beginning. Like, dudes were selling shoes. You know, when we started working, you were selling shoes.
And we don't do anything different. We are still selling shoes. In the meantime, they are 3D printed, fine, but they're still running shoes.
But you're also now selling them directly online and getting the user data, and you don't sell it anymore almost exclusively through shops, retailers, and
True.
But then the shops are getting to a level where I'd say the shops are more interested. Like, I have lots of people inside that are hugely excited about doing stuff in the shops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to share that a little bit more around, Daniel, or what? I just heard that last week from Timo when you had a chat.
Well, I can share our London story. So a little bit more than a year ago, we opened up the new kind of store, which is the thing for Adidas right now. And that's called, so we have like different tiers of store. Really the lowest end is what we call a factory outlet, where you have some cashless and also from a furniture perspective is maybe not the nicest that you could find. And then somewhere in between is the regular retail store, like we have, if you would now take German reference, the one we have here in Nuremberg or the one we have in Hamburg and Mönckebergstraße. And then the next level is the flagship stores. That's what we typically do now. The new Berlin one, which just opened right now, that's what we consider a flagship store. And then the top notch is what we consider a Halo store. And Halo and flagship is born by a different idea, because until then we always had this one measure, and this is sales per square meter, period. And obviously in a factory outlet, you do more sales per square meter than in a flagship store, because you have everything crammed together, high shelves, full of stuff, whatever, right? And even on the frequency is usually higher, because we have these locations. I mean, there is one in Herzogenaurach, obviously, but you also have these locations like Designer Outlet Roermond. Hey, Puya.
Hey.
Designer Outlet Roermond and wherever we are, Metzingen, Outlet City, and so on, right? So we have masses of people going through. Now, flagship and Halo is considered to be measured on consumer NPS. Their utmost target is not anymore to increase the or to optimize based on the sales per square meter on the sales floor, but to improve the user experience. Say like, hey, wow, Adidas is a cool brand, regardless. I mean, because let's be honest, if they buy in our retail store, if they go home and purchase online, we don't care. Because
it's brand value, right?
Yes, exactly. And therefore, London
user experience. So what is kind of the measurements like for it?
It's NPS. It's Net Promoter Score.
Oh, okay. So you
would I go back to the store, or is it like would I recommend Adidas in general?
There is a couple of things. There is kiosk systems in the store where you can immediately rate your experience. During the checkout process, you might be asked if you want to rate your experience. There's also sometimes people just waiting outside and say like, hey, we just experienced that you have been to the store and you purchased or you didn't purchase. How would you rate your experience? So service like this, and then it's sometimes also online surveys.
Yeah.
But coming back, because we were speaking about technology, right? Halo stores, the idea was born to have these. Maybe if I would now tell that internally, people would say like, no way. But maybe having this Apple kind of experience, you walk into the store and it's like, whoa, there is no cash desk. Oh, it looks amazing. There's tons of stuff I can try out and play around and talk to people and talk to people about sports and talk to people about maybe not the product itself, but something which is related to the product. And that was the idea around London.
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly. London, Oxford Street, was the first one to open as such a kind. It's 2,500 square meters, something like that. It's 3 or 4 floors. So it's tremendously huge. And we have, believe it or not, we have 24 server racks, full server racks full of hardware in there, which is covering everything from network.
For all those that didn't listen, 24.
24.
Racks, not servers.
Racks.
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 Now I get it.
That was the
He's like, what?
I remember
Living servers, right?
they ever had. Like, and I could go windsurfing behind them when they turned on.
Exactly. So the full 42U racks, and out of these 42U racks, 24 of them not in one single room, but distributed amongst the floors, and for different purposes. So there is 2 full racks for CCTV. There is, I think, like 1 or 1.5 racks for audio and PA equipment. There is 6 or 7 racks, maybe 8. I would have to double check the numbers, which is network equipment.
Anyway, much more impressive because I just calculated it's 1,000 U's of server space.
Did you just do the math?
24 racks times 42 U's is 1,008 U's. So
Yeah.
it's 4-digit. We can make it even more impressive because it's just 4-digit. That might be 9,000, but who cares?
But to be very, very honest with you,
They're not all full. Yes, go. Never mind.
sounds super impressive. 1.5 racks is like PA equipment. There is these amplifiers, right? So you can also wrench them to a 19-inch rack. Fine, cool. But just to get an impression about what we are talking about. But there is also 5 racks, 5.5, maybe 6 racks, which is for our digital signage. And the best that we can do, because we had some limitations on the digital signage systems we use and how we are tackling that, is supported systems. In the end, there is a micro desktop in the store. In the rack, a micro desktop in the rack, which is connected to an HDMI transceiver in the rack, which is connected to an HDMI receiver mounted behind the display. And if it's a USB back channel, so if there's an RFID scanner, a webcam, or a touch interface, there is again a transceiver which is sending the USB signals back to the basement where this micro desktop is. For the big LED floor, maybe Joe, for you, if you go in and you will see this huge freaking LED floor at Oxford Street, that's powered by I think it's an MSI gaming PC with an NVIDIA GeForce 2080. I was told water cooled on a shelf, literally on a 19-inch shelf. There is a second one next to it because that were the only ones which had enough GPU power provided by that supplier who did the LED floor, who could power all of this kind of things up.
So after hours, now they're playing Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, right.
Probably. So that gives you an impression how that is currently being set up, and we are in the process right now of revamping our digital signage system, and some ideas that we have, because there is a couple of special requirements that we have, like this interactive scenarios. If you have the mobile app enabled and you walk into the store, depending on if it works. I didn't check it myself. I was told it works. But I was also told it doesn't work. When I talked about it, is if you walk into the store, there's an LED wall which welcomes you personally because it recognizes you through Bluetooth beaconing and all these kind of crazy stuff that you have in there, right? But what we are trying now to do is to optimize that to hyperconverged hardware. And that means for us standard servers which run in the end Kubernetes, ideally, because we will need that specifically for these store types like London. The GPU accelerated, because more or less pretty sure that we either have the one or the other inferencing CCTV inferencing service that we will run. But there is also a couple of other use cases. But we also have to obviously look at stores which maybe only have 2 digital signage or 1 single digital signage systems and a local POS system, and that should use the same stack but be like I don't know, two magnitudes smaller in terms of hardware, but still using the same stack, using the same approach, ideally using some similar hardware, and this is where we are right now. So that's the idea. I'm working on that one right now with the team from retail infrastructure, with some architects on the retail sector, with some architects from the digital signage team. Pretty interesting stuff. Apparently, there is no really good digital signage system out there which is making use of ARM-based Linux players that have a Snapdragon or whatever system on chip with a Mali GPU that has definitely enough horsepower for a 4K 60p stream. Because everyone wants to sell licenses, and they all say they either are lazy and they just go the Windows DirectX way, or they want to sell their own hardware, and then they sell their bundled hardware solution, which is equally expensive. So that's what's keeping me busy right now.
I really hope that ARM gets like a push now through the M1, like getting more ARM architecture like mainstreamed, and then you have those device support, right? It's like more people on ARM, more built on ARM.
And that's not the problem. I mean, we even talked to some Chinese suppliers already. They would go and do some custom PCBs, which in the end run Linux with Mali GPUs and having the support drivers over there. No big deal. They would do it. They would even program it into an industry style IP. What is that? IP6X. Kind of enclosure that sustains 60-70 degrees for a rather cheap price if you just purchase enough of them.
Yeah, I mean that's all. I talked to Timo yesterday, wondering about if we need everybody to give everybody a Giant Swarm that wants to like a gaming budget to get a few machines to build clusters, because I mean,
few nooks at home or something.
In the end, it's really the question is again the same one as with other things. Like open source hardware is gaining traction. There are providers out there that build hardware if you give them enough of a volume and build whatever you want. And open source will win, and it needs some kind of cloud native DevOps, whatever. It needs to update. It is not sure where it goes, so it needs to be changeable. So that there's these basic things, and then it's a road again. Then it's not a goal. It will constantly be changing. So it's the exact same thing as everything else, which makes it hugely interesting. And
then Shlomo says put a deadline on it. So then is there any deadline already for the Halo store? Like, let's get it done.
The cool thing is like thinking about these like more advanced use cases. Also thinking about the whole stack, right? You're now thinking about like the whole stack from hardware. So then you have like, okay, what is with the firmware? Because like I was looking into Nux, and then you have like, okay, how do you update the Nux firmware from afar, because they had a CVE recently, right? It's like you cannot just say I'm not going to do that, right? Like I'm going to leave that to the store. No one's going to do that for you, right?
Yeah, and it's even further, right? So once we came to the point where we said like, by the way, if we take such a store like London, and we would have let's just assume what would happen if we have a Raspberry Pi 4 behind every screen mounted that can sustain the heat with passive cooling. What can we do on top? And then people came by and said like, you know what? They have a Bluetooth stack built in. We can scan Bluetooth heat maps. We can do Bluetooth heat maps of the sales floors where people walk along. Because out of a sudden you get a complete floor which is full of Bluetooth beacons for free, because they are anyhow there to power up your screens. And just collecting a little bit of Bluetooth information and sending that to a central service where you can like then do some analytics on top of it. Well, come on, that's that amount of effort, right? And then the next person came and said like, if you can do that as well, then we can already know where people are, and if they are in front of the screen, we can react to it in display, whatever. And it's like,
this is such a developer playground, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like everyone goes, you could do this. Oh, hold on. You want to make it look like Tron? Okay, you want to do this? Yeah.
And then you at the entrance to the store, you have to first sign a cookie consent or whatever data protection consent, right? Oh.
You have the app already, right? So
yeah, right.
Corona, the good thing now with Corona is you need to purchase a ticket to get into a store in the future.
Right.
Now you can.
You've already agreed, yeah. Otherwise, you're not allowed to come at a certain point of time into the store.
No, but you wouldn't even imagine we had people downloading the app, because with the app you can get fast pass access to our retail stores and the factory outlets. So you can sign up up front, and it's like, hey, in half an hour, oh wow, there's an open slot for people with the app. Cool, I book it, and then you're just walking past all of the queue, which is in front of the store, and it's like, hey, here's my slot, and they let you in.
Yeah, you can do that at Apple too. It's like it's the main reason all my family has the Apple Store app in. It's like,
how much are you guys trying to sort of replicate between flagship Halo stores? Like, is it like each one is entirely custom and there's some software that's the same? Like, are the stores' layouts close enough, or is it like each one's kind of a separate project and there's some stuff shared?
No, so the layouts are always different, because it's always bound to the building, the local.
You want to have some local flavor and stuff as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you just look at, so London with 2.5 square meters is considered big. Tokyo original store with 700 square meters is considered huge. You get an idea, right? And it's even on the paths how big they are and so on. So it's literally, we're looking at them. If you want to say from a store perspective and a store design perspective, we look at each of them very, 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 very individually.
Like actual sort of hardware requirements, are they then actually similar? If that makes sense. So the stores themselves, sure, they're different, but you're trying to sort of have like a standard.
Exactly, and we're trying to standardize it. At the moment, we're trying to standardize it as much as possible. That's why right now the wish would be that we have these kind of solution where we can say, like, you know what, there is this tiny 3-node, 4-core, 8 GB box in each thingy. That's the smallest setup we can have for like the tiny store, which maybe have like 1 or 2 digital signage systems, a kiosk, a Wi-Fi access, whatever, right? And that goes up to,
and then the bigger the store is,
1,000 cores, exactly, 1,000 cores, 4, 5, 6, 20 GPU accelerated, whatever bullshit. But the way how we think about software over there, that should literally be the same, yeah.
You want to have something that is modular and scalable, right? You want to have like, okay, this module fits into these stores. And then,
it's me rolling into the London store with a bunch of pizza boxes. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, and don't laugh. I mean, that idea was being triggered when we talked to the people from Microsoft and how they were managing their Microsoft retail stores. I mean, over there, the store as such is even more standardized, because they have literally just one digital signage systems, which was always 8 screens, 8 times full HD. 4x2. This is our digital signage system, period. Every retail store had this amount of CCTV. Every retail store had 14 different Wi-Fi networks. Every retail store had 2 POS systems. Every retail store had 1 back office system. Every retail store had blah, blah, blah. That was super standardized. When they were looking for locations, they were really looking for locations which is specifically in the size of, I don't know, they told me, I'm making up something now. Let's say 110 and 170 square meter, because that gave them enough of wiggle room to move the furniture a little bit left and right, but not deviate a lot from the standard. I mean, that's nothing that we will be able to follow. Don't get me wrong. But it's kind of interesting, and this really got us tickled, where we say, like, how we can improve all of these kind of things, right? And yeah.
I could also see that Adidas does need to change some of these things, right? Like, I could believe every Microsoft store, they want to have like a consistent brand experience, right? Because you're always buying a Microsoft product. But like Adidas, if I'm in Adidas in London, I want to have a more London experience than if I'm in like.
And you have those people who go around and like visit the different stores and are like, I used to do that with like Sony stores. They were really early in this like store experience thing with like the entertainment, and every Sony store used to be different. Like the Shanghai one and then the New York one, they're like completely different, and every time it's a new experience. Right? Lego stores have that too, right?
Yeah, and it's part of our current strategy as well. I mean, when we called out the strategy 5 years ago, that one key aspect was key cities, and we identified these 6 key cities, which is in Europe it's London and Paris, and in US it's New York, Los Angeles, and in Asia it's Shanghai and Tokyo. That's the tier 1, and that was extended by tier 2. And tier 2, like in Europe, is Berlin and Madrid, and I think Milano. And in US, it's things like Chicago and San Francisco and so on. So don't name me down now on the specifics, but these key cities were really like specifically targeted also on some special services in each of them individually, right? If you go into our Halo store in London, looks entirely different than the one in Tokyo, looks entirely different than the one in Shanghai, will look like entirely different to the flagship. It's not a Halo in these regards, but the flagship store, Fifth Avenue in New York, they all carry this local flavor, right? So yeah, that's definitely an interesting aspect, and therefore, but that doesn't mean that you have to sacrifice IT standardization for that, right? For us, it's actually cool because I can go now to our suppliers and say, you know what? As long as it runs in Kubernetes, fair enough. There it is. Do your deployment scripts over there. We hook up your Git repository. Cool.
Yeah. Deploying to a shop feels really weird in my brain.
Okay. So people, because we need to end this summer, I've been streaming for 6 hours now.
And 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna kill Ollie today.
For next record.
So
we're going till tomorrow morning.
So yeah, I think we need to put a break on it now. So I'll the first thing I'll do is I'll end the broadcast and you can all stay here, but I can already say goodbye, and it was an amazing blast. I had wonderful conversation, and it's great having them with all of you and helping me have these wonderful insights, and we'll surely do that again around different subjects. So I pull my head. Thank you. Goodbye, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Lost.
Cheers.